How's it going, everybody? How are y'all doing tonight?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Videos tonight, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. What is the Switch soy raging over this time? This video.
Hey there.
Nintendo talks about backlash.
Hey there, Capers, Streetcast.
Then we got some Xbox is dead shit to go over, but yeah. The huge. Rage baiting over the Mario Kart patch? What was the Mario Kart patch? What the fuck is this? The problem with women. I'm looking at my sub feed right now. What is this about?
Female adult daycare.
The problem with women. Oh god, it's about female jobs. Yeah, we'll watch that later. We'll definitely watch that later. Let me open this in a different tab. Oh shit, where did it go? The problem with women.
Female.
Alright. Go. That should be good for now. They patched out 3 lap races and online for a track. That's it? Like just for one individual track? Let's see. I'm gonna look up Mario Kart patch. I'm sure some. Adjusted courses selected and random when selecting next course and wireless versus race. So it says random courses are no longer 3 laps, they're connective courses, or intermission as some call it. Added, it seems you can still get a 3 lap from random, but it's not as common. So it just sounds like they changed the frequency of it? I don't know. That doesn't seem like a big deal. Griffin gonna hate the Terminator game if he plays it? Why? I've heard nothing but good things about this game. Yeah, it has like an 80-something. Or a 91. What would I dislike about it? It's made by the people that made the RoboCop game, which I did like, so I don't know. Yeah, honestly, there really wasn't much on the summer sale I wanted to buy. I got a few things. I got Alien vs. Predator, which was like $3. The Witness, I think was 10. Scarlet Nexus, which I've heard is decent for being anime slops. I bought that. Bolt Gun, Alice Madness Returns, I think it's like $2. And then Terminator. I don't know, I really didn't see much. The bummer sale is the reality. There wasn't really much I wanted to buy. I already don't think I'm gonna like it because of the music. What is this? Are they actually gonna show the fucking game? Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, it looks like slop. Automobile. Speaking of RoboCop, damn, bro, for $5, y'all should definitely play that. That's a steal. Damn. I think the sequel's about, or the standalone DLC is about to come out for that too. That's cheap as fuck. Shit. Get off that budget build PC? You're right. I gotta go to my Nintendo Switch. Why do I have to call it Nintendo? Because I like that name. Sounds vaginal? It's supposed to sound like chicken tendies, but alright. If you want to take it there, I guess. Either way, it's cock-related. Yeah, this is like my biggest beef, I guess, with PC gaming, is it's just so reliant on Western games. Like, PC really is the platform of Western gaming. Harvestella is pretty good. I would get it on a handheld, personally, but... Yeah, High on Life's not even worth it for free. I had this back in the day on PS Vita. It's pretty sloppy, but, you know, it's mixed. What's wrong with it? Just ported the PS Vita? Yeah, they probably did. Space Marine for 36 bucks is a good deal. Doom Boom with the 2. What is this nice music? This. It's just the Mario Kart World playlist. That was the first song.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Buy Death Stranding for $16. I'm pretty sure I already have it, unfortunately. I think I already have it. Yeah, I do have it. A whopping 0 minutes played. Yeah, I'm not touching that shit. Yeah, you really can't form an opinion of it until 50 hours later. I have no idea how I got it, to be honest. I don't remember if I bought it. Actually, I think I may have bought it because I planned on streaming it way back in the day. But I think I made the right decision to not do so. Griffin buy the greatest COD game ever made. What is that? Black Cock 6? With its mixed rating and mixed race player base. How many people even play Call of Duty anymore? It's prime time on a Friday. Ooh, that's rough. How many people are on Monkey Man game still? Chinese bots keeping it alive, baby. Hell yeah. I love how the color palette for all three of those is the exact same. I do like the color palettes of all three of those. Monster Hunter Wilds. For... Although this runs like absolute dog shit on PC, though. Ragnarok. Ass Creed. Oh my god, dude! The greatest game of all time! How many people are playing this?
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Less than Monkey Man. Uh-oh. Metafanook. Let's see how many people are playing this. 1,000. Yeah, fucking garbage. What's sad is those are Halo numbers. What's really sad is, you know, those are Halo numbers. Yo, Hello Kitty, Island Adventure. How many people are playing this? 11 on. Hell yeah, dude. I bet that's a straight up heater. I forgot what this. Oh, I remember now. This kind of looked cool when I added it to my list. It's like a movement-based game, which I tend to like. I like parkour games ever since I played Mirror's Edge back in the day. They're fun. $5? What was this? Oh, it's the Diablo clone. I don't know if I even want to buy that for $5, to be completely honest. Oh, it's already 50% off, damn. I guess it wasn't flying off the shelves. Oh, I bumped that earlier. I don't want that. I really didn't see anything that really jumped out. Oh, look, dude, female protagonist. Let's see more. Oh, boy. Oh, that might be worth it for $24. I never played this. Maybe. It's a good action slop game. Gave out refunds for what? Space Marine 1? Oh, so if you bought it, they gave it to you for free? Or did they refund you $20? Star Ocean? I like my Sweenix slot. I don't know if this is good or not. I've never really played Star Ocean. 67. Doesn't look like that good. Just very boring, sprinting and flying over fields that are far too large with absolutely nothing of interest. These are all women games. Oh, that's that Souls clone. Haste? What the fuck is this? Run for fast, soar. Kinda looks like Troon Slop. Yeah, it probably is. It does kind of look like it'd be fun, but I don't really like the main character. Nah, this looks like Sonic if it wasn't fucking gay. Although the main character is kind of gay, but... I don't know, this kind of looks tempting. I don't like the main character, though. It looks less linear than Sonic. What is the rating on this? 80, 91%. I mean, it's $13. Like, it's not even expensive. Maybe I'll get it. Why not? Doesn't show my payment info, so. Sonic, if it was good, yeah. See if there's anything else. We're looking through the women games now, so. Bro, what in the Chinese is that? A Fox Girl base builder? Oh my god. Hell yeah, dude. Female protagonist, Stellar Blade. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Best sellers, let's see. Star Wars Outlaws, dear lord. Near, south of mid. I think Final Fantasy X.
I can't afford this shit!
Lollipop Chainsaw, that's a good game. 26 bucks is a good price. Oh god, it's that fucking shit. The Fluffle, or what was it? Fluffle Butt, or Fluff Butt, or Fluffy Butt? I don't remember what it was. The fucking heckin' Quark Chungus game. Oh, I already own this, what the hell? When did I buy this? Maybe I got it for free. I need to buy this if I'm gonna play it. For obvious reasons. Yeah, the Switch one is super slow. Very slow. Your entire cart is Square Enix slot? Nice, man. I guess I'll add this to my cart. Since I already have the game. Final Fantasy 13. Oh, what I should do is just go to Square Enix. See what they have. What is this? Oh, it's just an old game remastered. Yeah, Triangle Strategy is like that rock, paper, scissors style game, right? Where it's like you have the 3 types of attack, and like based on what you select, you get the advantage or whatever it is. Yeah, Forspoken. Lol. Bravely Default 2. I have this on the Switch. Yeah, I'm really enjoying Bravely Default, like, Remastered. That's a really good game so far. I haven't really been paying attention to the story, but the gameplay is pretty addictive, so it's fun to grind in. Obviously, this is a buy if you don't have it. Dragon Quest XI. Let's see. Vendetta with the 5. Dude, I'm so happy Liza P and First Berserk Kazan are now fun with the easy modes. I recommend now, along with Lords of the Fallen. Crazy Hard isn't fun. Oh, so they added an easy mode to Liza P? I don't know, I might consider that. Tales of Wedding Rings. Holy shit, I need that, dude. And then also Vendetta with the 2. First Berserk Kazan is like OG God of War on easy. Yeah, I played the demo. They wouldn't let you pick easy on it, and I did not like it. So that's good to hear. More game. You know, more games could use an easy mode if they want me to play it. I just don't have enough care to, like, dedicate time to learning a game. I think this is the one that's broken on PC, right? Yeah. Trash port, beautiful game, horrible port, too many crashes. Steam never fixes, game stutters. Yeah, that's what I heard. It doesn't work on PC. 13 also has a shitty port. Lightning Returns apparently is the only good one. I wish this list wouldn't stop fucking resetting every time. I've heard good things about that. Lost Sphere, and then also I Am Setsuna I've heard is good, too. Final Fantasy IX? I don't have that on PC. I don't have that card. Although, is this a shitty port? Is this the same port that the Switch has? Because Final Fantasy VII on PC is fucking dog shit. It's so much better on console. That's what I've heard, at least. Okay, yeah, it is the updated version. Because I think Final Fantasy 7 and 8 are, like, really bad on PC. And then, yeah, I guess this one's the yeah, okay, yeah, the 2016, so. Alright, I'll buy it. Whatever. I don't think I have Final Fantasy 9 on anything. Oh, the remastered's fine? Okay. Sleeping Dogs. This game's fire. Masochist mode with the 10. Do fuck, marry, kill between these three: Andrew Tate, Adolf Hitler,
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to
Sephiroth.
shut the fuck up.
Well, alright, so kill would be Andrew Tate for sure, because he's black, obviously, so he's gotta go. I guess I would fuck Hitler. And then Sephiroth I would marry because, you know, he's like basically a living god. So he could give me some of the Genova cells, and then I too could be mad OP. So we gotta go with that order. Also, Sephiroth can shapeshift, so you could have him turn into a woman to have sex with him. And it would be completely straight. Just an FYI. Just throwing it out there. Dragon Quest? The only one I've ever played is 11, but... But what if he gives you the Genova cells by gay sex? That's a price worth paying to become, like, basically a walking god. Lies of PP. So they added an easy mode to this, huh? Oh, is this a Apple game? Interesting. You can play it on Mac. Huh. I should try that on my laptop. I wonder how it would work. I have an M2 MacBook Air, so... Would Sephiroth be the top? Unfortunately, because he'd have to inject you, so... Roll up the sleeve!
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Vendetta with the 5. I tried Black Myth Wu-Kangs and returned it. Lol, trust me, the two games, if you don't like them, return them. Like I did, I promise you will enjoy them. Kiss, kiss. Well, if they go on, like, a further sale, I mean, I don't really want to pay 50 bucks for a game right now. Like, I'll get this when it goes on sale. Oh, are people bitching about the easy mode? Or not? I don't know why it's mostly negative. Yeah, if they go on, like, a deeper discount, I might check them out. I just don't really want to pay 50 bucks for a game I'm not gonna, you know, immediately play through. Let's see, hack and slash games. Let's see what they consider hack and slash is a better question. Neo 2, I guess, counts. Wo Long is a Souls game. Stranger of Paradise is definitely hack and slash. This is a Souls clone. The two goats right there. Remake and Rebirth. Dude, I really wish we could get more games like Nier Automata, though. Like, just that, you know, slop tier, like, just kind of mindless action hack and slash game. I don't really need to buy Final Fantasy 16 again. I've already replayed that game like 3 times. Well, dude, I bought it way more than 20. I have 12 special, or deluxe editions, or whatever the, like, Steelbook Collector's Edition is, the $100, like, box version. I have 12 copies of it. So, I've bought it multiple times. Many times. So, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. You can get the Anniversary Edition for $10 fucking, and they want you to buy the exact same game for 20. Who the hell would do that? Just buy this version of it. Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning for, what, $10? That's a steal, bro. Or you can get the Fate Edition for 13. That's a steal. Damn. Yeah, definitely buy this, if you guys have not. Well worth the money. Well worth the money. I put 100+ hours in it on my PS5 playthrough recently. Well worth. It's just a really fun fantasy action game. Like, it's not anything crazy good or anything, but it's fun. It's got soul. It's got a lot of soul. Masochist mode with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Fuck, marry, kill, DSP, Dreamcast guy, PWR. Yeah, I think DSP's gotta fall on the sword, so we're gonna kill DSP. Obviously, I have to marry Dreamcast guy so I can take his wall of virginity in the divorce. And then PWR, I guess, what the fuck? Because then we won't break his creed, you know? No life, no wife, no friends, no hope. So that way he wouldn't have to break his motto. So we'll stick with that. I think that's the proper way to do it. So yeah, kill DSP, marry Dreamcast guy, fuck PWR. Oh, that Wu Ching Chang Chong Fallen Feathers game. I think this is the anime fighting game that Imkey plays. The Melty Blood type moon game. Those donos are making you look bad? How so? I love looking bad if that's the case. You know?
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
Make me bad or make me look as bad as possible, please. I would not call Ghost Runner a hack and slash. That's barely even a combat game. Yeah, I need to play this at some point. I've heard good things about it. When it first came out, it was pretty shitty. I heard it sound a lot better. Thankfully. I was going to say, I thought I had that. Senran Kagura. Bruh. That's some horny-ass gaming. Yeah, Senran Kagura makes me Wo Long. It's kind of ironic. God Eater. That's the Monster Hunter game. I'm pretty sure. The Monster Hunter-like. Rise, Son of Rome. Oh, I should get this. I've kind of wanted to try these. Are any of these DLCs worth buying? Probably not. Although I could probably get this cheaper than 20 bucks. I guarantee you a key site will have that for cheaper. Did you see the new YouTube, or the new update YouTube's doing for Stream Chat? It replaces everyone in the chat's username with their @. I guess that's kind of nice if you want to @ somebody in the chat, I don't know. Maybe they're finally bringing that to mobile where it gives you the autofill. Yeah, I saw certain streams have, like, that leaderboard feature, too, which I don't really know anything about. I think you have to opt in for it, which I have not. Oh, what was this game? I heard good things about this. 68%. Alright, that's a shitty trailer. Alright, show the fucking game. God. Damn, bro, nobody knows how to make trailers anymore. Just show me the fucking game! I almost don't want to buy it now. Alright, well, it's not going to actually show the game. It's trash? I don't know, it has decent reviews. Enemies are super spongy. Nope, we're good. That's all I needed to read. What is this, spy music? What do you mean? Spy? This is Danky Kang music. Is this the old one? Yeah, I think that's one of the old games. I really don't see much I want, man. A lot of this just looks very sloppish. I wish there were some modern releases I actually wanted to get. Let's see, not 9 with 8 months. Hope everything's going well for Griffin. Also, if you were a game dev, what type of game would you make? Also, I hate Souls games. Also, 8 months? Crazy. So, what I would make is something similar to kind of like either Final Fantasy VII Remake style combat or Nier Automata style combat. But it would be in a high fantasy setting.
Either
I
subscribe,
don't know
donate, or
exactly
get
what
the
it would
fuck
be,
out.
but it would be like a high fantasy setting, hack and slash style game with very little like modern anything, like no guns or anything like that, just like sword and melee combat, magic, and it would be kind of like a aesthetic mix between, I don't know, like ancient Rome and Lord of the Rings or something like that. What about hot women? Well, that's a given, bro. They would just be normal. I would have normal-looking women is exactly what I'm getting at. They wouldn't even have to be specified as hot, because that's a given. They would be, you know, what women should actually look like. Let's see what the global top sellers are. Let's be inspired to peak. What is this? A climbing game? Co-op climbing game where the slightest mistake... Okay. Sounds like fucking slop. Homo slop. Expedition 33, dude! Oh my god! Dead by Daylight, I'm not U-Generation. What else do they have on here? Yeah, none of this shit looks good to me, man. Everything fucking sucks! Euro Truck. I kind of wanted to try this, but I don't know. If it's super simulatory, I don't know. If it's arcadey, I might like it, but I don't know. I don't even buy that. El Rosario Soul with the 5. Have you heard about Mario Kart World online controversy? I guess it's about traditional 3-lap races are no longer guaranteed when choosing random. Okay, like, I don't know how that's a controversy if it's called random. Like, wouldn't that be a given that you're not guaranteed a certain type of game mode on random? Oh, well. Who knows, man. Expedition 33 is going to win Goy. I agree. It is a Goy game. It's so good because my favorite YouTuber said so. Yeah, U-Generation's a Dead by Daylight player, which is just absolutely pathetic. Beyond pathetic. Did I miss your membership chat? I don't see it. Let me refresh. Oh, I see it now. 19 FBI with the 19 months. Get Black Ops 3. No. I think I already have it anyway. Yeah, I already have it. I played a whopping 22 minutes 5 years ago. Oh, shit, it restarted the list. Fuck! Now you're my zomboid. There's just nothing I want. Ugh. It makes me sad, bro. I wish there was stuff I actually wanted to buy. Hey, Apollo. Good boy. You finally woke up? Yeah. Good boy. Buy Power Wash Simulator? I've seen that before. Is it actually worth buying? It might be too sim for me. Isn't it just a game about cleaning shit and making money? And then you upgrade your power washer? I'm pretty sure I'm familiar with it. I've never played it, but I'm pretty sure I've seen footage of it before. It's like one of those time sink games. It's like oddly satisfying or whatever. It's like one of those. Alright, I don't think anything else is going to jump out at me. I'll see how much the Power Wash game is. I don't have a VR headset, so I'm not going to get that. $12? Is it actually worth that much? Oh, you have to buy like a bunch of DLC for it. Oh, shit. SpongeBob, bruh. They have a Warhammer pack. Mostly negative. Why? Physically painful to complete. Worst way to spend $6 with awful jobs. I'd soon clean the entire bases outside, then do these 2 jobs again. They were nothing but a time sink, and I'd never recommend anyone do them. No buildings, all vehicles, sure. They're very fitting for Warhammer fans, but Jesus, these are just a slog. It's like the worst DLC, people are saying. Damn. Yeah, I may wait and see if that goes cheaper. I don't know. Alright. Let me just buy this stuff real quick. Rise of the Argonauts. Is it on sale? I don't see it on here. What is it on? Oh, for 360? Oh, okay. Alright, let me buy these real quick. A whopping $29. Bullet Witch? Oh, I've heard of that. That sounds really familiar. I think I have that. Yeah, I have this for 360. Does this work well on PC or not? Runs fine on PC. Yeah, I mean, if it works, I'll get it. I never played the 360 version I bought. Yeah, let me see how much the Rise of Argonaut game is. I'll check eBay real quick. It's only like 15 bucks new. Alright, yeah, I'll check it out. I wish they had like an Xbox 360 era filter for Steam. Oh, I need to play this Demon Ex Machina game. I have the first one. Yeah, I need to get into these too. The Trails of Cold Steel. I've heard good things about those games. Oh god, bro, this game. Undead and Undressed. Yeah, this shit's funny, bro. This is definitely a Coomer game.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
%84 positive. Funny game. I think I have that for the Switch, actually. Oh god, dude, I should buy this. I have it? It says I don't have it. I should definitely buy this. This game's it's Splatoon, but with anime bitches, basically. It's literally just Splatoon, but you spray, you know, anime chicks with water guns and blow their clothes off. You die when your bikini top flies off. I feel like I should get that. That's a good meme game. I don't know why it's saying I can review it. It's done that for a couple games, and I definitely don't have them. Maybe that was an old one I did have at one point, and it was lost in G2A. Oh, there's Bullet Witch. Griff, you should be out getting your shit wet. Oh well, I'm here streaming for all of y'all. Including you, PK. Why aren't you out getting your shit wet? Huh? No, the boobs weren't the problem. There was a fucking cock. It was like some weird pixel fucking hentai game or some shit. The boobs wouldn't be a problem. I've shown boobs in games before. There was like a literal fucking cock bouncing around. Yeah, I know that's the game I was thinking about. It was literally on screen. I don't know, this kind of looks somewhat promising. I guess it just depends if it plays super slow or what. Okay, there we go. Roguelike, extraction shooter, Souls-like. Unfortunately, those are three things I fucking hate. So, yeah. It had potential, man. God forbid you just make a normal looking game that has like a normal fucking FPS structure, but nah. That actually looked kind of good too, which sucks. Yet another symptom of modern gaming, bro. 3 fucking gimmicks in one. I've heard good things about that, but I don't know if I want to play an isometric game. Dude, it's just depressing looking at all this shit. It's like stuff I would never fucking touch. What has gaming become, dude? Oh my god, dude, Horizon! My favorite. Avowed. Bruh, not even for free. N-word Ball Z, Sparking Zero. Wowie zowie, dude. Dude, I am not playing Dragon Ball Breakers. I don't fucking like asymmetric multiplayer. I don't like N-word Ball Z. And honestly, it looks like absolute fucking shit. So I'm good. No, someone told me to look up a certain game, and there was like a fucking pixelated cock on screen, so, yeah. Someone specifically told me to look up a game, and I did, and yeah, that's what came up. On Steam. So they're in the dog pound right now. Alright, well I think I've run out of stuff to buy. Let's see. Juan with the 2. What is this? Okay. And Genocide King Revive with the 2. Check out Painkiller. Am I gonna have to do this off screen? Alright, I'm not gonna click on it. I'm gonna look at it carefully. Oh, I think I've seen this. Yeah, I think I'm familiar with this. Yeah, I've seen this before. This is the game from the Space Marine devs, I think, one of them. I think this and the Turok game are the 2 games that they have. Oh, I think no, that's not it. I was about to say, I thought that looked familiar, but I don't think it's the game I'm thinking of. Alright, I think I've exhausted the Steam sale. Let me buy these games real quick and then... Okay. So apparently I owned that Peach Beach Splash game already, and it made me restore it to my account, so I don't know what the fuck happened to it. That was weird. I wonder if that also means... Let's see. Okay, let me add... I don't know what the fuck happened. Some of my stuff got removed. Huh. Alright, well I got some more stuff back. Apparently, so I don't know what fucking happened. I got my Galgun games back too, that got removed apparently. So there we go. Me buying games for myself, I know. Deal with it. Well, obviously I didn't get scammed because they're back in my library, so... I got all my shit back. But yeah, see, I got my Galgun games. I bought this other one I didn't have for $5 in the bundle. But yeah, there's Peach Beach. So yeah, I did play it for 84 minutes. Huh. Back in February. Hell yeah. Of 2021. There you go. I downloaded this. I don't know if I should try it or not. What do you guys think? Should we play fucking Autism Sonic game? Oh, ew, it did that. I hate when games do that. They don't have the actual updated card. Yeah, it does look troony, but the gameplay actually looked kind of fun. Play Mario Kart. Is that all you want me for? Is my Mario Kart? If you want me to play Mario Kart, then...
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
Well, the problem is with Mario Kart is, you know... Yeah, I don't want to get burnt out on it, but also, it requires my, attention.
I can't afford this shit!
No, I don't play most of these. I mean, I already downloaded a few. Like, I will play this. I do want to play this. So, I downloaded that. And then, I'll probably play this, I guess, off stream. That looks kind of good. And then, Terminator, I'll try at some point. The Witness, I definitely want to play. But this is a free time game. This is not a game to play on stream, because... Maybe I'll stream this. This game's pretty fire from back in the day. Hopefully the PC port works. Yep, I've had I Am Jesus Christ on my wish list for 6 years, and it still hasn't come out. Creators Freedom with the 2. Try out Vindictus. It's free. I don't know if I trust it. Let me just black it out just in case. I won't bother dragging it. It's got nudity. It doesn't look like it does. Yeah, it looks like it's okay. Wrong game. Didn't even... This is literally the game! Vindictus. It's the exact same thing. Vindictus. Are you sure it's that, or is it Defying Fate? It's not out yet. It's a Nexon game. No, it's just The Witness is not a good game to play on stream because it's slow. So it's not like flashy to look at or anything, so everyone's autism would not be satiated. Have a bunch of speds in the chat like, ah, it's not, this is boring, dude. Like literally anytime I play an RPG, people go, oh, it's so fucking boring. Constantly. Yeah, gaming is boring lately. Then pick a good one? What if I picked you? Yeah, most of these games I got are not good streaming games. I mean, this would probably be fine. Galgun would be a good game to stream, but... since I have all 3 of them now. And then I also have this game. Who's the one friend that previously played it? Deco mode. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Play the Gal trilogy.
I can't afford this shit!
Chad dead. Where'd everyone go? I don't know. Maybe they're gaming. Oscar with the 2 Space Marine Mastercraft editions half off. Yeah, I just don't really think I need that. Like, aside from, like, a slightly updated UI, I mean, I already have the Anniversary edition on here, which is basically the exact same game. Yeah, I mean, like the chat, bro. I'm dead, but on the inside. Dude, I remember when everybody was soying out over this, like it was going to be the new Battlefield. Do you guys remember that? Oh my god, bro. I remember this game was like super hyped back in the day. It's probably dead as fuck now. Yeah, it doesn't even track it. Oh, what it could have been. Yeah, I've left Steam reviews. I don't know how you get to them. Let's see. Reviews. This is for Wolfenstein. One of the most repulsive pieces of filth I've ever played. Oh, this is for that Korean game. Aside from the 2 girls being spoiled good tattoos and one being special, the Dami Mommy Milkies make up for it. Hell yeah, dude. Ooh, I need to change that. This was another dating sim, Chinese one. I was paid $500 to play this game, and it still wasn't worth my time. You'll get more pleasure from running blindfolded into oncoming traffic at your nearest freeway. Nice. Shitting on Kingdom Come. Hot take? How is it a hot take? 3-hour generic point-and-click walking sim / pseudo-platformer with repetitive and unoriginal themes taken from better games. Only credit I'll give is the concept of playing as a cat is unique. Unless you're obsessed with your cats, wait for a deep discount. How the fuck is it a hot take? This game is incredibly fun. Definitely recommend checking. What is it? Oh, Lost Ark. Yeah, that is a fun game. The only people working at 343 are the janitors. Yeah, nearby it. Yeah, this had a broken HUD.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Sigga. All right.
Pretty good. This was pretty good back in the day. It died so quick, though. It's good. Surf. Yeah. Oh, dude, this Goat of Duty game was really fun back in the day. What a shame it's dead. This game was a lot of fun, bro. This was like a really fun game. Yeah, Goat of Duty was really fun. Well, I put, what, 13 hours into it? It was like the perfect slop multiplayer game. Yeah, I just bought it. I bought it tonight, actually. Run a dog with the 5. Appreciate it, man. So did we see a BBC What I Missed? Said stream removed. Yeah. Somebody sent me a game name to look up on Steam, and then like a pixelated anime cock started bouncing on fucking the trailer, so yeah, I had to delete the stream. NSFW movie games? No. I don't have any of those. Why did Borderlands 2 have a negative review? I think it was the middle finger thing from back in the day. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why. Okay. Review hidden text. I can't see it. I think it was like the double middle finger and it said like Epic Games in the middle or something. I forgot. It was like a big copy paste trend back in the day. Yeah, that's it. Yup, there it is. Yeah, this everybody was copy pasting it back in the day, so they started banning people. Why is the Steam replay 2023 up there?
You're fucking poor!
You guys like my featured games? Look at that, 1,521 hours. I have another 1,000 on Xbox, too. Crazy, dude. Kai with the 2. Check out the Forever Winter. Alright, I'm gonna have to... It's not that I don't trust you. I don't trust anyone now. Alright, this does not look like anything. Destiny is not... Alright, so Destiny is not really confusing for a new player, man. All you need to do for Destiny is just go to Strike Playlist. That's the most chill way to play Destiny. So, if you want like a chill experience with Destiny, just do Strikes. You'll probably have to play through the campaign and then you can just do Strikes, but it's not super complicated. So let's see what type of game this is. Okay, yeah, extraction shooter. I don't know if I can do that. I just really don't like extraction shooters. Yeah, if I don't recognize the name of the game, I'm gonna black it out first. I don't want to have to delete another stream. Epic Mickey I already have. GameStop had a pricing error for like $6 for the PC key. I gave away a few copies of it too that I bought extra. But yeah, I bought this for like $6 when it first came out. Yeah, I think I gave away like 2 or 3 copies of it in the stream. Giving back to the poor? I know. Now I'm poor.
Give me monies!
Jesus, we still on the homepage. Well, if you want me to play something, then...
Give me monies!
How much to ban one of my mods? Well, it's $5 to mute. Or multiply that by whatever you want to do. I don't know. I bought this, which kind of looks like Sanic. But I'll probably play this on my own time. Since it's kind of Troon coded. But the gameplay looks pretty good. Well, normally it'd be $10 to mute you, brown person, but because your name, it would only be 6. So Monday, yeah, that's what I heard, is they're gonna have a ton of layoffs and stuff, and they're shutting down studios. You know, let's pray for Ninja Theory to be shut down. Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, I don't think Obsidian is, unfortunately. Who else? Who else should get the shit canned? It's the Motorsport. Oh, turn 10? Interesting. Yeah, that latest Forza game was a disaster. But I'd be surprised if they got rid of Forza. I mean, unless they think Playground can do it now. But that's kind of crazy. Shutting down Forza. Nah, I don't think they're going to close id. id Software is not a big studio. It's pretty small. Colt said it might be turn 10. Wow, man. That's kind of crazy if they do. Because they make really good racing games. It's just, you know, the monetization and shit in Motorsport was really bad this last time around. No, Playground Games is doing Fable. Yeah, what is Forza even at? Forza Motorsport. Mixed, 57, and 47% overall. Damn. The sad thing is I actually do like the Forza games. They're pretty fun. It's not delisted yet. This game's not delisted. You can still buy it. Motorsport 6 is delisted, but Forza Horizon 1 through 4, I think, are delisted as well. So, yeah. The car licensing makes it so the games get delisted. I'm pretty sure I have Forza 4, but not 3 on Steam. I don't know if 3 ever came to Steam, actually. Maybe I don't. Oh yeah, I do have 4. Yeah, I bought one of the keys right when it was about to go out of stock. Yeah, Forza Horizon 5 will go delisted at some point. I think Forza Horizon 3 was the best one, personally. That was my favorite. I have the Ultimate Edition of that on Xbox, so luckily I have it forever. Well, yeah, obviously they had to mix the biomes, bro. They're not going to have a full-scale game, like, map for the entire continent of Australia. Like, that'd be a little absurd. Because they have licensed cars. So, the way racing games work is you have to license every single car that's in the game. So you pay each of the vehicle manufacturers a certain amount of money in order to license their cars to be in the game. So after a certain point, the licenses expire, and, you know, unless the game is still selling really well, there's not a point in renewing the license. Because that's, like, the most expensive part of the game. Total gaming segment, total gaming segment death, total looking at Steam page stuff. Well, you know, no one can give me a game to play, so I don't know. Play the bee game? Fuck, oh, Bee Simulator? I don't know, maybe we'll just play Mario Kart. It seems to be an easy game to play that people like. Yeah, I think, no, Run-A-Dog, they wanted $1 billion a year for the FIFA name. The FIFA administration, or whatever it's called, wanted $1 billion a year to use the name FIFA. EA, I think, was paying like $400 or $500 million a year, and they upped it to $1 billion. Yep, that's what they dropped it. Dude, that's crazy. You'd have to sell, like, what? Almost 50... Well, no, like 17 million copies in order to just pay for the naming rights. That's fucking wild, bro. You have to sell almost 20 million copies just to pay for the naming. Every single year. Yeah, fuck that. It's called EA Football Club, or EAFC. Great game, 7 Days to Die. Isn't that like fucking whatever it's called, Dead by Daylight. Oh, it says, Warhammer 40k Space Marine Mastercraft owners on Steam are eligible for a full refund regardless of playtime by July 10th. Anniversary Edition owners are eligible for 50% off discount on the Mastercrafted Edition during the Steam Summer Sale. So there you go. If you bought it, refund it, and then just rebuy it again. There you go. If anybody bought it, just, you know, refund it and then buy it again for half off. No, it's not even that it's busted. It's just a lazy-ass remake. Or remastered, I should say. Like, they didn't even update it. It's the exact same thing. Although some people say the UI is worse. Play Mind's Eye. Oh my god. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good. Yeah, basically a Gears of War Reloaded port, pretty much. Like here. So this is the Anniversary Edition. Well, I guess the quality is going to be shit because it's Steam, but yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks identical. They didn't even update the visuals. So I would just buy the Anniversary Edition for $10. So you can get the Anniversary Edition for $10, and it's the exact same game. Pretty much identical. And it runs perfectly fine, too. Yeah, I think they were thinking they could piggyback off the success of Space Marine 2. So, I think they thought they could re-release it, piggyback off the success of Space Marine 2.
Alright,
just
awesome.
do a
Thanks, nigga. Alright.
lazy remaster. But as you can see, it has a, what, 29%? Brandino with the 5. Mario Kart World is one of Nintendo's best soundtracks ever. Play setup OST. Okay. Well, this game's not ported on PS5. To further prove the fact that it's just a lazy-ass remaster, it's literally the backwards compatible version of the Xbox 360 game with minor tweaks on Xbox, which is exclusive to console-wise. So what they did is they probably just took the 360 version, threw it into Xbox backwards compatibility, and repackaged it. So it's a very, very lazy port. Does Anniversary have cross-platform multiplayer? I have no idea. I don't even know if it has the multiplayer from the game. I played Mario Strikers when that came out on the Switch. You don't remember? Yup, I did. I think I used Bowser, but I don't remember. And then I think Oski paid me to use Daisy. I'm pretty sure. Let me see if it's in my case. Yep, Mario Strikers Battle League. I definitely played it. I will probably never buy Baldur's Gate 3. I have zero interest in that game. I have genuinely no interest in that game. The first Mario Strikers for GameCube? When it comes to backwards compatibility, maybe. I know they announced it like during the reveal for the GameCube back compat, along with like Pokemon XD, which I definitely will be playing through again. I'm very much looking forward to Pokemon XD. Play Tainted Grail. Yeah, I have that. I haven't started it yet. I heard it's not very good, though. Doesn't it have, like, bad reviews? I kind of regret buying it because I never played it. But I heard it has unkillable enemies too, which I'm not really thrilled about. I guess it's very positive. Ah, shit, dude, I could have gotten it 20% off.
Bruh.
Truly tragic.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Truly fucking tragic. Well, I bought it thinking I was gonna stream it, but I just never did. I heard it had unkillable enemies, so I was like, I don't really want to play it. It has a bee queen that cucks you. Ooh. Hopefully with the big black bee. Creators freedom with the 2 play Panzer Knights. Taint Grail, yeah, exactly. Panzer Knights. Alright, I'm assuming that's safe. Bro, what the fuck? It looks like Valkyrie Chronicles, but you actually use the tanks. Oh, God. What is this fucking Fanook? I just can't get over how very uncomfortable the whole vibe of the usual kind of fetishization of Nazi Germany is so prevalent in many anime and manga it has. I really wanted to like it and have tried to look past it, but for some reason it really seems to stay present and hit way too many buttons. Uh-oh, dude. Oy vey. Oy vey, dude. Yeah, I think we have to.
Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler?
What a fucking cock gobbler, bro. Yeah. Drop a penny and he'd love it. 15 bucks? I don't know. Or 12 bucks. Not gonna lie, German Nazi women are hot. Yeah. I mean, dude. Yeah, German women are very attractive. As long as they don't get the butch haircut. Nah, dude, everybody knows a Jewish sports car is a Prius because the only sport they're competing in is who can save the most money on gas. Alright, I'll add it to my wish list. I don't know if I want to buy it. God forgive me with the 5. You should look at the teaser trailer for Displacement. It's like a, if it's on here. Displacement. Whoa, dude. So it's a horror game? Speaking of sending people to Africa, did you guys hear about the court ruling with Trump? As he can send people to third-party countries instead of their country of origin when deporting illegals. So he sent that one MS-13 guy that the Democrats went to go drink margaritas with. He's sending him to the fucking South Sudan. So yeah. Trump is now deporting all the fucking Latin American illegals to Africa. So there's now an ocean between us and them. So yeah, he cut a deal with South Sudan to deport all these illegals over there, and they'll take them. So yeah, we're quite literally... Hold on, wait, let me see if I can find that fucking video. It's like perfectly relevant now. No, that's not it.
Fuck you, racist fuck.
Oh, this is it, I think. I think this is it. Alright, perfect. Yo, this is it. This is so relevant, bro. Quite literally making our dreams come true.
Fuck you, racist fuck.
Hey, you fucking beater! Go back to Africa, fucking beater!
Fuck you, racist fuck.
Hey, you fucking beater! Go back to Africa, fucking beater!
Fuck you, racist fuck.
Hey, you fucking beater! Go back to Africa, fucking beater!
Fuck you.
It's like, bro, yeah. The perfect meme. Everybody should spam that fucking retard on, whatever social media he has with this.
Racist fuck.
Hey, you fucking beater! Go back to Africa, fucking beater!
Fuck you, racist.
Dude, fuck Africa. I'm not going there. Nah, he decided not to do the farmers' amnesty thing. He already walked that back and said, no, never mind, we're not gonna do it. So... yeah, he has a good voice in his ear, which is that Stephen Miller guy. Like, that dude's entire focus is just getting as many of these fucking illegals out of the U.S. as possible, so he told Trump not to fucking do that. Yeah, Stephen Miller's based as fuck, man. Donald Trump, please save us. I know. Please, God, Emperor Trump, save us all. Overthrow the democracy. Yeah, I heard about that. Alligator Alcatraz. I did hear about that. The libs were all upset over it. That's cruel. They could die. It's like, yeah, who fucking gives a shit? They shouldn't be here in the first place. By any fucking real justice, we just fucking shoot people as soon as they cross the border. But no, that's inhumane. That should be the law of the land, is if you catch somebody illegally crossing the border, it's open fucking season. Or we just set up auto turrets, like those ones they use on aircrafts to shoot down missiles. This is what we should have. Hold on. This is what we need on the border. Just imagine one of those every half mile. Dude, that would cut through a crowd like a hot knife through butter. We'll see how many people try and cross after those are deployed. But yeah, that's what I'd set up. Yeah, the cost of ammo would be well worth it. Great, Brittany Chan is here. Brittany Dick Chan. Gaming stream is very gamer right now. Yeah. I have no idea what the price of the Concord discs are, Britt. I graded my copy. I only have one left. Buff Garfield with the 2. When am I streaming Goat Simulator? I've played that a long time ago. We were just talking about Goat of Duty earlier.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I wish I bought Concord. Is it even up? Like, what's the price on it? I don't think it's that expensive anymore. Oh no, it's back up. Oh no, it's not. $20 brand new. Damn. Yeah, well, I'm glad I sold mine for, you know, 100, or yeah, it was like 80 or $100, I forgot. Yeah, you can get a graded copy, a 9.8, or no, a 9.9 A++ for $175 or best offer. Yeah, I got a graded copy of Devil May Cry 3 and a 9.8 A++ for $40 on Whatnot the other day. I re-downloaded that app just for the shits and giggles, and one of the accounts I used to follow, like, I randomly clicked on, and he was auctioning off a graded copy of Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition on PS2 for, you know, like $1, and it went up to $40, and that's what I paid for it. So, I don't know, I thought that was kind of cool. I mean, I don't think it's super valuable, just because it's a, you know, greatest hits, but this is what it looks like. Somebody else has one listed, too. That picture's shitty. Give me a second. Let's see, somebody a better picture? I guess not. This is what it looks like. So, kind of cool. I don't know, not the most expensive thing, I'm sure, but, you know, the cost of grading it's probably $40, so. And I like Devil May Cry 3 as well, so. 3 is a good one. But yeah, $40, I'm not gonna complain. I think one of them sold for $80, so if I want to flip it, I can. But I'll probably just hold on to it. I think it looks nice. Like, the red matches the coloring of the, you know, logo and stuff, so. Yeah, I had Devil May Cry 3 back in the day on my PS2. I think I still have it. It's with my PS2, wherever that is. I think at my parents' house. In a box somewhere. Yep, it was a long damn time ago. Back when I still had the will to live, dude. But yeah, sealed PS2 games really aren't worth that much unless they're super niche, like JRPGs and stuff. Yeah, I have a copy of Dirge of Cerberus sealed as well, but I don't have it graded. I haven't graded any games in a while. I was waiting for another special, but I don't know if one's popped up or not. Maybe I'll grade Mario Kart World. Damn, bro, he's out tonight. He's sleepy. Sleepy Paulo, yeah. DMC is anime garbage. Ninja Gaiden is better. I don't know about that. I feel like Ninja Gaiden's more anime than DMC. Because it takes place in Japan. Buff Garfield with the 5. There's no gimmicks to Goat Simulator. Just high octane premium triple or quadruple A sorcery. But which one though? 1, 2, or 3? Isn't there 3 Goat Simulators? I think so. I think they made 3 of them.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, Goat Simulator 3 remastered, Goat Simulator. 3 games, let's see. Goat Simulator 3. So there's Goat Simulator Remastered, and Goat Simulator 3. Griffin sounds like a goat simulator or a stimulator. Hey, I'm not Muslim. Take that back. The funny part is there's no Goat Simulator 2. It doesn't count. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a meme game, so I'm guessing they just immediately skipped 2 for the lols, dude. Yeah, my favorite simulator is you have a loving wife and friends simulator. That way I can cry myself to sleep. Money Simulator? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, shit. Y'all want to see a... I was watching another Raymond stream today, and there was 2 moments I wrote down that we should take a look at that I think you guys will like. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. That shit was funny. Hold on, let's see. I wrote it down. Okay, so 28, or no, 23 and 138. Yeah, we will watch it now, because I just remembered to do it, so. Let's see. I think it was this one. It's good background noise while I'm working, so I was listening. I think this is the part.
I spent $70 today.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. Okay. Let me mute this.
Buying chips, salsa, soda water, some chocolate, some marshmallows, and a graham cracker so I could fucking make some s'mores because I like s'mores because I want to try to hold on to some like little piece of my fucking childhood and make a goddamn s'more.
Bruh.
Some little tacit reminder that life wasn't always this miserable 24/7. I bought coffee. $13 for the shit generic coffee. What else did I buy?
Dude. But yeah, just listen to the tonal change. Let me go back a little further so you can just hear. It just came out of nowhere, which made it even better.
I'm not buying another camera. I'm not buying another camera. I'm not spending a dime on this YouTube channel until this starts getting fun again. Honestly. I'm not spending a dime on life until it starts getting fun again. I'm not spending a dime on the YouTube channel until it starts getting fun again. I'm doing the bare minimum. I spent $70 today at the fucking store. I spent $70 today buying chips, salsa, soda water, some chocolate, some marshmallows, and a graham cracker so I could fucking make some s'mores because I like s'mores because I want to try to hold on to some like little piece of my fucking childhood and make a goddamn s'more. Some little tacit reminder that life wasn't always this miserable 24/7. I bought coffee, $13 for the shit generic coffee. What else did I buy? S'mores. I bought s'mores stuff. $70 fucking dollars. Soda water, chips, salsa, coffee, s'mores stuff. I looked at her like, and I bought the stuff that was on sale. Every single tag was a markdown tag.
No, this is not satire. This is 100% genuine.
At least a couple dollars. Every single tag. I took pictures of them because every time I go to the store and I try to get the markdown sale tags, it rings up way higher than what's actually marked down. Guys, I'm losing my fucking... If anybody out there is even half as nuts and infuriated by how fucking expensive everything is, please tell me. I cannot be the only one that is just going this crazy with how fucking expensive life is. Holy God, $70 at Meijer. I didn't even try to go anywhere else. Let's see, there's got to be something else I bought. What was it? It was soda water, chips. Sorry, I like chips and salsa. Sue me. Don't sue me. As Chris says, you didn't have the money for that. Yeah, I think it really was just like chocolate, marshmallows, graham crackers, soda water, salsa, coffee. $70. 70 fucking dollars. And it was all on sale. It was
Bro.
It was all on sale. What the fuck?
Oh my God,
How
bro.
are we supposed to just go live your life, bro? I'm trying. I'm really trying. No pleasure. I get no pleasure. Porn doesn't do it for me. Masturbation lost its fun. There's nothing. It's
over.
all shit.
I agree.
I laid down and took a 2-hour nap today before I got on here. I've been sleeping in until 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning. I am in a very deep depression. I'm in a very deep depression. There's like literally no hope in my life. There's nothing to look forward to. There's nothing I want to do. There's nothing I can afford to go do. I have nothing. Sex is fucking supposed to be the thing that the free.
Keep in mind, he brags about how he made $8,000 last month on YouTube. He definitely has money to go do shit.
Vice.
Here.
The free vice. I have nothing. Sex is fucking supposed to be the thing that the free vice. Supposed to be the free vice, and I can't get that without a goddamn act of Congress level amount of consternation. Watch your blood pressure, Raymond. No shit, Sherlock.
Bro.
Fuck, man.
This is how a lot of his streams are. I've just started putting him on 2x speed in the background while I'm just sitting there like doing shit at work. And it's pretty fucking funny.
$116.
No, his videos are even worse, Dear Scream. Like, his videos are truly unhinged half the time.
I spent 100. Fuck you, Cabot69. Imagine sleeping till 10 is bad, LOL. How about we put you in timeout? We'll find out how much bad you think you're in. $115. It's not like I'm not making money. There's no. Everybody's got to be on just a razor's edge, or they're just completely ignoring it. Because when you actually like sit down and look at how much is going out just for fucking food and maybe some snacks that might put you in touch with your childhood and maybe like remind you of a nicer time when you were alive, when everything just wasn't pure pain all the time. I can't drink. I got nothing. And I'm getting lectured about, oh, you're not connecting with me.
Yeah, crowd, white boy.
Fuck off. Fine. Forget it. Don't bother. If everything is going to be a goddamn morality lecture.
All right, awesome.
Nietzsche was
Thanks,
right.
Nigga. All right.
This is literally prompted by him just talking about his day. Keep in mind, too.
Nietzsche was fucking right about the moralizers. The moralizer is on the mountaintops. That's not exactly what he said. But the moralizers, people who are moralizing. Holding some more moral judgment against you because you want something.
All right, so the next one, what was the time again? 1:38. All right, let's see. I wrote these down earlier.
Why I can't go outside and go ask 10 girls out. That number seems insane to me. You know why? Because every time I'm in public, there's never an in with anybody. The girl at the checkout is the closest thing that maybe might happen, and she's always shoving my change into my hand and telling me, have a good day, as fast as humanly possible. Like, she's got my shit in the cart, fucking checked out, before I can even open my mouth to say hello to her. And she's like, it's $75. I go, have a good day. Fuck. No ins. Red pill guys, stop telling guys to ask people out. There's no opportunity. I just bit my fucking lip. Ouch! God! That fucking hurt. Let's find out more about all the sex I'm not having.
Bro. It's like such a chain of events.
Opportunity. I just bit my fucking lip. Ouch! God!
Bro.
That fucking hurt. Let's find out more about all the sex I'm not having. Ah! God!
Holy fuck, man. Just that whole chain of events.
Her. And she's like, it's $75. I go, have a good day. Fuck. No ins. Red pill guys, stop telling guys to ask people out. There's no opportunity. I just bit my fucking lip. Ouch! God! That fucking hurt. Let's find out more about all the sex I'm not having. Ah! God!
I mean, what a wild quote. I just bit my lip. Ow! Let's talk about all the sex I'm not having. Dude.
Where the fuck was I? Enormous and oppositional forces powered by changes in politics and technology that no birds and the bees talk can fix. On one side, there's the sexual conservatives who convert.
But yeah, there you go. Those are the 2 timestamps I thought were the best. This whole section of him reacting to this article is super fucking unhinged, though. Oh my god, man. But yeah, those were the 2 best moments by far. Prime with the 5, give this man an unregistered firearm right now. Nah, bro, he's already got 2 on either side of his shoulders. 2 based for this world, I know. Oh my god. Okay, bro, this actually broke my heart. I had to pause on the s'mores because it hit the child within me. I can't bear to see you in pain like this. Damn, bro. I was wondering if this comment was going to last, but yeah. Juck the fuse. What does that mean? Who are the fuse and why do you want to juck them? That transition is a 10 out of 10. He should be on a fucking sing. I know, dude. It was just a wild couple of seconds there. Here, I'll do it one more time.
Shoving my change into my hand and telling me, have a good day, as fast as humanly possible. Like, she's got my shit in the cart, fucking checked out, before I can even open my mouth to say hello to her. And she's like, it's $75. I go, have a good day. Fuck. No ins. Red pill guys, stop telling guys to ask people out. There's no opportunity. I just bit my fucking lip. Ouch! God! I can't afford this shit! That fucking hurt. Let's find out more about all the sex I'm not having. I can't afford this shit!
Oh my god. It's just, it's priceless, dude. Holy fuck. Ow! I just bit my fucking lip. Holy shit. Prime with the 5. Oh wait, I read that. Why is it, dude, it's up there twice. Fuck this thing. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. How much gaming did I miss? Just got here. Not much at all, man. We were just going through the Steam bummer sale. So just bought some stuff on that, but that's really all that's happened thus far. No gaming. We just watched that clip that you just saw. And Z-Her with the 5. Sup, Griffin, the Nintendo Switch hate is getting absurd. It's beyond not liking the price of a console or game. Oh, it's pure desperation. It's pure desperation. Steam hitting wall. Exactly. You know? I gotta go broke to buy video games, but 'tis the life of a gamer, right? Raymond isn't much older than me. It's so fucking over. He's 37, right? It's not over until you get like this at the very least, so just don't spurg out on the internet and it's not over for you, bro. Just amass some cash and you can get a woman that's significantly younger than you. Yeah, the entirety of his channel is basically him bitching about the fact that he can't get laid. That's like the entire premise of his channel. It's fucking great, man. It's hilarious. Like, he just goes absolutely fucking batshit insane on every single topic he talks about. For the most part. Especially anything relationship related. There was one video of his I saw, I don't remember which one it was. And he was basically telling a story about how he used to work with women, and after he was done for the day, he could barely control himself from busting on the fucking subway home because of the sexual tension of interacting with the women. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, that's not something you need to fucking share. I don't remember what video it was. I wish I would have fucking, I wish I would have, like, wrote it down, but... Yeah, he goes like, that's a dark place I just got to. And it's like, bro, I don't even know if that's dark. That's just like, that's some shit that didn't need to be told to anybody. Yeah, 8 years ago is what he says is the last time he got laid. And it was with some girl he went to high school with. And she was, like, recently divorced, and she was banging, like, 5 of his classmates at the same time. So, like, basically, this chick he knew in high school, got married out of high school, then got a divorce, and then, you know, 8 years ago was going on her greatest hits tour, I guess. Going and fucking all the dudes that she went to school with. And Raymond was lucky man number 6. So, yeah. But that's the last time he ever had sex, and he's, like, just ever since raged about it. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, BRB, helping out my friend Brett to destroy on COD. Well, good luck to you, man. Good luck in your endeavors. Hasn't had ass since 2013 PWR style? I guess so, man. If your high school crush did that, would you tap? Not if she was banging 6 other guys at the same time. That'd be weird. Nah. When was the last time Griffin had sex? It's been 87 years. I don't know how many years they say in Titanic, but just go with that. '84. All right, I was close. Close enough. But yeah, there you go. I just wanted to share those 2 clips. I like this version of Delfino Plaza. Biggest simp? I'm not the biggest simp. If only he could be as happy about life as PWR. I know. That's PWR's tard strength. Raymond, unfortunately, has, like, a pretty high level of intelligence. So, you know, they say the smarter you are, the unhappier you are. Which is actually kind of true. You know, dumb people have more fun because they don't think about shit. They just do it. Whereas people who are smarter, you know, don't have as much fun because they tend to overthink everything. Retard man. Yeah, it's like, you know, the fucking goy slob phenomena. You know, you have people who actually enjoy, like, modern slop movies and video games and stuff, and it's like, damn, I kind of envy that a little bit. To just be that fucking retarded that you can actually enjoy that shit, but at the same time, I'm glad I don't. Because I don't want to give the people who make it money. Yeah, Dreamcast guy is a fucking tard enjoyer. We just finished watching a video, so I don't know what you mean doing nothing. Would you go on the PWR lifestyle if you got unlimited amount of money each year, no ass, no kids to leave the money to? So if I just did it for 1 year, I would get the money, though. Because if I got unlimited money each year, I would just spend the year buying as much shit as I wanted, and then I'd be good. So yeah, I would do that. I already don't have a life, according to y'all. I don't have a wife. I don't have friends, and I sure as shit don't have hope. So, there you go. I'm already living it. So...
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
Nah, Apollo is my property. Hog Snorts is 15 bucks. That's worth picking up. I really liked Hog Snorts. I thought it was good. I guess we can just watch videos. I don't know. I'm not really inspired to game. Maybe we'll do it later. Because all the stuff I bought on the Steam sale is not good to stream. It'll lead to mass complaining, so... Alright, I guess we can watch this one first and see how it goes. The problem with women. Let's see what this is. Why is it playing? I didn't click play. Fuck you. Alright. Should I leave the Mario Kart music on? For like background audio or not? No? Alright. I'll turn it off.
Daycare is out of control.
Oh god, I saw this video today. Jesus Christ. Hold on, let me just speed it up a little bit.
Big girl job. Can't wait to find out what it is. You know your job must be important when there's literally no one in the office.
Yep, Jewish daycare going hard as fuck.
Consumed a beverage, turned a laptop on and swizzed around in a chair. And it's lunchtime. Ethics concern training. Sure, that's vitally important. Hard day at the office. Same woman. Literally the same video, only this time she somehow appears to do even less work.
Vogue. It's giving Madonna. Vogue. It's giving life. Go.
Do even less work.
Vogue. It's giving Madonna.
Of course she has scribble tats, bro. With the 1,000 cock stare and everything.
Vogue. It's giving life. Goals. It's giving Mariah. Diva. It's giving...
Hard day at the office. Another day, another dollar. Another hard day.
This has to be fake. This has to be fake. This is like some empty office space that she has access to.
At the office.
Welcome to Congressional Staffer Talk, where we are slowly crashing out because WTF is actually happening in the 119th session of Madness. So many jobs, I swear, are fake. Office jobs are just daycare for women to make sure that they
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
don't
out.
start a family and become a wife and mom. Look at her slippers that she's wearing at work, dancing on the table. And she thinks she's important, you know? She thinks that her job matters.
The smart-ass staffer, BLM, Free Palestine. American taxpayers, you're literally funding this. Casework? What work are you actually doing, besides recording literally hundreds of TikTok videos on the job?
Appeal granted 100,000 retroactive check and 60% SC rating and partial. What the fuck? Permanent housing for single father and disabled veteran.
Right, so you filed 4 pieces of paperwork. Hard day at the office.
It's my first day of training in DU as a consultant for Deloitte. I woke up at 6 a.m. to grab
Oh god, the Deloitte people. Did you guys hear about Deloitte? They gave away $1,000 Lego gift cards to all their employees recently. For, you know, mental wellness. Everybody got a $1,000 Lego gift card who works at Deloitte for their mental health.
Coffee. Then I went to get breakfast with some of my friends.
Food.
Here's one of the coffee bars.
Coffee.
We did some team bonding exercise.
There it is! The Legos!
With some of my friends.
Food.
Here's one of the coffee bars.
Coffee.
The fucking Legos! Because I think they did, like, they're a consulting company, so I think they did consulting work for Lego, and it was, like, part of the deal. There's the fucking Legos, bro.
We did some team bonding exercises.
Team bonding exercise. They're playing with Lego. It's a nursery.
So here are some of the things I had for dinner.
More food.
Towards the end of the night, it's now 8 p.m. We have more team bonding exercises.
More nursery.
Let's have some ice cream.
More food. Hard day at the office.
This is a day in my life as a product designer at Meta.
Yeah, it's literally Jewish daycare, bro. I'm telling you.
Finished lunch with some gelato, and then we went exploring and found a music room.
Literally what they have in nurseries. Hard day at the office. Finally get a job. Average of 7 to 8 Zoom meetings per day. Woman to man ratio is at least 10 to 1.
Gen Z boss and a mini. Gen Z boss and a mini.
What work are these women even doing? In between eating, drinking, making cringe TikToks and behaving like toddlers in a creche that can't and won't be replaced by AI within 10 years. Feminists told women that this girl boss careerism would be an exciting, cut and thrust, liberating experience. And what is it in reality? Turning up to a mostly empty office, fiddling around in a wagey pod doing fuck all, and having an endless procession of pointless meetings.
Then we had back-to-back sessions for a few hours. We had some very cool brainstorming sessions. My teammates are such talented, thoughtful people. We had more back-to-back meetings.
So talented and thoughtful and vibrant and diverse.
Until the end of the day.
It's a question I've heard so many times before. Paul, you're nearly pushing middle age. All right, rude. How come you look 10 years younger than you are? Only 10.
I'll get an ad.
Just get a nice workout in. At around 7 a.m. I'm getting ready at the locker room. Getting breakfast at this really cute cafe at 8 a.m. Got some crepes, iced Americano, which is so good. And at around 8:20 I got to work. I usually get a snack at around 10 a.m. And today I forgot a charging cable, so I went to the vending machine to get one. And 11:30 is usually when I eat lunch. I got a whole hodgepodge of things including pizza, and this is the view that I like to eat with. At 12 o'clock I get some more caffeine and just spend the afternoon doing some more work. I like to de-stress.
Wow, it's the
including pizza, and this is the view that I like to eat with. At 12 o'clock I get some more caffeine and just...
It's the typical corporate Asian mid, bro. This is the cookie cutter corporate Asian mid. All too common.
Spend the afternoon doing some more work. I like to de-stress at the end of the day, and today I booked a massage appointment, so I have that for an hour and then go home at 5:30.
Big life update. I got laid off yesterday.
Well, I'm sure.
Let's go!
Sure, her industrious hard work will be sorely missed.
Day in my life working from the Google LA office.
Oh, another Asian mid. Here we go.
I always grab some candy from the reception before heading in. This used to be an old aircraft hangar. Next, I'm going to pass by these art installations. They're a really good photo op. I'm going to head to the coffee shop to grab some coffee, and then I'm heading over to this butterfly themed room to take my first meeting. It's so sparkly and beautiful in here. And I'm going to grab my two favorite drinks, which is this green tea and coconut water. Next, I'm going to go upstairs and grab some lunch. They always have pizza and a variety of different vegetables and meat. The food is always...
Of course, she has scribble tattoos, too.
It's really good. And of course, everything you see in the office is free. On my way out of the cafe, I ran into a doogler, which is a dog googler, and ran into some ghosts. When they were renovating the office, there were a lot of spooky stories from the crew. So there's a whole area in the office where you can listen to them. Then I got more work done and headed over to the massage chairs to wrap up my day. Let me know what...
Wow. So much shareholder wealth being generated right there.
You want to see next.
You doing some actual work.
A day in my life getting laid off at Google.
Another
Let's go!
Replaceable loss.
Welcome to a day in my life as a Twitter employee. So quickly scheduled one of these little pod rooms.
Oh, good. We definitely know she's fired.
Which were so cool. They're literally noise canceling. Took my meeting, got ready for lunch. Look how delicious this food looked. Then made my way down to this log cabin area. I don't know what this is, but it was really cool. Played some foosball with my friends to kind of unwind a bit. Also found this really cool meditation room that I thought was super neat. I didn't do any yoga, but they have this yoga room if you are a yogi. So had some red wine that's on tap. Went up to the rooftop and just honestly enjoyed the beautiful weather.
Hard day at the office. The elephant in the living room is the eternal question. Are these pampered adult daycare jobs making women happier? Happier than they were decades ago when
Nope, 60-something% of them all are on fucking antipsychotic drugs or some shit.
Traditional gender roles established men as the primary breadwinners, happier than they were when their time was primarily devoted to finding a good husband and raising children in the home. A real job which is far more fulfilling, important and valuable than showing up to an empty, soulless office to fill in banal spreadsheets, engage in meaningless Zoom calls, in between consuming a seemingly limitless amount of caffeine and pretentious health food. Are they happier?
Our survey said...
Depression in women doubled since the 1970s as they try to have it all. Antidepressant use amongst adult US women has surged since the 80s. It doesn't look like...
It's even higher now.
As they try to have it all. Antidepressant use among...
If you look at this number for women under 40, it's like 60% have been diagnosed with a mental health disorder that they're actively being treated for. It's fucking insane, bro. Like, the majority of women that are like of prime marriage age or dating age are literally all on a bunch of fucking SSRIs and shit.
amongst adult US women has surged since the 80s. It doesn't look like they're much happier, does it? Feminists told women they could have it all, when in reality their attempt to have it all by climbing the corporate ladder is the very thing that puts men off from wanting to have relationships with them. Dating is the only thing you can put 10,000 hours into and end up right where you started. Katie Kerr, she was 30 and runs a leadership coaching startup out of New York City. A vital role, I'm sure, ramped down her search for a husband after many of the men she dated either seemed turned off by her ambition or weren't career-oriented enough for her. So you're saying men are turned off by women who act like men? No, surely not. Men, where have you gone? Please come back. It's not men who have gone, it's women who've gone to their shitty corporate job to make themselves feel more important, pissing around all day playing with Lego and milking the inane perks for social media clout, a replaceable cog in the machine which will dispense with them at the first available opportunity. They trade a lifetime of organic joy and soul-nourishing motherhood for 10 years of arrested development, extended adolescence in a high-rise infantilized corporate HQ that treats them like pampered children, abandoning everything that makes them attractive to good men in the first place, then hit 30 after sleeping around for a decade, embarking on hundreds of worthless Tinder dates, still single, and then they wonder where all the good men went. Single women own millions more homes than single men in the US, and the gap is only growing. Homes filled...
Gee, I wonder why single women own millions more homes than single men. Can anyone take a guess why that would be the case? Anyone have a, little idea of why that might happen? Why are women who are single owning more homes than men by the millions? Yeah, exactly. Divorce. Wow, isn't that incredible? Who would have guessed?
Filled with what? Empty wine bottles? You rig the entire economy to supplant men with women. Denigrate men as worthless, toxic trash. Remove the very thing that gives them self-worth, confidence and integrity, being the breadwinner. Then wonder why men are turning into reclusive losers and women are turning into lonely depressives. But hey, at least you got to live in a pod, work in a pod, wear a designer pantsuit and glibly status signal to your followers on TikTok.
Yeah, go back to your Jewish daycare, ladies. You're needed in your cubicle. Let's see. Oski Boski with the 10. Put the fucking music back on, but lower it a bit. I'm keen. Alright, I'll put it on for a little while. See how it goes. Sneed Feed with the 14 months. Oh, wait. Let's see. Where is it?
Give me monies!
Also, how's it going today? It's fine. It's fine, I guess. Just another day on the grind, man. Not really anything notable or exciting, but, it do be like that. Alright, we'll see what this is. It's probably gonna be some Zoomer shit. Juan sent it, so... It's gonna be some zoomy slop, most likely, because it's got, what's this movie? Oppenheimer.
One generation is bound to experience the most life-changing events in history. And so far, it's looking like Gen Z is fitting the boot. Okay, maybe that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but can you blame me after all the things we've had? Most of us were born around the time or after one of the most devastating terror attacks in modern times happened. We saw our parents trying to keep their sanity during the 2008 financial crisis. As soon as we stepped out into the real world as adults, everything decided to shut down because of COVID in 2020. We've been having drills since we were 5 at school in case a lunatic comes in and mows the whole school down. And now to add the cherry on top, we may be running back to draft and being put on the warfield. Excuse me, I meant you guys may be running back to draft and on the warfield. I just found out I'm highly on the spectrum, so unfortunately that means I can't qualify. But good luck, future soldiers. I'll give y'all each a high five and you can have fun on the battlefield. It's crazy how Gen Z is kind of running back what millennials had. Because millennials had a war growing up with a terrible economy and had to worry about if they could even afford a house. But man, at least they had...
Millennials? Bro, you could definitely afford a house if you're... What age group is millennials? I don't know the whole generation thing. 81? Bro, they can definitely afford to buy a house. The fuck? Housing didn't get too insane until the COVID lockdowns. Like, housing prices were pretty normal until COVID came along.
Good music coming out. What the f do we have for these turmoil times? Oh, Mabu? I don't think I really have to explain too much what's going on. If you don't keep up with the news, you've probably seen the memes already about hitting 360 no-scopes on the battlefield. But the United States of America officially got involved with the Israel and Iran conflict and decided to drop 3 bombs on what they say is their nuclear sites. But of course, That's just a theory. A game theory. All right, I'm sorry. I feel like I need to take these matters more serious. Now, I'm not going to say too much of my personal opinion on it and break this down like it's a 5-hour political podcast. I usually say and talk about things more on stream, so definitely go follow me on there in the second channel. But it's not surprising that everyone is scared online and doesn't know what's going to happen. You know, in the past, you usually didn't have a president tweeting that they bombed a country, then posting a low PNG photo of the American flag right after. This is definitely the worst time to be the ripe age of 18 to 25 because we going first if the draft happens. Unfortunately, high school class of 2025, you only got a couple of seconds of freedom before you work this. I've been thinking to myself for a while, in a hypothetical unlikely scenario of them actually doing a draft, the government doesn't realize that
it would not work with Gen Z.
Gen Z has got to be the worst generation for them to try and get on the war train with them. And this isn't even mentioning about all the femboys and furries we got. Not even talking about how half of us are either morbidly obese or twigs. One of the main reasons I think war wouldn't work with Gen Z is because the propaganda age of America is officially dead. And not just America, any country that has some form of free press is absolutely—
They're not going to even need to draft people. We're in the drone warfare age anyway.
The reason why people back then were so patriotic and would do anything to be in the army in war times, you had kids who were in high school lying about their age so they could serve in the army, was because so many people trusted what the politicians said and how the media said things. Politicians were treated as saintly—
No. It's because we used to actually have a country. We used to be a homogenized, singular culture society that wasn't literally invaded for the past 30 to 40 years.
Figures that would never do bad for the American people, because why would they? They sit on podiums and do cool speeches about us fighting for our democracy and freedom. And now we look back at certain conflicts America got in and realize that there was no point in us being there. Like, almost nobody nowadays thinks the Vietnam War was something America needed to get involved in. And it's crazy how the #1 superpower for military and all things—
Nobody back in the day thought— What the fuck type of revisionist history is this shit? Nobody in the Vietnam War thought it was a war that we should have been involved with. The Vietnam War was one of the most highly protested events in the history of America while it was happening. It's not that people looked back on it and goes, oh yeah, we shouldn't have been involved. No, literally people back in the day thought we shouldn't have been involved. It's like one of the most controversial wars ever.
Things. Lost to that were setting up Looney Tune ad traps in the ground. Also, the Iraq War is universally seen as a dumb war that shouldn't have happened by people now. Like, even Trump and Obama agree on that. That's probably the only thing they agree on. The reasons why these work, though, is because it was so much easier to push propaganda in the past. Like, in the Vietnam War, they were playing TV ads saying this was all about freedom and nothing else. Taking ads out the newspaper saying the only way to be a man is by getting drafted to war. And at the time, before social media, everyone basically believed it because that's all that was shown. There wasn't anyone—
No, what the fuck is he talking about? No, you fucking idiot. It's just like World War II. FDR had to do a fucking, planned attack on the U.S. at Pearl Harbor to try and convince the American public to get into World War II. Nobody has ever wanted to go to the war in the U.S.'s history. We have always been an isolationist nation. What the fuck is he talking about?
With major platforms that would go against it because they would get censored, and everyone watched media through a few news channels which would all say the same thing. During the Iraq War, though, that's when you first started seeing people actually start speaking up about things, saying, hey, maybe going into—
What? We first started seeing people speak up about— This guy's a fucking idiot.
And murdering innocent civilians and committing war crimes isn't a good thing, just maybe. But social media was still in its baby phases at the time it was going on, so there was still a lot—
This guy is an absolute fucking idiot.
Of enthusiasm for
you
it.
Can literally go on Google and find hundreds of hours of Vietnam protests of people like literally filling up Washington D.C. protesting the war.
But now with Gen Z, we grew up in the most free era of social media. No one would go because everyone would know it would be another lie that the government—
Oh god, we're living in the most free era of No, we are not. No, we are not. Social media is worse propaganda than anyone could ever comprehend.
And the military's numbers have already been dropping more than ever. People have been making fun of it because they be trying to recruit soldiers anywhere they can now. They've been seen at anime cons. They got whole Twitch channels now. They even got them at NBA games now. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm watching my Glorious King LeBron putting up 40 points and a military sergeant comes up to me like—
LeBum.
Hey son, this game sure is great, right? Have you ever thought of the game of fighting for your country? Like, get the f out my face, bro. I'm watching LeBron. Even if there was a chance it was true and we were rightfully defending ourselves from evil, the US government has lost so much trust in the public, no one would believe them. I don't know a single man I've asked in Gen Z that said they would actually go if they got drafted. Most would rather just take the prison time or fine than go. And looking at it in the long run, it's not even that bad. It's 5 years in prison max if you don't go. So it's either you get 5 years max in prison for not going and stay alive, or go and potentially get obliterated on the battlefield by a missile straight to the head. Hey man, I don't know about y'all, but I'm throwing a party in that prison for every day we've not in the warfield. I got a friend that served in the military for a couple of years, and even Even he said nowadays he'd rather take the prison time. Also, the younger generation has realized we don't want to fight a war because of a politician's beef. Like, why don't y'all fight it yourselves? Why I gotta grab the military equipment while you sit on a plane watching from above drinking champagne? They should host a boxing match every year for world leaders, and whoever wins, their country gets the most benefits for that year. Looking at
all I can say is
they're not sending their best.
Better leader for now, though. Yeah, we might be losing for the next couple of years if that happens. Also, growing up in this age, we've gotten exposed to how badly these war injuries leave people. This right here might be the sole reason Gen Z would never join in. There's always a chance you could end up with one of those. People in war lose body parts I didn't even know was possible to lose. The day I'm at war and they try to obliterate my meat, the whole place is getting torn out. They should have tried to stop those images from coming out.
Oh my god, this is fucking insufferable.
Because who the hell would want to potentially get involved in a war after seeing pictures like that? And it's
Christ,
crazy because
man.
it can happen at any moment to you on the warfield. One day you're chilling in the breezy weather of Iraq in 115-degree weather. You're
I don't know who the fuck watches this in their free time. Like, you actually have to be retarded. Even if I was a child, I would have been insulted by this.
Then you look to the right and see a man with 20 cc's of C4 strapped to his chest running to you at Usain Bolt speed. And now you end up looking like Two-Face back at home. I'm not sitting here and saying all of America's wars were unjustified though. Like, I always appreciate the veterans out there who fought, because most of the time, even if the war ended up being unjustified, a lot joined to fight for justified reasons and what they were told, and then felt bad when they realized it was a lie. And also for World War II, America was justified in a lot, like, let's be real, mainly making sure Adolf didn't end up owning the world. But like I said, no matter how justified a conflict may be, the trust is gone from the public.
I think he would have been a better master.
It'll take a real hard campaign to have the youth agree the government is totally not lying in what they're saying. And the president we have now is totally not a liar.
Hold on. There we go.
Right? One thing I can promise you this. I will always tell you the truth.
He don't even believe that himself. Do you see his face? He was probably holding back a laugh so hard in his mind. That's the thing that's most important in a war, having a person that the younger generation wholeheartedly trusts. It's a reason why a lot of dictatorships completely ban social media, because they can fully propaganda the younger generation to look up to the leader, and they're all...
This is a serious question. So if you look at the current state of North and South Korea, in the next, I think, 20 years, South Korea is set to lose 30 to 40% of its population. On the other hand, North Korea's population is growing year over year. Which is the better system of government? Which one has ensured the survival of its own people? It's kind of an interesting question to think about. The North Koreans are still having kids. Their population's still going to exist. At the current rate, the South Korean, quote-unquote, free democracy is literally going the route of extinction. So it's kind of interesting to think about. Do people thrive better in a more authoritarian system or a, free market, democratic society? So, kind of an interesting case study because both countries were formed at the exact same time. So they're directly comparable, plus they're the exact same ethnicity. So you have two countries of Koreans, both formed at roughly the same time. One has been completely isolationist and has kept within its own borders and has like a iron-fisted dictator. The other one is basically the most, free market country in Asia. Has, modern day capitalism and democracy. Well, one is on the path to extinction. The other one is doing fine population-wise. So, kind of interesting to look at from that perspective. North Korea will have a future. South Korea, at this rate, is going to have to be culturally enriched by the globalist in order to survive. But somehow that'll tank it even further. I wonder why.
All gonna believe in them. Even having someone that they trust is hard, but having someone that the younger generation doesn't trust, yeah, it's gonna be damn near impossible for the government to try to get us on the war train with that. No matter your view on Trump, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that most of Gen Z does not have a good view on him. You take a room of 10 of us, and I would say at least 8 people are gonna say they don't like him. And look, like I've said in the past, I'm not even one of those—
Yeah, you're wrong. This guy's fucking dead wrong. Like I said, I would be insulted watching this even as a child. This dude's a fucking idiot.
That's a Trump hater.
Gen Z is like one of the most pro-Trump generations out there, believe it or not.
24/7 and spends all day writing hate articles on him. But if you truly think the younger generation would fully be behind him declaring a war on another country, you're delusional. Bro, we just had protests around the whole country against what he's doing. And because he's commander-in-chief and can set whatever war policies he wants, I would not trust what the f this would implement. Like, what if he implements a policy where if your meat is smallest, you gotta be the first to go because you probably can't repopulate the population?
Dude, it's so funny! Trump's gonna make a penis policy!
God fucking damn, bro. This is just literally retard shit.
Population after it drops from all the casualties. All of us would be
Literally the funniest shit ever, bro.
Like, I don't know if I can trust the man leading the war that says this on stage.
Because they asked me what I do, and I said, I'm gonna bomb the out of them.
Imagine he forgot there was a couple of soldiers on.
You don't trust a guy that says he's gonna bomb the shit out of him? Jesus Christ, bro. He's trying way too hard.
The warfield and threw one right in the middle of the fight. Also, another reason why the younger generation wouldn't be motivated to join in is because we really got nothing to look forward to and have no hope for an American dream. Our economy is still from COVID and inflation is still going on. No one can get a job on the mainland already. And most of Gen Z ain't gonna get a house in their lifetime. At least back then, when you fought a war, you had those things to look forward to. You came back and could work a shift as a cashier and buy a house in 2 years. Nowadays, instead of that, you're gonna come back and have no work available to you, probably still be living with your parents. All the femcells on Twitter and TikTok are gonna be laughing at the men dying on the warfield. And don't count on the government to help you either after. It's so sad to me that there's people out there that serve the country and help keep it alive, only for them to end up homeless with no help from the government. In what world should homeless veterans even be a thing, bro? We spend $880 billion on the military a year. Everyone who served in war should be eating good and kicking back for the rest of their lives. They did something that none of us wanted to do in the politicians and then got the end of the stick. If I was them, I would take back all of my service and stay my ass on the mainland. The government has tried to right those wrongs and make better benefits for people, but you still end up with people who got left behind and have nothing after. The only reason why I would even—
Well, most of them are addicted to drugs, so doesn't really matter. Well, the thing is, FBI is most people, especially disabled veterans, get a lot of great benefits. The problem is that a lot of them, because of the nature of their injuries or whatever it might be, get hooked on opioids and end up drug addicts that live on the street because they sell all their shit in order to, you know, pay for drugs. So that's the bigger issue, is the drug addiction. So unfortunately, no benefits will help that. Because, you know, being an addict is a choice. So the whole homeless veteran thing is primarily caused by drug addiction.
Even join, to be honest, is the benefits. I just have to sit there and pray that a war doesn't actually happen. Because for real, I'd only want the free insurance and vacations. The warfield is a different conversation. I'm gonna have to take my prison time for that game. Anyways, that's gonna be it. For anyone in Gen Z that's actually worried about a draft in war, I'm gonna let you know right now, there's about a 95% chance no draft happens. Like, first off, half of our paycheck if you live in the United States goes to the military. We spend $880 billion a year on the military, and Iran spends a whopping $10 billion. Their whole military operation would get wiped in like 2 nanoseconds if they actually tried to attack civilians. They would learn the true reason why we don't have free healthcare. The last thing they'd ever want to do is let all politicians put their political beliefs aside and let Congress come together and let Trump do whatever the he'd want to do in a war. It wouldn't matter if their allies got involved, which I don't think they would even do. They would have so much more to lose with Iran, like it wouldn't be worth it. Also, they wouldn't do it because I'm here. They know I don't play when I say leave us alone. Anyways, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. As always, I love you guys consensually. And until next—
No fucking thanks. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know how the fuck you can watch that type of shit. It's just insulting to the intelligence. Alright, we got
Hey there, Gabe Booster Cast Guy here, and today we're talking about...
Did we watch this one? Yeah, I think we did watch that one. Alright, so... I don't think we watched this one, right?
Hey there, Gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and we have some breaking news that is extremely bad. Xbox is just dead. There's not...
I think we did watch this one. I'm pretty sure we watched that. You guys remember if we did or not?
Hey there, Gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. This means shutting down studios. This means mass layoffs. This means people are straight up going to be gone. And it's weird because it has been...
I feel like we did. I don't think it matters because he's going to talk about it in this one, so... Yeah, he's going to talk about it here. Studio shutdown, so... It's probably redundant even if we didn't watch it, but I feel like we did. I think we watched this one and this one, but I'm not sure because they were uploaded on the same day, so I would imagine we did watch both. So we'll watch his Death Stranding review that he uploaded 12 hours after the game came out.
First Dream Cast Guy here, and today we're talking about Death Stranding 2 because so many people, it just feels like the coverage, the conversation, the reviews of this and stuff, they're just wrong. And I want to talk about why, because there is a fundamental aspect to Death Stranding that is so incredibly crucial. Connectivity. The fact that when you play Death Stranding 1 or Death Stranding 2, there is this bleed-through effect. These games are now out. If you play Death Stranding 2 right now on your PlayStation 5, you will see the fingerprints of other players, the graffiti they leave behind, the guns on the ground will have their name on it, or sometimes if you're just exploring some random desert, sometimes you find an abandoned vehicle that you can drive back to town. The roads that players are binding together to build, or hints on the ground and stuff like that. Death Stranding 2 is about every player silently marching towards that same goal. And the people that played this early access, I kind of feel like them skipping it is different. I want to talk about this game because honestly, every single part of it is just perfect. From the incredibly weird story to the really awesome graphics to the super addictive gameplay. Let's talk about Death Stranding 2 because I've been just super hooked on it. I've played 22 hours so far on my PlayStation 5 Pro, and I think that this is going to win some Game of the Year awards. I'm not sure it fully deserves that, but let's talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if...
It definitely does not. It definitely does not deserve Game of the Year, but I have a feeling Jeff Keighley will give it to it.
If you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I want to break this into that 3 separate chunks. I want to talk about the gameplay, the graphics, which obviously are literally the best graphics of all time, and finally the story in a spoiler-free fashion. But let's start with that combat. So, there was, of course, a lot of fighting in the original Death Stranding. There was boss fights, there were some pretty cool encounters, but this time around, it feels like there's more of a focus on the combat this time around. And I have to say that this is such a dramatic change that feels super, super interesting, which is that when you're looking at the gameplay of Death Stranding, a lot of it seems chill. You're just walking from place to place or driving a little vehicle. You're making deliveries, right? You know, that's the meme. People say that this is just a UPS delivery driver game. But in Death Stranding 2, there is a lot more stuff that you can choose to fight. So the way this game sort of works is it's broken down into episodes. I won't say how many, but there's a decent chunk of these episodes. And a lot of times they have these big mission chunks, a destination. Hey, Sam, we need you to connect this. We need you to go here. And once you get that objective, you're set out. You're given a destination and it opens up a map. But this map, I like the fact that it'll tell you all the hazards. Hey, here's a giant river. Here's a toxic tar pit. Here's where we're getting some ghost readings of the BTs, which are like the evil spirits that try to kill you.
Yeah, isn't this game literally about an organization called APAC that wants to institute, like, globalism? I saw somebody left a comment about that somewhere, which I don't know if that's actually the case, but apparently, like, there's a group in the game called APAC, and they're looking to institute globalism, essentially. Or a world government, I guess is a better way to put it. Which is pretty fucking ironic.
Oh, there's a bunch of bandits over here. And if you want, you can beat this game with almost no combat, other than obviously boss fights. You can choose to avoid so much. I actually decided to test it specifically. If you want, you can play the entire game entirely stealth. Times where you just slip past a bunch of the opponents. I once did a mission where I purposely did not bring a gun. I snuck into an enemy base and hacked this jammer so I could sneak past. It felt incredibly cool. But if you do choose to go guns blazing, you can do some crazy action. You can do side quests that unlock sniper rifles. You can do main quests that'll give you laser boomerangs and all sorts of stuff. But to me, I really just enjoyed going in, guns blazing and sniping people a lot because this very much feels like classic Metal Gear Solid or even Metal Gear Solid 5, which is that one of the things that works best about MGS 5 is when you could see a base off in the distance and you had time to pick out targets, to select each person. You can do that here. You can go up into one of the little watchtowers, you can construct stuff and then say, hey, there's 12 targets at these 4 tents. How can I take them all down as undetected as possible? The combat is so incredibly fun, but also something that I have to admit I was the most surprised about in a pleasant sense is that they are very good about just piling up the ammo. Like a lot of these guns don't have a ton of shots in them, but whenever you finish one of these missions, they give you full health, they refill your stamina, they give you a ton of grenades and stuff like that. I like the fact that if you choose to play this like Metal Gear Solid in Australia, you can do that. But if you want to be a bit more careful or a bit more sneaky, you can do that as well. Now, while you're playing this, it is still predominantly about deliveries. It's about going out there and trying to just survive that next big port. Our main character here, Sam Bridges, his job is a porter. In the world of Death Stranding, essentially, death can be deadly to everybody around you. If bodies are not properly disposed of and properly, well, basically destroyed, they can explode. We're talking actual nuclear explosion. It's called a void out. So this has led to a society that's incredibly terrified of everybody. They live in these very separate bunkers. So the most dangerous job on the planet is the porters, the people that actually manually carry stuff from base to base. Their job is basically to deliver medical supplies or things for their replicators. They can 3D print more stuff. And you, as Sam, your job in the second game is to do what you did to America in the first game, but now you're in Australia. And it's super cool seeing this new biome and stuff like that. But I also really just like the fact that they give you a vehicle.
Uh-oh. We got to connect, we have to connect FBI and his people.
way earlier on. You had to play,
man.
I don't even know, about 10 hours in the first game before they just gave you a car. This game, sometimes in games I feel like they give you a vehicle because there's not enough detail to environments. They want you to cruise past it. Every part of this game looks fantastic, and even when you do get cars or you're trying to traverse stuff and putting down ladders and crossing rivers, every single part of this just looks and plays so good. There's this fun sort of mental puzzle as you plan your route across rocks or through enemy camps or just trying to dodge evil ghosties. Every part of this looks and feels so incredibly good. And this is kind of what I feel like is the important aspect of why the reviewers have kind of missed the fun aspect of finding the remains of other players. Other people, the stuff they leave behind, the stuff they build is in your area. I think it's so cool. People will build like a storage locker, and then whenever you open it up, you can leave
It's just yet another walking simulator, man.
items behind your other players. There's this stuff called timefall. It'll basically rain down this rain, and when it touches stuff, it hyper ages. It'll actually rot your gear if you don't constantly put in like a preserving spray. There are these special umbrellas, timefall protection. I've had times where I was very desperate. I'm trying to deliver cargo that is incredibly delicate. If it gets damaged, it hurts my pay. And I would find a timefall umbrella that another player had left. That is so incredibly cool. It's such a unique experience to feel how the other players are also preparing for the worst. And I love that about it. But let's talk graphics. This is the best visuals of any game I've ever seen. Every tiny eyelash, every tiny blemish on people's skin, every micro expression. This is legitimately the best graphics I have ever seen in my life. Especially when it comes to all the environmental stuff. I've been in a rock slide avalanche. I've been trying to get through a forest that's currently raining meteors and catching on fire.
That does not look even close to the best visuals I've seen in the game at all. That does not even look that good.
I've gone through sandstorms that were so filled with tension and stuff. They actually have these static electricity lightning bolts. This game is so gorgeous. It has no load times. It has no pop-in. I legitimately do not understand how they did it. It's like, on a fundamental scale...
There was pop-in. We're at 8 minutes. Let's go back. I can show you pop-in right here in your own video. Ready? Watch this center part right here.
Games I feel like they give you a vehicle because there's not enough detail to environments. They want you to cruise past it. Every part of this game looks fantastic, and even when you do get cars...
Look at the textures there.
Or you're trying to traverse stuff and putting down ladders and crossing...
Look, do you see it pop in?
I want you to cruise past it. Every part of this game looks fantastic, and even when you do get cars or you're trying to traverse stuff and putting down...
Boom! Pop in. Oh, let's see. There it is. What's that called? Pop in.
Traverse stuff and putting down ladders and crossing rivers.
But look how low res the textures are right here. But as you get closer, what
Every
happens?
single part of this just looks and plays so good. There's this fun sort of mental puzzle as you play.
It starts to clear up a little bit. But yeah, there's definitely pop in.
Like, on a fundamental scale, I want to watch TED Talks or like director commentary to explain how this was possible. Because even when there's weird stuff like the giant boss fights, oh, it's a giant octopus summoned by a bunch of like red cloaked cultists. They show up, it looks so good, zero slowdown, a million things happening at once. I don't understand how this game looks so good. It truly feels impossible. This is my PlayStation 5 Pro gameplay here. This is the first time where it feels like a game that is built for PlayStation. Sony has admitted that a bunch of Sony developers and stuff help with this. I have no idea what secret dark magic made this game, but it seems absolutely impossible.
The Decima engine. It looks... I don't know. I still think Horizon Forgotten West looks better.
I mean, truly impossible. I love the way this game looks. But that brings me to the story. Now, this is going to be spoiler-free, but I want to talk about this because my one complaint about this game is that it does feel like Norman Reedus, the main character Sam, I still feel like he's a little bit even more emotionally blank in this game, and I feel like at times it doesn't work. There's a lot of times where when you're connecting people, your goal to connect all of Australia to the chiral network, to make it so that we can now share information, so we can share schematics and 3D printers, share supplies, basically rebuild society. We must reconnect. At times, I feel like the emotional impact should be more severe.
One race, the human race.
Some of the events
Hell yeah, dude.
in this game are so catastrophic, so beautiful, so terrible. Speeches as characters die a hero's death, or talking about the afterlife or purpose or things like that. They're so well acted, they're so well written, that when Sam doesn't even say, okay, there are times where the main character literally sees the most impossibly beautiful thing you've ever seen, and then he just straightens his backpack and keeps walking. I feel like it's that maybe they only had Norman Reedus for a certain amount of time, so they didn't want to record a reply to every single thing that happens, but at times I wish he reacted a bit more. But exploring Australia, it looks so good, and I also really like a lot of the new characters. A lot of people return and stuff like that, but a lot of the new characters, a lot of the new stuff, it's so absurd. I feel like it does a good job of bringing your guard down. Like, one of the new characters, it turns out that you're all working for, like, a mannequin, or the mannequin's not really who it is, but it's basically a person that talks to a mannequin in the center of your ship. You get calls from the mannequin, you run into George Mill.
Whoa, whoa, dude, it's so quirky and cool.
Miller, the director, George Miller, director of Mad Max, is in the game as your guy Tarman who drives your underwater flying tar machine. There's so much stuff in this game that is so ridiculously bizarre, and yet it also all fits together. I really do feel like you have to play the first game, and part of it is because you got to know a lot of these concepts like the BTs and chiral networks and all that stuff like that, but I do feel like a lot of it is kind of just to insulate your brain to understanding the chaos of Death Stranding 2, just the absurd chaos of every single moment of this game. I love this game. I just feel like it is so incredibly strange. And I feel like there's just not enough games like this these days. I'm glad I bought this. I'm glad I'm playing it because really, it's cool to go against like a dark universe version of Solid Snake. It's cool to see all this like Kojima weirdness. It's nice to play a game that is so weird and so visionary, even if I feel like some people are kind of missing the point. But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. Honestly, I'm loving Death Stranding 2. I feel like I'm on chapter 12 of 17, so I'm definitely deep into it now. I just wanted to talk about it because honestly, I love it. How do you feel about Death Stranding 2? And specifically, do you have a PlayStation 5 Pro? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Thanks.
Yeah, there's already enough walking cutscene simulators in the gaming industry. Every single Sony first-party game fits this exact same fucking, oh, shit.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast here. And today we're talking about Death Stranding 2 because so many people, it just feels like the coverage, the conversation, the reviews of this and stuff, they're just wrong. And I want to talk about why, because there is a fun...
It glitched out. Well, I guess we're going to watch this.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here. And today we're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 because this...
Remember how he said, I can't wait to never talk about this piece of shit again.
Thing continues to get into so much drama, but today Nintendo has officially replied to the backlash, but their response, it's honestly kind of pathetic. So of all the issues with the Nintendo Switch 2, the bad emulation, the lack of good launch games, the poor quality,
the lack of good launch games. This fucker's made an entire video soying out about Donkey Kong Bonanza. What the fuck are you talking about, the lack of good launch games? Your ass literally made a video soying the fuck out over one of the launch games. Holy fuck, man. I really can't.
There's been a lot of issues with it, but one of the things
there really haven't been many issues with it. My Switch 2 has worked perfectly.
I think people have been the most vocal about, something that Nintendo felt the need to reply to, is the game card key issue, which is that
what's the issue?
Historically, when you buy a Nintendo Switch 1 game or a Nintendo Switch 2 game, it would be physical. It'd be an actual...
Yeah, not always, though. A lot of times it was code in the case or required download.
Thing. You're paying $70 or $80 for this cart, for some cool art, for a box, and when you put it into your system, it immediately works. Literally, you pop it in and you can just click it and says, hey, are you ready to play? Hell yes. That's it. This is the entirety of it. There is no install. There's no internet connection required. This is a future-proof product. Now, the problem has been that with the Nintendo Switch 2, 70% of the entire library is not real. It's fake. None of them...
It's not real. That's right, guys. The games don't fucking exist
whatsoever. Meaning the fact that a is not real. It's fake. None of them exist whatsoever. Meaning the fact that...
Yeah, none of the games exist at all, guys. It's just an illusion.
A lot of these games that historically have been great for physical collectors, now the boxes are essentially fake. And thankfully, people have been voting with their wallet. There's actually been a measurable decrease in Nintendo Switch sales. People are...
Wow. Who would have guessed that when a console first comes out, third-party ports don't do super well? It's almost like, I don't know, people already bought them on other platforms, or they bought a Nintendo Switch for first-party Nintendo games. Shocking.
People aren't buying these Switch 2 game card keys because why are you going to buy a game that isn't actually there? Why are you going to buy...
Why would you buy... Alright, motherfucker, why would you buy a digital game then? It's not really there. Why do you always soy out for the Steam Deck constantly? The game's not there, dude.
What is basically an empty box for full price? Well,
remember when he held up his copy of LA Noire on the Switch, which is literally an empty box? And now he's saying, why would anyone buy that? You bought it. on the Switch 1. And probably many other games as well.
This morning at 2 a.m., there was an investor briefing where Nintendo basically sat down with a bunch of different people that pay the bills, and they're allowed to ask questions. What's the
Investors don't pay the bills.
Future of Nintendo's plans? And somebody actually asked, hey, I have been investing in Nintendo because you guys do great physical games and make great profit, to be honest.
Nintendo still does do physical games. Not a single Nintendo game is on keycard.
What are you going to do about the crazy backlash? What are you going to do about the fact that people are measurably not buying third-party stuff? Let's take a look at the reply and a lot of the angry responses, because Nintendo basically said they'll get over it, and people are not thrilled. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, the original inspiration for this video is that I'm noticing that anytime you mention that something is a game card key for Switch 2, it's met with immediately backlash, because a lot of games now are in this spot where stuff that's upcoming, Little Nightmares 3, I like Little Nightmares 1 and 2. I'm not sure how thrilled I am about Nightmares 3. This game is physical on Xbox, it's physical on PlayStation 5, and it is a game key card only on the Nintendo Switch 2. And what are all the replies? Basically people saying, great, no thanks, waste of plastic, waste of cards. So what is this? Why is it that these things are being met with such instant backlash? I think it's the fact that a lot of people are annoyed that everything before this, historically, Nintendo have been the kings of physical.
They still are. Every single Nintendo game for the Switch 2 is on the cartridge. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Bert with the 2, he has an interesting book collection. Yeah, I have no idea what it is, but he definitely has a bunch.
You can say you like Nintendo Switch because it has the controller you enjoy or the screen you enjoy or you like playing on the go, but I do think that a big part specifically that a lot of people have attached to is that sense of physical ownership. I can buy a game.
Then why do you like your Steam Deck?
I can put it on my shelf and it exists. It exists forever.
Ew, he has a PAL version of fucking... What the hell?
Game. I can put it on my shelf and it exists.
Disgusting.
Exists.
Why would you have a PAL version of Mario 3D World?
It exists forever. I can play it. I can love it. I can pop it in and just enjoy it. Nobody has to worry about online servers or server crashes or connectivity. You can just pick it up and play it anytime, anywhere. That is a good benefit. That is an undeniable benefit that now Nintendo with the Switch 2 has decided actually it doesn't matter. Now, Nintendo was asked about game key cards at the Nintendo annual shareholders meeting. One question mentioned they often hear third-party games do not sell well on Nintendo hardware and expressed concerns about game key cards, calling them a half-baked solution and not very appealing. They asked whether the game key card will deter people from third-party games, and Nintendo's response, I've seen people translating it a couple different ways. They phrased it in sort of a very prim and proper way, but basically they said that, hey, we have adopted game card keys because the storage capacity is larger than that of the original Nintendo Switch, and they'll continue to make efforts that third-party software is able to sell. Now, this is a stupid non-answer. They're basically saying these games are just too damn big. Again, this is definitely provably a lie. Now, the way this worked is that on the original Nintendo Switch, something they did that was undeniable.
That is not a lie. Plenty of games on the Switch 2 and on the Switch 1 will not fit on the full cartridge.
I believe a very smart move is that there were different sizes of cards, and they would cost a different amount of money. So, like this here, what I held up here, Grandia.
Yeah, the publishers don't want to pay for the format. So again, this is not a Nintendo problem. This is a developer problem.
Grandia 2 collection, this is not...
The nice thing is about the Switch is that they actually distinguish. They actually distinguish the difference. You know, if you buy a game on PS5, like, I don't know, any Ubisoft game, you think you're getting a physical copy, you put the disc in, and then it downloads the entire game off of PSN. So game key cards have already existed for a very fucking long time. And on the Switch 1, it was a worse format, which was code in a case. Now, at least you have a physical license you can sell, trade, or give to a friend or whatever to actually play the game. It's not linked to your account, and they're actually telling you up front.
A very, very big cart. It's actually a pretty tiny cart. So because of it, you could get a 12 gig, a 36 gig, a 60.
Let's see. So Kunamot with the 41 months. Soycast guy soying again. Yep. His new hatred, the Switch 2.
4 gig. And basically, that made it where your company could specifically order the cart that was the correct size, meaning that it was cheaper to produce, basically. Instead of always buying the biggest, heftiest cartridge for the highest price, you could buy the exact one to fit your needs. Whereas with the Switch 2, there's one cart size, and it's pretty damn big, but basically they're saying, if we're afraid it's not going to fit, we don't even try to get it to work. We just go, oh man, this is a really big HD game. Nintendo Switch 2 graphics are way better than Nintendo Switch 1 graphics. We're not even going to bother trying to put it on the cart. And a lot of people, from what I saw in their replies, people are like, bro, this is such a cop-out answer. None of the game collectors want game key cards. I hope third party realizes that they'll have lower sales going forward with these key cards. If they choose to boohoo for them, their loss. A lot of people are like, okay, this is the thing, is that a lot of people are extra annoyed, and this guy brings up a great point. The internal storage of the Nintendo Switch 2 is, I think, 6 times bigger than the Nintendo Switch 1. And they basically said they did that because this is like the default storage. I haven't bought like a memory card or anything yet, but they basically said because so many of these games are going to have to install, you're going to want to have that big extra beefy storage to actually hold the games, right? But a lot of people are annoyed because what that basically means is that all those game card keys, they're installing on this. So it's like, okay, so either
oh my god, you mean just like a fucking console?
Storage is always going to be full because I'm never going to be able to just pop in a key and play it, or I have to pay a lot more to get a premium actual physical.
So let me ask him a question here. So what's better, Dreamcast guy? You have the option to buy the physical key card that you can sell, you can trade, you can do whatever you want with it. Or would it just be better if every game was digital only? Like on your Steam Deck? Is an option a bad thing? Because you don't have to buy the key cards. You can just buy a digital if you want to. I don't understand how having an option is a negative thing, personally.
Game. Now, I want to...
Because if the key card option didn't exist, developers would just make their shit digital only. And then, you know, you would have nothing.
Take a look at this because I have seen stuff like this. This is Does It Play? I've recently become a fan of this account. It's an interesting account where basically it is people that are curious about what tech, specifically in the gaming space, works without an internet connection. If you buy a $70 PlayStation 5 game and pop it into a PlayStation 5 that's not connected to the internet, how far can you get? How far can you play? How much does the game actually physically exist? They've even been doing this with hardware. They basically are one of the people that figured out basically your PS5 Pro is kind of a brick without an internet connection, which obviously sucks. But they said this tells you a lot that they're evading the question about game key cards with that nonsense about storage space. Could have kept code in the box then, and no, being consumer friendly with the resale lending option wasn't the either. They would have milked that for the PR with no end otherwise. Essentially, they're saying that this is the thing. Nintendo realizes it is a problem. Undeniably, the fact that they're even talking about it publicly, they know this is a problem. But I also feel like it's to me, it's so disrespectful to their specific fan base. Like, I know some physical PS5 collectors, but not a lot. Whereas I know multiple people with massive Nintendo Switch collections. Specifically, there are people that say, yeah, I'll buy something digitally on sale on my PlayStation 5 or on Steam because I want to play it with good graphics, but something for my shelf, something that actually looks cool that I can hold forever, I'm always going to double dip and buy it physically on Nintendo Switch.
Okay, so wait. You want shelf filler, so you're going to buy the one platform that has the smallest case? Oh my god. This doesn't make any sense.
Without that actual physicality, a lot of people are like, okay, then why am I buying any Switch games, right?
You don't have to. You can buy the first-party Switch games.
Genuinely frustrated by the whole situation, but I'll stick to what I've always said. If it's on the OG Switch, I'll buy that version because at least I know it's on the cart. Games like Rune Factory and Cyberpunk, I'll happily support. Now, basically, these are two of the games that are actually physically on there, and this is a thing some people have noticed. With a couple games now, like Raidu Remastered, there is a physical version on Nintendo Switch 1, and there's a digital key card for the Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, because they don't want to pay for the Switch 2 card. I don't understand how this is hard to grasp. They're two separate cards. One costs a certain amount. The other costs another.
This is baffling. It shows the fact that Nintendo clearly has just lost the plot. The only efforts they need to make right now is smaller cartridge sizes. I seriously do not understand how the only option they have is that 64 gig cartridge when most games I see don't even go to nearly half.
Because they don't have the scale to produce that many yet. Once the Switch 2 is a matured product and they can go into full-scale manufacturing of different cartridge sizes, then that might change. But for right now, there's only one size because they're probably trying to minimize the cost of the cartridge. And the more you buy of one size, the cheaper it is.
Half that high. If this doesn't change, I think they're about to get a bunch more dire soon. I think Nintendo has put themselves in a strange position where clearly the idea of the Nintendo Switch 2 is to just maximize profit, in my opinion, in
You don't say.
the laziest way possible. Not that I'm saying it's the worst device, but I mean the fact that this is the least creative Nintendo thing ever. It is a straight upgrade. It's got bigger Joy-Cons, bigger screen, better graphics, right?
Wow, it's almost like it's called the Switch 2. Has this guy ever complained about the PS4 being a better PS3?
That's it. It's nothing creative, nothing super changing the wheel. They're just straight up trying to do it. And in their effort to do the safest, normalest, most profitable thing, I think that's also what's happening with these game key cards. We're not going to bother developing multiple tiers of game card. We're not going to bother with all that stuff. We're just going to say, buy it digital or buy it physical. But the physical version might still be digital. And if you don't like...
Okay, so what Nintendo game that you're buying physical is a game key card? None. This is purely a third-party problem, and if the key card didn't exist, these would be digital-only games.
Like it? Well, we know you'll still just eat it up. And to me, this is actually pathetic. The Nintendo Switch key card problem, I do think, is an actual problem, and I'm not sure how long it's going to take them to fix it. The fact that games that are coming out in October are already being announced as game key cards, I don't think this is a problem that's going to get fixed until the earliest of 2026. And to me, it's BS. These are some off-the-cuff thoughts, though. How do you feel about the Nintendo Switch 2 game?
Yeah, if Nintendo was doing it with their own first-party stuff, it'd be an issue, but they're not.
Key cart problem. Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
No.
I'll be honest, I'm super annoyed. Anytime I get a game that's digital on a physical cart, it feels like you're being scammed. I miss stuff like this. It's a physical box with an actual instruction booklet and little stickers. I'll be honest, I will pay way, 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 way more for an actual thing.
And this is why you're broke.
This even has flip art, so I have an alternate cover. Remember when games were physical? Ugh.
This is exactly why he's broke.
Hey there gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about Xbox because a bunch of leaks have come out in the last 12 hours that are they're terrible. They are so freaking bad. We're talking entire studios are about to be...
Yep, he was complaining about $80 games, so now he wants to pay more than $70 or $80 to get a physical edition with all the little special goodies, dude.
Closed. Xbox consoles are about to be taken off store shelves, there is multiple sources now that are claiming 10 to 20% of the entire Xbox workforce worldwide is about to get shuttered. Literally here in the next couple days. And I wanted to talk about this because I have to admit that the craziest part of this is that I keep seeing all these comments and discussions and stuff saying Dreamcast guy was right all along. And I have to admit that I'm sort of taken aback by this because I have been covering a lot of the slow death of Xbox, but to me it's always been painfully obvious. This big gamble. Microsoft's idea was instead of trying to sell you a $60 game or a $70 game, they would just get 20 million, 30 million, 100 million people to sign up for Xbox Game Pass. That instead of getting these big bursts of money, their idea was to do that subscription-based model. Instead of selling you a movie ticket, they're trying to sell you a Netflix subscription. And I mean, it's been very obvious that this would just never actually break even. But it's more than that. The failure of Xbox has just been so bizarre to watch, but I want to take a look at all the different sources today and go through a bunch of it because I do feel like at the end of the day, Xbox has been lying for years, and it's kind of interesting to see that reach the light of day. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this is the stuff. Everything we're going to look at here is literally leaks from just the last couple hours. Thank you to all the subscribers. So many people have been sending me this stuff, but Microsoft is about to see significant layoffs next week, per new reporting by The Verge. Now, these are leaks by Tom Warren. I've talked about that guy in the past. He is a very, I don't want to say like Xbox fanboy, but he is a guy that's done a lot of positive coverage, and I don't think he's biased. I think he is a guy that was very genuinely hyped about the idea of Game Pass and the future of Xbox hardware and Xbox handhelds and stuff. And I think a lot of his reporting has kind of come off as very melancholy, watching the Xbox experiment kind of go up in flames. Some employees fear entire studios are about to close. The Verge
That'd be funny.
Reports that Turn 10, the studio
I hope Ninja Theory gets shut down.
Behind Forza Motorsport is bracing for severe layoffs. Now, this to me feels especially insane because they just released Forza on PlayStation 5 and it was the top-selling game of the month. Like,
they didn't make that Forza. Dude, he is such an idiot. He really is dumb. Forza is not made by Turn 10 if you're talking about Forza Horizon. Forza Motorsport is made by fucking Turn 10. Not Horizon. Horizon is the one that got put on PlayStation. Completely different dev team.
That's not a joke. Forza, it is wild to think about the fact that a lot of these games that are being taken from Xbox and put on PlayStation 5 are selling absolute gangbusters. Oblivion Remastered, Grounded, Sea of Thieves, freaking the Gears of War remake. But I feel like Xbox is realizing that this whole idea of selling games third party, it's still not going to mathematically balance out. But let me get to that in a second. Okay, next up, Andy Robinson. This guy is one of the main writers. He's actually the owner of Video Game Chronicle, VGC. Big fan of that website. Can't confirm any specific details, and I imagine few could, but there's certainly a lot of negative chatter coming out of UK Xbox studios. For the sake of employees, I hope details are confirmed.
Dude, I wouldn't be shocked if Rare got gutted. That seems to be the most likely gut job to me. Turn 10 and Rare. Like, Rare announced that game Everwilds like 5 or 6 years ago, and they haven't even shown gameplay ever since. So it would not shock me if they got gutted.
Quickly, but I expect this will drag well into next week. Now, this is one of the things I've seen multiple people kind of sort of in that painful limbo where Xbox is now signaling to the management, we're about to send out a ton of pink slips. A bunch of people are going to be told to get out. A bunch of studios are about to get closed and stuff. So a lot of people are like, okay, do I keep working? Do I start packing my desk? Do I start getting ready to walk out? I truly want to say, beyond anything else, I feel terrible for the employees. I will never, ever, ever say the individual Xbox employees. I've had a chance to talk to a decent amount of them. They are passionate, hardworking, driven people who truly cared about their art. And now they're in a spot where, because of bad management, because of the Phil Spencers of the world and stuff, they're all losing their job. They didn't mess up. It's just, hey, the people at the top decided to do some stupid stuff, and now your lovely livelihood is now in jeopardy. This sucks. Now, here's the big tweet I've seen actually really going crazy viral, especially screenshots of it on Reddit and stuff. News has been reported of imminent Xbox layoffs, but I'm hearing internal developer level stuff where virtually every studio is anxious and worried that potential entire studios are going to be shuttered. Expectation is around 1,000 to 2,000 people. I think Xbox has about 10,000 people.
They should fire all 10,000 in my humble opinion. I mean, I guess you could leave id Software, but I don't think there's really much worth salvaging.
So about 10 to 20% is about to get dashed. Now, this guy is the co-founder of 3D Realms and Apogee. This guy is basically one of the creators of Duke Nukem. This guy knows a lot of stuff inside the industry. He's not just some random Twitter dude. This guy is in the industry old school. And I have to say that it is sad to even see the other developers kind of bracing for impact with him. The fact that everybody, the entire talking point is, okay, are we about to exist? Now, I wanted to go on here. I want to take a look at two tweets by Destin Legary. I think I'm always in a spot where even when I disagree with Destin, I like his takes a lot. If these Xbox layoffs are going to be as bad as rumored, it's going to be an awful week. Of course, it comes on the heels of a ton of positive momentum for the company. Feels like Xbox just can't help themselves.
I don't know why these fucking homos on social media give a fuck that people get fired from game development companies. Like, do you think any of these game devs give a singular shit if your job at Walmart gets fucking cut? Of course they fucking don't. I don't understand this dick sucking of game developers. I don't give a fucking damn who gets fired in the video game industry. Why would that impact my opinion of a gaming company at all? You know, all of these worthless jobs need to fucking go. Just across the fucking board, man. The gaming industry has become infinitely worse the more people who work in it. Because most of the people who work in there are fucking parasites and need to be axed. Not asked, but the actual axe.
To have the worst news paired with positive stuff. Now, he has taken this as the fact that
JE5150 with a 5, Xbox Bros. Is it over? It is indeed, man.
Gaming.
Games are getting too expensive, and I do think this is part of it. Game executives are getting paid too much. Companies have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of employees. That bulk, undeniably, is becoming an issue. But I honestly think, from my own reporting, from the people I've talked to, the
people he's talked to. Who, yourself in the mirror?
Problem is how much Xbox is attempting to move away from the Xbox hardware. A lot of people kind of forget this, but the main thing that makes money for PlayStation, for Steam, for the Nintendo Switch isn't the first-party stuff, it's the third-party stuff. Everything that gets bought, every game, every pre-order, every microtransaction that's bought on your Xbox or your PlayStation or Steam, they get a 30% cut.
Yep, and it's 100% profit margin. Like, this is something interesting to think about, but when it comes to Call of Duty, is Call of Duty more profitable for Xbox or PlayStation? A lot of people would think, oh, well, yeah, it's Xbox because they get to keep 70% of the money. It's actually not, because PlayStation gets to keep, 70, or not 70%, the 30% that comes with that 70 that goes to Microsoft. So the thing is, though, is the 30% has zero actual cost or revenue restriction. It's just pure money, pure fucking cash flow. With Microsoft, the 70% they get, has to be offset by all the cost of development, the overhead, the insurance, distribution, all that type of shit. So the amount of money that Microsoft has to spend in order to develop the games, market the games, print the discs, you know, the cut they have to give to retailers, the 30% that Sony takes, that Steam takes. Like, you actually end up making more money just taking the clear 30% cut and doing absolutely nothing than the company that actually produces and sells the game, which is kind of crazy. But I don't know, because the thing is too with Activision is Microsoft was operating it at a negative cash flow when they used to report it as a separate business unit. Activision had a negative operating cash flow, meaning that they were spending more money than they were bringing in on a quarter-by-quarter basis. So, another interesting stat.
You spend $100 on V-Bucks in Fortnite, right off the top, PlayStation gets $30. That's how PlayStation has admitted that this has been their most profitable generation of all time. They've already made something crazy like $68 billion just pretty much off third-party stuff on the PlayStation 5. Xbox has been trying to do this thing where they're trying to step back and see, okay, what if we just start putting everything on PC? What if we just start putting Game Pass on PC? What if we just start throwing everything everywhere? But the problem is that the Xbox ecosystem was built to have that third-party profit, and that just doesn't exist. Nobody is buying any games on Xbox at all, which means that they are purely reliant on only Game Pass sales. Only. Nobody is buying any Xbox games. Nobody is buying any games on Xbox for the most part, at least not to a significant profitable degree. And it's weird to think about the fact that even when you see a good Xbox headline, hey, people love Oblivion Remastered, it's clearly not counteracting the massive hole they've dug themselves into. Just last year, they laid off 2,790 people. Just last year. Things would be truly catastrophic for them, be cutting another 1,000 to 2,000 jobs, as well as even more studio closures. Awful, awful news. This is the spot I'm in, is that it does really feel like Xbox does not understand the stuff that makes the industry tick. I do feel like it's more than just hype. I almost feel like the big magic, the lightning in the bottle that PlayStation and Nintendo have managed to capture is that sense of community, which I know sounds incredibly cheesy.
Nope, PlayStation's just the default. I think Nintendo's the only one that has a sense of community. I don't think there's very many PlayStation fans anymore. I think people just view PlayStation as the default gaming platform for like higher end console gaming. Nintendo has an actual community and fan base.
Easy, but I feel like by accident when it comes to PlayStation and on purpose when it comes to Nintendo Switch, I think they've done a good job of making it where not only do you want to buy a PlayStation, you want your friends to buy a PlayStation. Because let's face it, there's not first-party PlayStation games. The amount of PlayStation games that have come out in this generation, I could probably count them on
Unfortunately, there are.
one hand, right? The thing, though, is that you play on PlayStation because that's where your friends are at. Okay, I want to jump online for Call of Duty. Let's play Call of Duty on there. Even though that is an Xbox game, people are buying it, they're playing it, they're enjoying it, they're paying for PlayStation Plus Online specifically on the platform of PlayStation. And I feel like Xbox constantly saying everything is an Xbox, everything is valid, everything is okay. They've watered down the idea of the hype of participating in that ecosystem. Look at the amount of hype that Xbox people have compared to like Nintendo fanboys. Nintendo fanboys are proud to play premium prices for every single game. They'll defend the fact that PlayStation or the fact that Nintendo games never ever go on sale. There is a hype, a community, an ecosystem to the Nintendo Switch 2 that shows how well it's selling, despite the fact that, in my opinion, the Nintendo Switch 2 kind of sucks. Xbox has just given up on the idea of even having a fan base, right? This is the last tweet. This is the thing, is that I think a lot of Xbox people that would be saving up to get a $600 Xbox Series X, a lot of people are realizing that In a lot of ways, Xbox has been lying to you. With a lot of these acquisitions, they always say, we're buying this studio so they can be even more creative. They can be more flourished. They no longer have to worry about game sales. We'll worry about that. We can make sure that the best artists can finally just do their thing. And now we realize that was a lie. 100%. They just lied to people. Now it's very obvious that they thought this would work out if they bought this studio for $10 billion, this studio for $5 billion, and now they realize, oh,
they should shut down Ninja Theory. I see Hellblade mentioned right there.
This was never, ever actually going to work. But even from a lot of the statements, think about, this is one last year. Last year, we got Hellblade 2. This is one of the
unfortunately
studios I think 100% is about to get shut down, which is unfortunately Ninja Theory, the maker of Hellblade and Hellblade 2. They said, we're specifically making the game 30 FPS as a creative decision. We want this to be a cinematic experience to match the similarities to the 24 FPS standard of the film industry. The game is completely locked at 30 FPS to offer you this cinematic experience. That's a lot. It's coming to PlayStation 5 and it's going to be 60 FPS. The Xbox audience is constantly just gaslit. This is the best we can do. This is the best you deserve. This is all you're going to get. I think that in the entirety of the console war discussions, the reason that Xbox lost isn't because the Xbox is necessarily a worse console. It's not that it
is
necessarily has less games. I do think that in a lot of ways
it does.
It's that Xbox never seems excited for themselves in the same way that PlayStation has managed to pound their chest and say, we have the best games, the way that Nintendo...
I don't feel like PlayStation has pounded their chest at all whatsoever.
Says, we have
I don't really think they've done much at all this generation to hype anybody up.
The coolest stuff playable anywhere at any time. You want to have Mario Kart or Xenoblade or Bayonetta's boobies, you gotta come to us. Xbox just doesn't have that hype. I just don't see anybody as excited about Hellblade as they are about Astrobot.
I don't really think too many people were excited about Astrobot, to be fair. It was very, very niche.
These are some off-the-cuff thoughts. I think that they're probably going to announce this late next week. I've been covering a lot of these bad, implosive failures. Typically...
No, they'll announce it before the end of the month because most likely, you know, their new... When does Microsoft's financial quarter end? Yup, Microsoft's financial year begins in July. So there you go. And ends in June. So yeah, it'll be early in the month because they'll need to put it out before, you know, the end of the fiscal year so that they can go into fiscal year 2025, I think it would be. Oh no, it'd be 26. So yeah, fiscal year 26. So, yeah, they want to cut the cost before the new fiscal year, so it'll be either Monday or Tuesday, I believe. That's most likely when we'll see it. Actually, Monday, right? That's the 30th. Right. Let's see. Yep, so it'll be Monday. They will be announcing it Monday. Oski Woski with the 20. Really appreciate it, bro. Big ups. I see you muted somebody. But I really appreciate it.
Companies, when they're announcing mass layoffs, they try to do it on Friday to minimize the impact to the stock.
Nope. Wait, but, what? Is he really that fucking stupid? Hold on.
It's bad, implosive failures. Typically, companies, when they're announcing mass layoffs, they try to do it on Friday to minimize the impact to the stock. But
are you a fucking idiot? Do you know what happens to companies when they announce mass layoffs on the stock market? They shoot up in value because you're cutting massive amounts of costs, which eat into the profit margin. Are you a fucking idiot? That's an announcement you make to impact the stock positively. cutting the fat and cutting headcount is almost always seen as a positive on Wall Street. He really knows nothing about what he's talking about. He's like one of those perfect fucking Dunning-Kruger cases of somebody who thinks he knows what the fuck he's talking about. Swears up and down he's an expert and has this amazing pattern recognition, but he genuinely has no fucking clue about anything.
But it might be Monday. To all the Xbox people out there, all the employees that are about to...
It will be Monday. It's the end of the fiscal year.
To get laid off. I'm sorry they did this to you. You definitely deserve better. How do you feel about this, though? How do you feel about the state of Xbox and just in general, the massive constant layoffs? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Pathetic. Thanks so much for watching.
Oh my god. Woke companies will be closed? I hope so. Let's see if Colt eats wood. Oh shit. Dude, what is this fucking dog shit? Insane entire Xbox 2025 new games for Xbox Series S and X console and PC next generation gameplay 2026. Bro, what is this fucking title? Insane entire Xbox 2025 new games for Xbox Series S and X console and PC next generation gameplay 2026. Yeah, it's just keyword spam. Holy fuck, man.
There's no shortage of incredible games out, and with the upcoming projects in the works, with new blossoming game engines, Unreal Engine 5, and more developers creating incredible looking worlds, here are 25 games that are coming to Xbox, PlayStation, and PC in the next year or two that look absolutely insane. Atomic Heart 2 is a sequel that expands on the retro-futuristic, alternate history world of the original, bringing more RPG elements, deeper player freedom, and a large-scale narrative. BioShock meets Fallout in the Soviet Union, with supernatural events and death trap robotics. You'll navigate a society on the brink of collapse, and AI have spiraled into chaos. We'll probably see Atomic Heart with a release date in 2026.
Judaism and its consequences, the game.
Mortal Shell 2 is the upcoming sequel to the Souls-like action RPG. The game expands on the original adrenaline-charged combat, deeper weapon customization, and more open-world experience. Players will possess warrior shells, each with unique abilities, and exploring a twisted, interconnected world filled with over 60 dungeons. The original is a cult hit, and Mortal Shell 2 should be out by 2026.
Oh, boy. Isn't this yet another Souls clone? But with but robots with bazooms? That's right, dude. Look at that. You got some cakeage on the armor.
Mudang Two Hearts is a stealth action thriller developed by Ever Studio, set in the near future of a unified Korea, when a mysterious terrorist group attacks, throwing the nation into chaos. The gameplay features
which Korea?
Tactical stealth, visceral combat, and cinematic storytelling, and open-ended level design, and intelligent enemy AI. The game draws comparisons to Ghost Recon and Splinter Cell, offering a mix of military tension and sci-fi elements.
I guess South.
Mudang Two Hearts is scheduled for release in 2026.
당신의 분노는 스스로 결정한 것입니다. 누군가 지정태.
How exciting.
Chronos New Dawn is an upcoming survival horror game by Bloober, a third-person action RPG with time travel mechanics. You play as an agent of the collective who must salvage the past to survive the future. Expect psychological horror, blending Lovecraftian horror with Dead Space-inspired mechanics, featuring haunted high-tech armor, a grotesque environment, and settings mixed in Eastern European brutalism with retro-futurist technology, creating a dystopian world filled with nightmarish creatures, inspired by Resident Evil and Alan Wake. The game emphasizes atmospheric exploration.
Looks more like Dead Space, but whatever.
Alongside intense action. Chronos New Dawn is set to release in the fall of 2025.
They seem to act more consistently, in coordination. Destroying the nest is now in priority.
Vindictus: Defying Fate is an upcoming action RPG developed by Nexon. Set in a dark fantasy world inspired by Celtic mythology, it builds on the legacy of the original Vindictus MMORPG, but shifts this game to single-player and skill-based combat experiences. The game features intense battles with colossal enemies, flashy combos, cinematic dodges, and deep character customization. Players can choose from unique heroes, each with distinct weapons and
massive jug game
fighting styles. The PC beta is running this summer, and Nexon Studio has confirmed that console versions are in development, with no official release date being announced.
Massive South Korean game milkers, dude. It's like the one good thing about Nexon games is at least you know the women won't be ugly. Wowie zowie, dude.
Alcahest is an action-adventure RPG set in the murky medieval world with highly interactive object destruction and dynamic physics-based melee animations. In Alcahest, you'll navigate a world of feudal turmoil while investigating mysterious goblin raids and combat systems that encourage creative tactics, dropping trees on enemies, kicking them off of cliffs, or setting them on fire. And crafts a semi-open world full of secrets and adventure, and it's set to come out at the end of 2025.
Looks like Kingdom Come 2.
Hell Is Us is an upcoming third-person action-adventure game built by Rogue Factor.
Death Stranding at Home. I remember this.
Set in the war-torn country of Hedaya, you'll fight supernatural creatures known as Holowalkers.
Hideo Kojima.
Hell Is Us offers challenging exploration, intense melee combat. Hell Is Us is the Dead Space sequel we've been waiting for, and it's set to release
Dead Space sequel?
September 4th, 2025.
What the... This looks nothing like Dead Space. What the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, dude, this is the Dead Space sequel everybody's been waiting for, guys. Totally not a Death Stranding clone, though.
Hatred always begins to uncover.
Exodus is a AAA sci-fi action-adventure game, an RPG developed by the Archetype Entertainment Studio, with some of the former developers working on the original trilogy of Mass Effect. You'll span a universe where...
Yeah, this maybe could be good, but...
Humanity is on the brink of extinction. Playing as the Traveler, you'll navigate a dangerous galaxy filled with mysterious, overgrown creatures and high-stake choices with deep narrative, time dilation mechanics, and cinematic storytelling. Exodus is set to come out sometime in 2026.
Target acquired.
Tides of Annihilation is an action-adventure fantasy game developed and published by
this game looks like it'll be good.
Inspired by Arthurian legend, it follows Gwendolyn, a last survivor of the siege on London, in an outworld invasion. She discovers a mysterious power that allows her to command the legendary Knights of the Round Table. Colossal night battles, towering enemies serve as vertical challenges, requiring players to scale and defeat them. There's no release date, but fans are expecting Tides of Annihilation to come out in 2026.
Well, that's when they announced it would be. But yeah, this looks pretty good, honestly. It looks pretty promising. Looks like DMC 5.
This is a beast only for the king. Can't escape from your fate.
I will take back everything that belongs to me. Even if the price is my soul.
Black State is a third-person action-adventure extraction shooter that blends stealth, tactical, division-like combat and reality-bending portal mechanics. You play as a former military legend on a mission to rescue captives and uncover the truth behind the global cataclysmic event. With stunning visuals in Unreal Engine 5, this game offers a mix of off-the-grid with the upcoming Arc Raiders and is set to come out sometime around 2026.
Yeah, if this wasn't an extraction shooter, it doesn't look absolutely terrible, but knowing that it is one, I'll never play it.
Guess that was the last one.
Crimson Desert is an open-world action-adventure game by Pearl Abyss.
Yeah, this game looks cool, but I just have a huge doubt that it's actually going to turn out to be good.
Cliff in a war-torn continent of Highwell, with an expansive open world and diverse landscapes from snow-covered mountains to lush forests, horseback riding, on-foot combat, and Zelda-like acrobatics. Crimson Desert offers a deep, narrative-driven story campaign with visuals that look incredible, and it's all set to release by the end of 2025.
This is one of those games that looks like it's too good to be true, if you ask me. Oh, we'll see. It's from the company that made Black Desert Online, so I'm not sure if they're Chinese or Korean or what.
Spine is a cyberpunk action-adventure game with melee combat inspired by the Batman Arkham series. You play as a cybernetic female named Redline, who has been augmented with gun kana and dynamic combat maneuvers to fight an oppressive AI regime. Spine has been flying under the radar, but it could see a release...
an oppressive regime. Wow, do you play as a rebel?
As soon as the end of 2025. Ad Mortem looks like a next-gen medieval melee slasher developed by Head-On Studios and is set in a dark fantasy world of Contura. It features brutal player-versus-player combat, co-op dungeons, and a deep RPG class system, which also offers first- and third-person combat, which switches the perspective for immersive melee battles. Ad Mortem does not have a release date, but with this gameplay shown already, we could see this game come out in a year or two.
Looks like Vermintide, but not as fun.
Blood Message is a cinematic single-player action-adventure game set during the final years of China's Tang Dynasty. You play as a nameless messenger and his son caught in the...
Do you get to play as a eunuch?
...chaos of an uprising in Dunahong. The game blends brutal survival combat, stealth, and exploration across vast landscapes of East and Central Asia. But at its heart, it's about story,
Once you learn that, you know, ancient China was literally just a bunch of castrated men ruling the country in the name of child emperors, you kind of start to not have any sort of real appreciation for Chinese history or whatever. Like, literally, it's just a bunch of fucking literal eunuchs who are castrated that would, you know, appoint the emperor, who often was a child, and when he became of age, they would kill him off so that they could literally bring in another child emperor and rule in his name. Like, it's a fucking joke. So most of Chinese history is really fucking weird.
Family, loyalty, and sacrifice. There's no release date for Blood Message, but it's confirmed for PC and Xbox and PlayStation consoles. Where Winds Meet is an upcoming open-world action-adventure RPG set in China's 5 dynasties. It blends martial arts, combat, exploration, and deep storytelling, mixing some of our favorite Souls-like games in an action-adventure samurai world. With an expansive open world of over...
Favorite Souls-likes game? I don't have any.
20 kilometers of diverse landscapes...
I hate Souls-likes.
Cities and hidden temples. Exploration and massive freedom of choice mixes historical and fantasy elements as you enter the Ten Kingdoms era. Where Winds Meet is set to release sometime by the end of 2025. Judas by Ken Levine, the creative mind behind the BioShock series, is creating a first-person shooter developed and published by Ghost Story Games. The story
Who knows when it's ever going to come out?
Takes place on the Mayflower, a generation ship traveling through space to Proxima Centauri, carrying the last remnants of humanity. The ship is controlled by 3 individuals with conflicting ideologies to preserve humanity, transform humanity into robots, and total destruction. You play as the main character Judas, who's broken free from the ship's control and leading the revolution. Expect first-person shooting, left-hand range powers just like BioShock, and Judas is set to release sometime in 2026. Morbid Metal is a hack-and-slash action roguelike developed by Screen Juice. The game takes place in a simulation created by humans to escape
Screen Juice? Hell yeah.
climate collapse, where players control an AI in order to eliminate the rivals to prove its superiority. Players can switch between 4 unique characters in real time, each with distinct abilities and stylish attacks. There are semi-procedural created levels, and environments range from desolate wastelands to overgrown ruins, offering a varied challenge. Roguelike progression, unlocking new characters, upgrades, and abilities as you fight through increasingly difficult encounters. Morbid Metal is set to come to Steam in 2025 in early access, with a full launch for console and PC for August 20, 2025.
Well, yeah, it's like BioShock Infinite, where it was in development hell forever. So, yeah, BioShock, and I guess now by extension, Judas has a history of troubled development. Yep, every single game looks like the same Unreal Engine 5 slop for the most part.
Exoborn is an open-world tactical extraction shooter set in a post-apocalyptic US, where you'll scavenge, craft, and fight for survival with a dynamic weather system, exosuit customization, and PvP and PvE combat. Exoborn is already being tested and set for a release by the end of 2025. Jump Ship is a co-op space adventure game that pairs you with a crew with a seamless transition between spacewalking and planet exploration, third-person ship combat, first-person on-foot gunplay, and you'll take part in missions with a ton of variety, scavenging for parts to repair your ship and upgrade it, while also exploring space with your friends or solo. Jump Ship is set to release in early access in late 2025, and hopefully will have a full release in 2026.
I just, like, I don't know, man. I really miss the days of being, you know, excited for new games. But those days are long gone, unfortunately.
Parameters. Finished.
Good. It gives us an edge on armored targets.
Project S is a sci-fi third-person shooter.
It's just everything looks like shit nowadays.
That blends the stylings of Death Stranding and Dead Space. Your heroine will take you across military-controlled and creature-infested hellscapes with a futuristic speeder bike and mind-bending exploration. Not much is known about Project S, but with this much gameplay shown, hopefully we'll see the game release around...
Is this from the devs of Bright Memory?
2026.
서로를 죽이는 절망이 펼쳐졌어.
Project Awakening is an action RPG that features a high fantasy setting, open world exploration, and co-op multiplayer, with intense combat that inspired games like Monster Hunter and Dragon's Dogma. There is a dynamic cover system, skill-based melee combat, and it's all powered by a proprietary engine. This game has been in development since last generation, and is set to come out by 2025 or 2026.
This looks like Deep Down, which never released from Capcom.
Lost Fragment is a true photorealistic survival horror first-person shooter in Unreal Engine 5 that features a hyper-realistic body cam, immersive lighting and details and graphics in an immersive and unsettling location with survival mechanics all wrapped up in a Japanese horror influence. This first-person shooter is still in development, and hopefully we'll see something by the end of 2025 or release in 2026. Plan 8 is an upcoming MMO third-person shooter developed by Pearl Abyss, the same team behind Black Desert and Crimson Desert. Plan 8 features exosuit abilities, an expansive sci-fi world, and this game shows so much potential with incredible visuals, story-driven gameplay, and an open world, but Plan 8 has been in development with no release date or announcement for many years, and may not see its next update until sometime after 2025.
Dude, Plan 8 comes before Plan B, if you catch what I mean. Ask your mom, she'll know what I mean. Hell yeah, dude. Plan 8 is always before Plan B. Remember that. Wowie zowie, indeed.
Inanta dubbed the anime.
It's just all this shit looks so fucking boring, dude. I don't know.
Grand Theft Auto set you in an open world
It's
urban
the same shit, copy pasted over and over and over and over and over and over again.
RPG with tons of freedom, exploration, and dynamic traversal with transforming vehicles, Spider-Man-like swinging, and features supernatural combat in the vein of a fantasy anime, and also a ton of social interactive environments. Inanta looks too good to be true with no official release date. Could we see something by
How does it look too good to be true? It literally just looks like an open world anime game.
2026?
How does this look too good to be true? It looks like every fucking Genshin Impact fucking spinoff game ever.
Blood of the Dawnwalker is a dark fantasy action RPG published by Bandai Namco, set in the 14th century medieval Europe. You explore a world ravaged by war and the plague with vampires seizing power. You play as a cursed Dawnwalker torn between your human and vampiric abilities, with a time limit in the campaign to save your family. It sets this dark fantasy narrative on a ticking time bomb, with no release date window announced. Look for Blood of the Dawnwalker sometime in 2026.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Tides of Tomorrow is a first-person multiplayer adventure shooter. It features asynchronous multiplayer, survival and exploration, and dynamic storytelling in a vibrant sci-fi ocean world. More gameplay to come as Tides of Tomorrow is set to...
Asynchronous multiplayer. That's a hard skip. Daniel, with the 5 of all the studios are moving to Unreal, doesn't that mean most games are going to lose their uniqueness / soul and become cookie cutter slop? Yep. We're witnessing it in real time, man. Every single game uses the same semi-photorealistic art style with the exact same assets and textures and everything. Yep. It's cookie cutter, copy-paste, slop constantly. I don't know. It's just like you would be hard-pressed to take any one of these games and be like, yes, this looks completely unique to the similar type of game shown. Every single game looks pretty much like the exact same thing. It's just boring. Oski Woski with the 2, literally GTA anime. I think it's from that whatever company. What is it? Yeah, like the studio that made like Zenless Zone Zero and Genshin Impact. I don't know the name of the studio, but whatever it is, it looks like it's another one of those games.
To release February 24th, 2026.
Stop right there! And it's up to you now to use.
There are even more high-clip flagship titles coming to Xbox, PS5, and PC over the next year or two that fans have been anticipating for years. With the addition of these 25 incredibly high-detailed and high-potential games that blend unbelievably realistic graphics, tactile immersive combat, and gameplay, the promise of unforgettable worlds, there is so much to look forward to in 2025 and 2026. And with these games coming out soon, that wait won't be much longer. If you ended up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content if you want to...
Wowie zowie, man. How exciting. I can't wait. Truly, dude. Yeah, you'd be hard-pressed to even find any distinct difference with most of these games nowadays. Everything just feels the exact same. What is this? Let's see what Crap Gamer is doing.
You know, since the other day when Microsoft came out and started talking...
Bro, His audio quality is always so bad.
A little bit about the AMD deal and what they plan on doing, which I did a video about that. And like I said in that video, I feel like Microsoft said a lot without saying anything, really. So they realistically have everybody
firing up the Kinect mic.
They asking the same questions that they were already asking previously, which is strange if you think about it, because a lot of people are like, oh, is it going to be more of a PC? Is it going to be more of this? Is it going to be more of that? Is it backwards compatibility? Or, we didn't really get any answers because they're like, yeah, we're going to have a PC, handheld, a console, cloud stuff. So it's like they really are kind of just, but what are the specific talks that they were talking about had to do with the console itself. Like, people are still kind of confused on that. The interesting thing is, and I've talked about this before, there's a lot of different things, especially in regards to like the price point, right? It's like, I know like when you are on X or Twitter or whatever, it's very much an echo chamber and it doesn't represent the entirety of the gaming community because, look at the Switch 2. Everybody's like, I'm not going to buy that. And then it sells like 5 million units in, the first week or two or whatever. So, again, if you went by Twitter, it wasn't going to do anything. It was going to be a complete flop. So if you go by Twitter with this new Xbox thing, everybody is suddenly a PC fan and a Steam fan. So I don't know, but I want to get into this. What's up? I'm Crap Gamer. This is Crap Gamer Reviews with another video. Thank you so much for checking it out. I appreciate it. Please like, share, subscribe. I would appreciate that as well. I do daily gaming content. So if you didn't know,
well, Rich's audio on his ASMR channel is not bad. It's just you hear the
please check it out. Like the video is pretty much all I ask. That's really all you need to know. I do try to be fun yet informative, and if that is something you're interested in, then guess what? Hey, you found a home, and hopefully you enjoy the content. Now, this is interesting because according to this, if Xbox is using like other storefronts and things like that, the Xbox is expected to cost at least $1,000, according to someone who has leaked specs and things like that in the past, based on insights from a leaker named Kepler.
Oh God, bro, he's made more videos. I'm not subbed to him. I probably should sub to his ASMR channel. He made an ASMR video about his crazed stalker, and he made an ASMR Elden Ring video.
Microsoft may plan to sell the console at a profit.
Hey guys, today I'm going to be playing Elden Ring. Fuck! And then he just screams into his mic when he dies.
Moving away from the traditional.
That's the Elden Ring ASMR experience.
Loss per unit model. The rise in hardware costs in multiple storefronts like Steam may contribute to the higher prices. Recent price hikes, including the Xbox Series X, which is $600 by itself, suggest a more expensive next-gen console. So here's the thing: if in year 5 the Xbox Series X is $600, what do you think something's going to be? Because listen, Microsoft is still losing money on this thing, right? But they make it up in people paying to play online, people paying for Game Pass, people buying games, people buying microtransactions and things like that. But if you don't have any of those ways to make that money up, you have to sell your console at a profit or near cost, which would be rather expensive. So Microsoft recently unveiled that the new Xbox specs will be powered by AMD as part of a new multi-year partnership. However, even though it's unclear how much the next-gen Xbox will cost, that hasn't stopped.
Shame on you. Well, maybe I would actually care more about you if, I don't know, you decided to
open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
Otherwise, you're just a freeloading leech who should have no human rights.
One prominent leaker from making a very sobering prediction. Kepler, who recently shared the ported PSP2 specs, believes that Microsoft's new Xbox will cost at least $1,000 and possibly more than that. In a post on X, he said multiple storefronts equals console has to be sold at a profit. Get ready for the first $1,000 console, boys. So again, Kepler's prediction is based on Microsoft not selling its next hardware at a loss, which was historically the case. Software and subscriptions are where the vast majority of revenue comes from Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, which usually offset the loss on each console sold. However, Nintendo sold the Switch for a profit, and Microsoft, which has continued to see hardware sales decline, they want to ensure that each Xbox sold adds something to the bottom line.
Yeah, I really can't believe Crap Gamer has never bought like a Blue Yeti after all these years. Like, even that would sound better than this, and they don't sound very good.
Especially if they're not getting that money. Like, think about this for a second. Think about this game, Fortnite, right? Always like a top popular game on Xbox. Microsoft earns something like $1 billion, maybe more, every year off of Fortnite microtransactions. They get 30%. Every time somebody buys skins or anything on that game, Microsoft gets 30% of that, and that rakes up to be billions of dollars. Now, imagine people can play these games on Steam or someplace else. Microsoft gets none of that. So yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about how that could completely like tank everybody's expectations. It's like with this Xbox Rock.
Yeah, and they'll have to get rid of Xbox Live too, which means that Xbox Game Pass Ultimate no longer exists from that moment on, so either they're going to have to jack the price of PC Game Pass up dramatically, or they're going to have to take a massive revenue hit on Game Pass.
Ally thing or whatever, that thing's going to be the more expensive one, probably $800, $900, maybe more. And people are like, it's going to do so well, it's going to do so well. It's like, well, that thing already exists, and it's like $700, $800. It just doesn't have the Xbox button. You know what I mean? It's not going to play Xbox console games. Who's going to go out and buy this thing, right? The regular Asus ROG has sold 500,000 units lifetime, so it's crazy to think that people actually believe that these things are going to sell like incredibly well or something. I don't see that happening, and it could be a situation where people kind of look at things a little bit differently when you look at the reality of it.
I don't know how well Crap's channel does anymore. Probably not very. Yeah, he gets like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 views a video, so not anything insane, but you know. A Blue Yeti's like $60.
Of this, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's especially true if the new Xbox offers multiple storefronts. As Kepler points out, that Microsoft won't be able to take as big of a cut from software sales as Valve's Steam platform, which is heavily rumored to come to the next Xbox, takes 30% of each sale. Microsoft's recent price hikes also indicate that the new Xbox will be more expensive than its predecessor. The Series X now costs $599 instead of $499, and Sony recently launched the PS5 Pro for only $100 more at $699. So there is that. The Asus ROG Xbox Ally X, that's a mouthful, is largely expected to cost $899, the same as the Asus ROG Ally X, which means a $1,000 Xbox console wouldn't be beyond the possibility or realm of possibility. So yeah, that's something to kind of look into as well. Even the Nintendo Switch 2 is the most expensive console Nintendo's ever made at $449. It seems like the trend of hardware and electronics becoming more expensive isn't ending anytime soon. Whether Microsoft could persuade people to buy a $1,000 Xbox is another story. You know, again, I don't think that they could. I think you might have some real hardcore enthusiasts that maybe jump on that or something, but at the end of the day, like, that is a very, very tough task to ask people for. And, you know, just out there going, oh, hey, you know what, buy our console for $1,000 or even $800. Like, what would be the point of that when I truly believe that Sony's going to stick to more traditional pricing? They might have a $5 or $5.99 console, but you know, that console is going to probably be sold at a loss at first, and then you have a situation where you know, Sony's going to be able to kind of rake in those other people. You know, let's just be real. I just think that, and again, this could be off or not. Like, Microsoft might just do another traditional console. It's hard telling because they don't necessarily.
Well, they already said that they want to make Windows the best place to play, so they're going all out with Windows. They're basically saying fuck the consoles.
Spell things out for people, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're like, oh, well, we want to be everywhere, we want to be this, we want to be that, you know, but at the same point in time, they aren't exactly doing a good amount of really convincing anybody or being honest. It's just like they're politicians almost in the way that they talk. Oh, hey, you know, I really love you know, this and this, and so we're going to continue to do this. But at the same point in time, you know, when they brought that Ant Online streaming service to Game Pass, they're like, this is really showcasing our ability to, you know, have game preservation and our ability to do backwards compatibility. Well, you know, game preservation and backwards compatibility are completely different than streaming games. You know, that's the thing that, you know, I always try to point out. It's like, you know, streaming isn't really those things. You know, that's what I'm kind of waiting to see. You know what I'm saying? It's like people really don't look at that. I don't see how anyone could look at it as, hey, I get to stream a game. That's my backwards compatibility or whatever. You know, I didn't pay all this money for these games only to be able to stream them. You know, I think that would be a pretty crappy deal altogether. And I hope that realistically that's not the case, because I want to see Microsoft be able to go out there and compete with an.
I really don't understand how people enjoy these open world checklist slop type games. That shit just, ugh.
Actual console.
I hated this when I played it. It was so boring.
And, you know, for them to do that, I think they're going to have to do much better than what's kind of going on right now. So, you know, hopefully we get an idea of what's going to change in the future, and it's going to be, you know, just a regular console that's going to play our games via hardware. Because I've said this numerous times before, they talk a big game about backwards compatibility, but here's the rub. Like, it's illegal to software emulate and sell those games. So that's the thing, right? So you could do software emulation if you weren't going to sell those games in your store, but how would people buy them then unless they already owned them or whatever? So that'd be tough. The other thing is you can hardware backwards compatibility, and you don't need any kind of licenses or any kind of agreements or whatever. You could just do that, right? So that's the big difference there. That's why the backwards compatibility program ended. A lot of those studios and publishers are no longer around, so you can't get the licenses and things like that. So that's going to be how that kind of works out, in my opinion. You know, I don't see Microsoft doing that. So I'm going to look and see what Microsoft actually announces and what they do in the future with, you know, great interest, and we'll see how that turns.
Yeah, Claus got fucking pissed off. You know, I guess it makes sense, being a Sonic fan and all.
Out. I'm willing to kind of go into it with an open mind depending on what happens. And
big fan of Sonic.
We'll just see how that kind of works out.
And the whole animal cast, especially the bestiality aspects.
You know, it could be interesting. It could be something that sells me on the next Xbox, or, you know, maybe it don't. You know, I think it depends. So hopefully we'll see what's up, and I'm sure you guys have a lot to say about it in the comments, so let me know what you think. I definitely appreciate it. If you guys enjoy the content, please like the video, share it out, subscribe as well. Thank you all so much. Rack 'em up. Crap Gamer out.
Rack 'em up, dude. Hold on, let's see. So, let's just see what Elden Ring ASMR sounds like. Oh boy.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Tonight, I'm going to be doing something a little...
Dude, his mic sounds so fucked up. The audio quality sounds like shit.
Different. soon I will have an unboxing of the Nintendo Switch 2 on this channel. What I am waiting for right now is to get a different mic set up because it'll make it much easier to record ASMR videos than my current setup now.
Yeah, it's like overly bass boosted. I don't know. It doesn't sound very good.
Hoping that it sounds good enough, but sometimes you could do a lot of magic with audio in post, and I'm hoping the quality of the mic and what I can do in post will let me use this mic setup, but that's talking about what's going on behind the scenes, and you probably don't care. Well, one thing I thought I would make...
Like, doesn't the audio sound super distorted? I don't... Like, it's really hard to describe, but it almost sounds like the audio is, like, behind something.
I'm waiting for those mics is... Why not discuss...
It's like there's a layer of bass over top of the actual audio recording. And the audio recording sounds like a secondary sound instead of the main sound. It's weird.
What now may be my favorite game of all time, Elden Ring. Now, for those of you, which is probably all of you, who don't know the story as to how the hell I
Yeah, it just sounds really bad.
even got into this game, because I love the concept of Souls games, but I was always intimidated by the challenge that comes along with them. So I would buy one, play an hour, get my, well, ass handed to me, and be intimidated by them and never touch them again. But with Elden Ring, for some reason, it was different. Now, what made me play it specifically was another YouTuber named Quantum TV. Quantum TV is still around to this day, and he is an interesting man. And he made a video where he disliked Elden Ring, which in and of itself isn't a big deal. You don't have to like a game that I like, and I don't have to like a game that you like. You may despise Elden Ring. You may think it's fantastic. I love Super Castlevania 4. That is also one of my other most favorite games of all time. Or at least it's up in the top 5. Maybe even Elden Ring may have beat that, which is saying...
Yeah, his mic is just way too fucking heavy on the bass. Either that or he did it post. I don't know.
Something. You may hate Super Castlevania 4, though. That's okay.
Like, the bass doesn't sound natural at all. I don't know, bro. He has the exact same microphone that I do, so I know for a fact it doesn't sound that bad when you're actually, like, recording in real time.
What made...
It sounds super distorted.
Quantum TV's review, and I use that term loosely, and what everyone had a problem was, with the review, I should say, what everyone's issue was he was just being disingenuous, and you could tell he...
Well, my microphone right now has 0 bass boost at all on it. This is like the natural sound of what the microphone sounds like when it's just plugged into a normal audio interface. I'm not boosting the bass whatsoever on my end. There's no like filters or effects being added to. It's just literally a pure XLR connection. There is 0 interference from any sort of software, audio mixer, or anything like that. So I know for a fact the microphone does not sound this bad normally, because I use my microphone normally. I never had filters on it. So the audio does not sound right.
He didn't play the game at all. One thing, for example, this kind of just gives everything away with the guy. He said that when you die in Elden Ring, you lose all of your inventory, everything. It doesn't matter, you lose your runes. All the equipment you may have picked up along the way. If you die, you are just naked and scared. We all know what the truth about that is. I
don't want to do ASMR. I find it very creepy.
just lose your runes, and you actually have a second chance to get them if you go back to where you died, and so long as you don't die again before retrieving your runes, you are good. So there was other major flaws in his review, and it's been found out by people who looked into it that there is almost 100% chance that he did not play the game at all. Even if he made a fake review, and that.
Let's just see if he gets past Quantum TV.
And I think my showdown with him will end in failure. We will see right now. Survey says it will end in failure. I'm going to guzzle down my magic man potion.
Who the fuck is this for? Gay Elden Ring fans? Like, I'm gonna guzzle down my magical man potion. Like, what the fuck?
And he's just gonna clap my cheeks, my Elden cheeks. There we go. The cheeks are now clapped.
This sounds like gay porn. If you took away the fucking video feed, this is literally just gay fucking porn.
Cheeks, my Elden potion. It will end in failure. I'm going to guzzle down my magic man potion. And he's just going to clap my cheeks, my Elden cheeks. There we go. The cheeks are now clapped. Some of you may say that I was a little too ambitious right there to attempt the tree sentinel so early on. And to you, I say kiss my ass and mind your business.
Oh my god. Dude, it literally sounds like some descriptive gay porn. What the fuck?
Alright, so we are back in Limgrave. My long hair is flowing like the man that I am, and I can retrieve my runes. I think we're going to dodge the man on a horse for now. And we're going to continue on to our mission of me farming like the cheap SOB that I am. I do a lot of farming in this, and I get some cool weapons, and I do some upgrades early on. Why? Because I am a giant bitch, and I am mediocre at this game. I had to get through it multiple times somehow, some way. Anyway, here I am jogging right now. I'm just showing you my ass, which is something I was planning on doing anyway. We are going.
Dude, this is definitely like a fucking cry for help. Like, please, is there a gay man out there that wants me?
Going to get to the Church of LA here. It's where you first see, well, actually that's not true. Once you go up the elevator.
Yeah, dude. All right, let's make I don't care. His blind daughter's gonna wish that she didn't lose her eyesight, but instead her hearing.
You actually see your first sight of grace, but
or maybe both.
Is at these sites of grace that you could do things like level up and mix crap around. Flask of wondrous physic where you could put different abilities in there and have it ready to go. So if you're in a
I don't understand what this is for, bro.
Boss fight, you could use a flask of physic or whatever the hell it's called that may be ever on YouTube, but it gets the point across. And to go in different areas and fight different enemies for hours and just let them beat the crap out of me until I learned their parry timings. So I'm pretty decent at that. Many other things I'm lacking. I know they were far from it, but just the way the world was, the design of it, how they only had music as to be part of the atmosphere. There were parts in the game, especially in the beginning, the first level, where there is no music. You have a thunderstorm going on, and until you get to a mid-boss battle and a boss battle, there is no music in the first level of Castlevania 64. What does that sound like? That sounds familiar to the Souls games. Now, Elden Ring's different. It's not like the other Souls games. It has music, not just in boss battles, but in the different areas of the open world that you go through. But that Castlevania game felt like if Konami continued down that direction and refined Castlevania 64, and it was, I wouldn't say critically panned, but it got lukewarm reviews, Castlevania 64, and it didn't do the same last attempt. Castlevania 64 was their attempt at that, but because it was a...
Why is he talking about Castlevania? I don't know, bro.
Fully engorged horse. And it was a... And its sequel didn't sell well enough. So it was something that Konami never did with Castlevania, which is sad. My apologies. I had to do a jump cut there. I was actually being stared down by an fully engorged horse.
What the fuck?
It was a very dangerous situation. So let's continue here.
Now he's having Vosh horsecock fantasies.
This is what I do, and this is what gets me through the game, is I farm runes, I farm weapons, in this run.
Ah, yes, man, my favorite activity in Elden Ring. Farming weapons.
Through, which you'll see in other parts of this. I will do more ASMR videos like this, so if you do like it, let me know that you like it. If you think it sucks, let me know that you think it sucks. I'm always looking to improve, and that's one thing. I'm always open to criticism, so long as I like your criticism. If I don't like it, I'll think you're a terrible person. Anyway, let's continue. So let me know what you think of this video. I'm enjoying making it because I can talk about whatever the hell I want to while I'm looking at gameplay footage, beautiful 4K 60 gameplay footage of one of my favorite games of all time. Now I'm getting to the gate front here, and here is a man. Now here we go. I'm starting to get better with the parrying here, and if you're good with the parrying, I believe, yeah, okay, it's a one-hit kill. So parrying is something, if you play a Souls game, I feel, now there's many...
I've never parried once in a Souls game.
People who don't parry at all, and they simply do the dodge and roll, and which is also something you need to learn to do. You need to learn to time your dodges. You need to learn to not fat roll. I'm not talking about something that you would see on my body. I'm talking about if you are,
oh my god,
over encumbered with weapons and items, you will actually roll slower. So if you are in a boss battle where you have to time your rolls properly so you could dodge their attacks, and you need to do it quickly, if you are fat rolling, that is next to impossible, if not impossible. So something to keep in mind. But there's people that are great with dodging, and I am okay, but I always preferred parrying, not only because as you see, it takes off way more, it causes way more damage, I mean to say.
So he just does nothing else. I was seeing if he put more God in there, but no. Should we see the other one? I mean, we've already heard the story of his stalker, so kind of pointless. I still think this video is fucking hilarious, bro.
Make sure this is off here. Yes. Okay. Man, this box weighs. Wow. Alright, so minis for...
Oh my god. Jeez. The whole ASMR thing is just very fucking weird to me. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Mikola is love. Mikola is life. You want that golden goddessy? Hell yeah, dude. But what the fuck? 35 PS3 games for $50, steal or scam? Well, I'm pretty sure that Blur game is worth a shit ton of money by itself, so sounds like a steal. Oh my god, guys, Mass Effect 5 is coming. No way, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Juan with the 2. What is this?
America's original sin and its disease of hate and racism towards black and brown people. And
nah, you're not gonna.
That's right! That's right! Yeah, crowd, white boy!
This is so DR'd, bro. Like, you're not God. You don't get to decide what original sin is. You are on national television. Clearly.
Yeah, the Bible literally says that slaves should obey their masters. So, unfortunate.
You're not being oppressed.
You can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why
you weren't a slave, though.
Heart disease and cancer and obesity and diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly.
No, it's because Shaniqua loves to eat day food. You know, eat hot chip, call day man, get day nails did, new weave. Like, bruh. No, it's because you eat like fucking pigs, gluttony, and, you know, garbage food. Shocking. Little to no exercise. Sedentary lifestyle. Shocking, man. But nah, it's from being called the N-word.
Every day.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, so let me get this straight. The reason why you're fat is because people call you the N-word?
He uses the N-word all the time. That's a no-no. You're not supposed to do that. He uses it on a daily basis.
Cancer and obesity and diabetes.
So calling somebody the N-word gives them cancer? Is this like Beetlejuice? You say it 3 times?
Diabetes are bigger in the black community.
Who is this guy?
It's because of the stress we carry from
crazy.
having to deal with being called.
The only thing that's bigger in the black community is your fucking obese ass women.
The N-word directly or indirectly every day.
Indirectly, what does that mean when people disagree with you?
If your colleagues would listen, engage, and grow, and stop being
87% of black women are overweight or obese.
So hateful.
87%.
We could have a better country.
Jesus, what an idiot, bro. They need to get this guy on.
I can think of a way to have a better country, but he's not going to like it.
I really think so. He's content? Yeah, that guy is real good content.
That thing that we don't want to talk about, I say the N-word, a threat like nobody's had out there. I mean, he's talking about that openly.
Trump's such a good meme. Oh, yeah, I saw this clip today of this bitch losing her mind.
So Asmongold is rallying the troops against me. Let's listen to this clip. I'm not kidding. She literally reposted a clip with no audio.
You know, like, that's what really, like...
This is the same girl that said I killed my mother. The amount of sympathy that I have for this? 0. You get what you fucking deserve. Ethan W. Huge Ethan W.
You're, like, so freaked out.
That's right.
And I know people are going to be making fun of me for this.
I'm not making fun of you for it. I'm just saying that you deserve it. You deserve it. I guess she was high when she did this. Like, I don't know what to say. And it's going to get worse. He's rallying a troop against me. He's signaling to his hate audience that he wants to run a lifelong harassment campaign against me, lightly hinting that I should kill myself. Really, I said that. That's crazy. I didn't know that. So anyway, there was a person here. I was scrolling down the replies. This is Asmongold from Caseytron. And so anyway, I don't know if we really want to watch this entire video, but I just want to go through. It's so long, it's actually boring. These are all the posts that she's made about me. She's made all these posts about me. She's constantly talking about me. This is the person who's saying that I'm rallying the troops against her.
Casey Tron using Asmongold's dead mother to attack him.
Cry, Asmongold. As your type always says, facts don't care about your feelings.
If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble.
Constantly being harassed by this shit.
And you also have Mike from PA. This is the person who said that Ethan isn't going to stop doing what he's doing until he's bloody in the mouth.
Not going to stop until he's bleeding out of the corner.
Dude, look at that fucking disgusting thing. Jesus Christ.
Of his mouth.
It looks like Muhammad just got done beating her fucking ass and her face swelled up.
Now he's making this comment. Is Twitch going to wait until someone is seriously injured by these incel and stalking communities before they do something about it? Here's Asmongold doing a direct call to action for his community harassing their partner streamer. So here's the thing.
Yeah, it's like she showed her neckline and then, you know, Mahmood came home unhappy and beat the ever-living shit out of her and her entire face, you know, swelled up like a fucking balloon.
This is a person who, as a regular, has made negative comments about me constantly. I want to let you know that no matter what happens, I'm not going to stop doing it. Oh, wow, he says he doesn't feel bad for somebody who said that he killed his mom? Oh, no. Get the fuck out of here. If you think even for a second that you are going to try to seek any type of sympathy from me, that is not the case. This is the person who says that that I'm leading a harassment campaign against them. 3 minutes of mentions about me.
That bitch is hideous, bro. Your third world queen, guys. Which way, Western men? Yeah, the only thing she should be piked by is a fucking nail as she gets crucified. That's it. Because degenerates like that belong on a cross. Yep, it's just yet another walking simulator that's more focused on cutscenes than gameplay. Shocking. Oh, I'm sure Yong's soying out over it. I'm sure. But dude, you have to play 50 hours in order to make a judgment about it. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, these leftist bitches that claim they're so empathetic are, you know, usually the worst of the worst when it comes to being exactly what they preach against. Women moment. Let's see. Scholar with the 10. Send Juan and gay cast guy to the chair. Alright. Can do. Let's see. Where is he? There we go. Alright, and then Juan. There we are. And watch Croc and Gator back.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Alright, it's on normal. I wonder if they're even able to bite through each other. Although, probably. I don't know. Maybe if they get him in the right spot. Whoa.
Oh! Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Oh no, look at all the blood.
I guess they didn't film the end. Why?
Yes.
They walked off, I guess. Damn, we didn't get to see who won. But if alligators go out of, go into extinction and there's no more left, how am I gonna get a pair of alligator shoes, bro? Shit. Women are stronger. Oh my god. Ew. Yeah, fuck this guy. Hopefully he gets shanked in Korean prison. Watch DSP. Is there anything in particular? His AC broke. Here, we'll see. We'll see if something catches my eye. Oops. Accidentally slept through most of Griffin's stream. That's alright, man. Oh yeah, I gotta put DSP. Shit. I forgot he had his main channel too. Dude, he gets a shit ton of views on these DSP videos nowadays. Wow. Damn. I mean, that's a 40-minute video, so that's probably like at least $100. 30,000 views, that's probably $100. That's probably $100. Damn. Yeah, he's probably making more money than Phil. At least for video uploads, that's for sure.
I have to go take a shower.
Gate quake detected.
Okay,
Sam,
great.
A gigantic BT just showed up outside. We're prepping weapons for you now. Access the terminal up top and take whatever you need. We're counting on you.
It's up to you to take out the giant PT. All right. I suppose we should just go, right? We really shouldn't dilly-dally here. We really don't have anything else to do right now anyway. Okay, go to the surface. I just made a crazy loud noise in my room and I have no idea what it was. I don't know if that was my air conditioner breaking. I have no idea. Did you guys hear it? You probably didn't because the game made a noise. I think my air conditioner might have just broken. And it's making crazy noises right now. Holy shit, hold on. That's not good.
An emergency funding
Guys, I'm back.
session.
Sorry for the delay. It's already hot as shit in my office. Where'd I put the controller now? I have no idea what's going on. Here it is. Yeah, so if you're wondering what's happened, my air conditioner just broke live on stream. I've been using this thing for 11 years. I bought it in 2014, so it's no shocker that it broke at this rate, but I didn't think it was going to break like that. I thought maybe I'd get some indication, like it would start to not work as well, and it's actually worked perfectly fine forever. So I thought, oh, you know, but no, it's done. So I go to full mode. Wait, now it sounds like it's working, but it made an awful noise. I don't think it's working. At any rate, it's making such awful noise. I don't want to keep it on. I'm afraid the thing might explode. It is working. I'm getting cold air. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's not working. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not really a good idea to have those window units because if people know you're going to be out of your house, you can easily kick those things in and get through the window. It's actually one of the most common ways people break into houses. Is they'll just kick the fucking air conditioner in through the window and then go inside.
Hold on. It does turn on and work, but it's loud as hell and it's vibrating. It's crazy, man. So the fan works perfectly fine. The fan never broke. It's the motor of the air conditioner that's now messed up and making crazy loud noises. So I ordered another one off Amazon. It's supposed to be coming tomorrow on my day off. Sadly, it's a rush job, meaning since I need it tomorrow, it had to be like some, you know, no-name brand that you never heard of. But that's all that was available for tomorrow. There are name brands available, but they take like days and not till the middle of next week. But
why wouldn't you just go to the store? You can buy window units at Home Depot and shit, or Walmart even, I'm sure. Oh my god. He's such an idiot.
I need it right away. It's going to be very hot here Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. We're going to get like a heat wave. So, shrug. It is what it is. It's, it's just...
Well, yeah, if you're on the 5th floor, then it's not a problem. But if I'm talking about like a house. I'm talking about like a house. Like if you have a window unit on your ground floor, for example, then it's a very easy target for people to break in. You just kick that shit in and then go through the open window. That's what I'm referring to. But yeah, like if you're in an apartment building, that's different. Let's see. Sculler with the 10, Deport, Juan, and AV. All right.
That's right! That's right!
Every wrong with society. RT. All right.
You're not a
you
woman.
Fucking
You're
cock.
a whore.
I know
You're
that's
a
one of your
fucking
favorite words, you
whore.
right-wing asshole. Come on,
God.
cock. Ass real fucking.
I was
just gonna say, since you're talking shit about me with your bitch, you're figuring it out. You're fucking hateful, fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
All right, so AV, get that ass banned. And once again, you are muted. There we go.
I'm just going to have to be on fan and sweat it out for the rest of this stream and tonight's late stream. I guess we're just going to have to do that. It sucks. Like fighting games, I'm going to be sweating tonight trying to play fighting games in here. Luckily, I don't have...
I'm going to be sweating playing fighting game. Oh my god, what a physically intensive task. Only comparable to that of digging ditches, I'm sure.
To stream tomorrow, and as long as the replacement actually comes, I think that'll be good. I just hope that the replacement is good, because I have no idea. You know, I've always had name brands. This is Honeywell, and the other one I have is Black & Decker, but I had to buy some Chinese brand because that's all that's available. So yeah, this stinks. I guess hold on, what I'll do, since now I have no air conditioning, I'm gonna have to maximize all the fans in the room. Let's see. Let's pump everything up here. Here we go. So this has to go to max now. Maximum ceiling fan and a maximum tower fan. The tower fan was only on like 2 because it was just pushing the air conditioning, but now I need to like pump it all the way up. There you go, max. You probably still won't hear anything in the microphone. Even with all the fans maxed, you probably still won't hear a darn thing. But I'm going to be in a whole wind tunnel here. There's going to be tons of wind blowing on me to try to cool me down. Hopefully the air circulation will be fine for the rest of the stream and tonight, and then this new one will come tomorrow. I don't want to turn that on. It turned on and started cooling, but it was so loud and it was going... I was like, oh shit. That thing is ready to die. I'm not ready to die! So 11 years in use, I guess that's a good long time, right? Holy crap.
Why not just
I turned all the
let
fans.
it
I don't hear them.
die?
That's good. I have good filters then. If you can't hear any fans blowing right now, that's good because I'm hearing a ton. But it is what it is, I guess. Time to sweat. Dan Zach did a $5 super chat. When the air stops conditioning itself, is it the machine that's broken or is the room finally learned to breathe on its own? Very philosophical there. Thank you, Dan Zach. So guys, let's continue. Sorry for the interruption. That scared the shit out of me. You heard how loud it was, right? I wonder how it sounded on the video. Hello, everyone. So if you heard that ridiculously loud noise, or if you didn't, my air conditioner, indoor air conditioner. Okay, it's not a window air conditioner. It's one that's freestanding and you put it into the window with a tube.
Oh, and Sculler with the 10. Here's 10 to time. 2 random people. All right. So first up, I got my eyes closed, so. Is random channel. Well, I guess that's funny because it was a random pig. All right. Ready? Number 2. Soul Invictus. You have been chosen. Ah, shit. Damn. All right, there we go.
It just broke. It's been 11 years I've used this thing, and it finally busted. It still turns on, but when it does, it starts shaking and gets incredibly loud, and it started making a grinding sound. I was like, I think I'll turn off the air conditioner now. So I just have everything on fan, backs, but I'm going to basically be still playing and sweating it out for today, but I got a replacement coming tomorrow. Hopefully the replacement is good. I guess we're going to find out. But, all right, so sorry for the interruption. That wasn't intentional, obviously. It was very weird that happened out of nowhere. I thought if that were to break, which I figured would break eventually, that it would actually break and, like, I'd know that it was going to break because it would start to not work. This thing just straight up busted entirely. So it's very weird the way that it all went down, but it is what it is. Okay. That is a $9.92 super chat. Thank you very much for that. And then someone else did a $2 super chat. Let's just add those to the total, and I'm going to split the part here. And we'll make a new fresh video. Conditioner in here. I had this one for 11 years. It's not that good anyway. So it'll be nice, but what can you do, right? That was seriously crazy. Let's try one more time, but I know this thing, I should not turn it on. It's making so much crazy noise. Let's try one more time. Just for fun. I will not be doing that. That was awful.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me.
I know what that noise is. The only thing that noise is the ice cracking inside of it. He just needs to shut it off for a little while and then turn it back on, and it'll be fine. A lot of times what happens is when you're running those AC units and they get too cold on the inside from running too long and just working extremely hard, the internals will freeze, and the freezing sound you hear is like ice inside of them cracking. So you just have to turn it off, let it like de-thaw a little while, and then turn it back on and it should work fine. Like, as long as it's blowing cold air, it's probably not broken.
I will not be turning that on again. Let's make sure it's off.
Oh, well. It's kind of funny he's going to waste a bunch of money on it.
Did you hear that? Yo, it was so loud. That was ridiculously loud. All right, hold on. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to...
Also, if you're ever buying a window unit, make sure you buy one that has a much higher square footage than for the room you're buying it for.
Death Stranding 2. I apologize for the abrupt, weird ending and interruption previous video had. That was wild. That my indoor air conditioner of 11 years broke live on stream and made some of the most scary noises I've ever heard. I think there may be demons inside of it. I'm not sure. So it's off now. I'm not turning it back on. It's way too dangerous. I feel like my house might blow up if I turn that on again. So
it's too dangerous. Oh my god, bro! It's a fucking air conditioner. It's not gonna fucking destroy your entire home from having a fucking AC unit die out. What does he think is gonna happen? Holy fuck! There's not combustible material inside of a fucking AC unit, bro. Jesus. Let's see. Sculler with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Time 2 people who gets at first. Alright, so first up, Oski added himself. So I guess that counts. And then you also added Juan. So there you go. Let's see. Where is Juan? There you are. Once again, you are muted. And let's see. The Forlin Joker with D20. Really appreciate it, bro. Mute Skull. Uh-oh. Alright. There we are. But I really appreciate it, both of y'all. Got a lot of muting going on right now.
Oh, it is what it is. Now we have to do a boss fight. You ready for this? All right, here we go. Sam takes...
Oh, Vanoski Woski V2 with the 16 ones. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
On the first giant BT boss of the game. Let's check it out. That's ugly. Do I shoot it now or after with the mouth open? What the hell? What's going on?
Yeah, you probably can't join as a member if you're on mobile.
Either subscribe, donate.
Usually that's the reason why. If you do it on a web browser or if you do it on your computer, it'll probably let you. But if you're using like your phone, a lot of times it doesn't let you join because they don't want to give up 30% of the monthly revenue.
I have like no ammo left. Can I throw grenades? I have no ammo left. Maybe I can hit it with a grenade. I don't know.
Well, you're in the U.S., I'm guessing, Ascendant, so it might vary from country to country.
What do I do? Do anything. I have no ammo. I only have 20 bullets. How am I supposed to kill this thing? No, I didn't make extra ammo because they didn't give me an opportunity to do so. Or if they did, it wasn't apparent. By the way, my assault rifle's over there, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty boned.
Well, at least there's an option to skip the bosses.
Thanks. He gave me a thumbs up. He gave me an assault rifle with full ammo. How nice of him. And I dropped everything. Oh, come on. This is an interesting fight. Wait, is it equipped? I did, and it still says I have 0. What is going on?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
boss arena. You can't leave it. I'm trying to learn the rules of the fight, basically. I'm trying to dodge. I don't know. Hit it anyway. I guess I was supposed to tell he was grabbing me. I couldn't. It won't do it. It won't dodge. I'm telling you. Dodge is awful.
It's a bug gameplay mechanic, dude.
I couldn't even move.
I'm missing out on Oh, yeah, dude, definitely. You know what? I'm gonna buy it right now.
It wouldn't let me. Okay, he's on white. I gotta get to the white switch. Huh? What? I couldn't do anything! I was stuck in place! I tried to jump and butt splash, nothing happened at all. This is stupid. Wow, this is fucking dumb. Oh my god. It's so dumb. It is cumbersome. It's incredibly cumbersome. That's the best way to describe this right now. Incredibly cumbersome. You're gonna do this little damage, you should have like thousands of bullets, now hundreds. There's no ammo, I can't shoot him. He keeps running away. Now I lose all my items.
You gotta fling your shit grenades at him.
Alright, give me another assault rifle. But I lost it immediately because he hit me and I lost it. Look. What do you want me to do? I can't grab all the items if you keep washing them away. Problem is, every time you get hit, you lose all your items. I couldn't move. He swung instead of dodging. This is stupid. Wow. First boss, huh? This was stupid. Incredibly dumb, boring boss fight. First boss. The problem is you shouldn't drop all your items when you get hit. That is so stupid.
That's kind of the whole point of the game, is when you get hit, you drop all your items. I mean, in a game about UPS delivery, is that really shocking? It's the main mechanic.
So the whole idea is just keep running around looking for the ghost guys to give you items so you can actually do the fight. There was no way you went into the fight with enough stuff to beat him. But you didn't know a boss was coming and you weren't going out for a fight, so I don't have enough ammo. So it's insanely poorly designed for first boss. No opportunity to learn any fun.
Wait. He went into that fight not knowing it was going to be a boss? It literally said that you had to go and deal with a big BT while you were sitting on the bed, and you're like, I guess we'll just go on out. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? You had an option to prepare for it. It literally gave you the option to prepare before you went out. You chose to go to the surface immediately.
Combat mechanics at all, or know what you're doing. Just incredible frustration. Why did they make it like that? I don't know. Ask Kojima. What was that? Whoa, wait a minute. What the? Hello. Hey there. How you doing? Hey, baby. It'll be an Easter egg. What is that? What the fuck? Oh my god!
Yeah, I feel like the only way to do Expedition 33, if you are to play it, is to do it on PC and download the auto parry mod.
Oh! Come on, Kojima. What the hell, dude? Come on, dude.
Because, like, some of those optional bosses are, like, insane. There's one of them you have to parry, like, what is it, 30 or 40 times consecutively, perfectly, or else you have to restart.
Oh my god. That's fucked up, dude. Dude, that is totally fucked up. Ugh. See, I only have one blood grenade left, so if I don't find ammo, I can't fight it. There we go. This guy just threw it out, see? Oh, he ran, so I just wasted a blood grenade. There's 5 more. So I do have 5 more blood grenades, or I can go back to the assault rifle. Because I have a new one he threw me. And you drop every fucking item when you fall. It's the dumbest mechanic ever. Why am I losing all of my items?
That's the entire mechanic of the game, is when you fall, you drop all your items.
Where are they? They're all back here. I gotta run all the way back. Look how boring this is. Grab everything back again. I just dropped everything even though I didn't get hit. What are you talking? How did I just drop everything? I didn't even get touched. I lost them. I understand what he wants you to do. It's just incredibly poorly executed. He wants you to shoot and stun, then when he falls down, throw a grenade in his mouth. And he wants you to run around to get more stuff. And he wants you to dodge, but the dodge is terrible. And he hits you every time you dodge, and then you lose all your items. Pretend you won. Imagine the battle has been fought and move on with the story.
Tumbler. Cool.
Note that where this takes you, the battle may not be completely over. You'll not receive a normal evaluation. So wait, you can artificially skip parts of the game?
Yep.
Yeah. You can pretend you won and the game will cheat and it will pass the fight you're in. Well, that's an interesting mechanic. Yeah, but now I have no grenades and I only have 30 bullets. Yeah, this is awful. It's a really poorly designed fight because you have to learn everything on the fly. There was no way to come in.
Yep, you can skip the combat encounters in this game.
Prepared because you didn't know what the fight was going to be. You didn't know the mechanics, you didn't know what you needed. And there was no opportunity to actually craft what you needed beforehand. You didn't know what the fight was. It's not even hard, it's just tedious because you need to know what you're doing in order to beat the boss. It's not like the boss is tough. It's just stupid. It's very tedious to have to pick up all your items every single time you take a single hit. Do I have a blood grenade? I do find it. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. You down him, and when he's down, you hit him with the grenade. That's the fight. Do I have another one with ammo? Yes, I did.
Yeah, Death Stranding to me is one of those games I'd rather watch than play, so it's definitely a no commentary YouTube playthrough type game, if you ask me. Let's see. Fallen Shadow with the 5. I'd like to see your reaction to Hellsing Abridged. I think you'd... Okay, so I'll just give you the caveat. If that is based off of an anime, there's a very, very, very high chance that even though it's abridged, the video footage will get copyright claimed. I can try it, but I'm just going to let you know it's probably going to get claimed almost immediately because it's a TV show. But we can try it. Let's see. Sculler with the 10. Last one. Time 2 more people. Also, you missed my previous super chat prior to the at one. Oh, okay. Then, yeah. I'll do 4 randoms then. My bad. Alright, so... Let's see. The worst one is... I moved my mouse over on the wrong part. Try it again. Missed J.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Let's see. Blackie Cat. Alright, number 3. Elijah. It's for running me over in Mario Kart. And last one. We have... Oh, good, it's Juan. Nah, you suffer, bish. Couldn't have asked for a better one. But really appreciate it, Sculler. Big ups. It's very kind of you.
Wow. So that's the thing, like... To make the fight better, all they should have done is stock you with the items you needed first, rather than forcing you to grab items during the fight. Right? Because you know he screwed up. That's why he added those guys throwing you the items during the fight. Because without that, you literally couldn't win the fight. So it's
no, you fucking idiot. It's because they want to teach you for the first boss that you can be assisted by things in the environment. It's to teach you that in future boss fights you can rely on the items that the fucking environment gives you. I don't know. This didn't look like it was that difficult, to be honest.
let me put it this way, the boss isn't bad, it's just, it could have been done so much better if you just stocked up before the fight. Imagine if you had 2 or 3 assault rifles, 15 grenades. You go into the fight, okay, what do I do? Even if you die once or twice, okay, I get it now. You shoot him, he gets stunned, you throw the grenades in his mouth, and then you dodge. That's the fight. Instead, you have no clue what you're doing going into the fight. You've never even done anything like this before. They don't give you the items you need to win the fight. So now you're trying to figure out how to maneuver.
But they did give you the items you need to win the fight. You just beat it.
How to do everything all at once. You have to get items that are tossed to you from phantoms. If you don't, you can't win the fight. And the dodging does suck and is cumbersome. And the fact that you're dropping all the items sucks too. So it's actually really annoying. That could have been much better if done differently and executed differently. It's not a bad fight. It's just not fun to play through. Now the thing is, now that you've done it, right? Now you
just don't like Death Stranding, which is fine. But the fight was fine for what it was.
Understand how the future fights will go. And you'll probably be stocked up. That fight they threw you into with having nothing.
No, you threw yourself into it with nothing because you chose to go to the surface without anything. I don't know, man. I don't like to defend Death Stranding, but Philip is the one who did something wrong. He did not do everything correct. Threatens to wage quit. Uh-oh.
How was everyone this morning? Let's see who's here. Let's see if that jumps you out of your underwear. Good afternoon, Adam. He says good afternoon, Phil. Almost afternoon here. Not yet. Still morning here, but almost. How's everyone feeling today about Death Stranding 2? 4 hours of Death Stranding 2 here on deck. You pooped your pants? I'm sorry to hear that, Mojito Kitty. Go change them. You don't want that seeping in. You might get an infection. Oh, the joke's on me. You're not wearing underwear, Adam. Well, then that's even worse because now you got stains in your actual pants instead of your undergarments. Good day, Dr. Jedi. Hello, Lukewarm Coconut. Prophet Warner's excellent. You're doing excellent. Good. Parasolo, what's up? Wow. All right. I know we're going to get a good crowd, but, you know, that's why I'm doing a build-up, just hanging out with you guys for like 20 minutes or so before we begin. Because if I don't do this, people will miss the beginning and complain. I told everyone roughly we're starting at noon Pacific time for actual gameplay, okay, for the record.
Up, Ascendant with the 10. Mute 2 people.
You shut the fuck up! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
We'll do him. And then... let's see. My eyes are closed. Daniel. You're next on the chopping block. There we go.
We'll hang out here for a little bit. We'll chat. We'll talk it up. You know, do a few shout-outs or whatever before we begin with the game. And then we jump into Death Stranding 2, 4 hours of premiere gameplay. I'm actually liking the idea of skipping the formal podcast when we do something new. It gives more time for gameplay, and that way we get right to it rather than people getting upset that they have to wait for it, you know. But it's also good to do a tiny bit of a build-up so that everyone knows what's going on, if anything important to cover, and it gets a little bit of hype built up, right?
Lots of important shit to cover, I'm
white
sure.
Hot, fresh new release. Well, not really, because once again, they've pulled the, oh, well, first of all, the selected golden few who get advanced copies got them on Monday, and they played it on Monday, so everyone saw the game already. Then if you've spent a ton of extra money for the extra special digital deluxe edition, then you got to play it on Tuesday, so everyone already saw the game as of Tuesday. But if you're a plebeian, if you're one of these unfortunate few who's only going to buy the regular edition of the game, who does that anymore? You have to wait until Thursday. So I'm technically of the third wave of people playing Death Stranding 2.
Phil, the professional content creator, doesn't pay for early access, and he wonders why he doesn't get good viewership.
So I'm not going to get any really of that day one hype or views, which I honestly don't care about because I don't think that it was going to be big for this game anyway, to be frank with everyone. I think that there may be an audience for it, but I don't know how big the audience will be. I can tell you when I played Death Stranding 1, within 3 streams people were bored to tears and were telling me to stop playing the game, but I actually went through the entire thing, despite the fact people told me to stop, because I really like the story. So we're going to see how this goes, and I've already told you guys up front. I'll say it again. I'm not committing to a full playthrough of this game, simply because I'm going to play games that work. I'm not going to force myself to play the entirety of this game if it ain't going to work, and I don't know if it's going to work, to be honest. It may work, it may not. We'll find out together.
Nah, early access is just a FOMO tax. Because even when I wasn't doing YouTube, I paid for early access because I wanted to be one of the first people to play it, so I wouldn't get spoiled, and because I was excited for it.
We give it a shot, give it a try, but I don't want to 100% be like, oh yeah, we're doing the whole thing, guys, and then people get pissed at me and are like, oh, you said you were playing. Well, I said I was trying.
I should e-beg too? Exactly.
Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
That's not begging. That's advertisement. I don't know if this is going to be a full playthrough or not. Quite honestly, I don't know if people will like it as much. You know, I hope we do. I'd be more than happy to play the whole thing if we like it, but these days you just never know, and especially a game like Death Stranding 1 where most of the game was walking around and being bored with delivery of packages. Like, I don't even know what the hell he was thinking there besides he's just nuts. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane. The choice that he made with the first game. Like, what the heck, man? There we go. I was trying, well, still not right. I was messing with my lights on my mic, but I'll just leave them as is at this point. Cydia says, if you bought early access before, what's the big deal? Well, again, if I buy early access for a game, it's typically for a good reason, okay? Sometimes it's because time constraints. Like, I know if I play a game earlier, it'll give us more of a chance to play more of it before something else is happening. Or it's something I'm incredibly hyped for, and I legit want to play it earlier if I can. But most of the time when we've done early access, it's just been me in the butt anyway. You know, if you think like Starfield. Yeah, that was really worth it, wasn't it? Like, basically, at the time everyone was normally playing the game, people who had early access were already quitting. It was that fast of a transition, you know? So I just don't see the point unless there's a real concrete reason to do it. In this case, we needed to finish both Lies of P and Onimusha 2 before we jumped into a new playthrough. So it just made sense to do this today and beat the other games first, or else we would have had these other lingering playthroughs that were unfinished. Mozzie, how are you this morning? Good to see you. Adam says he's going to pick up the game in a few hours, so he won't be here for the gameplay. It's all good. Chill with me for like a half an hour, take off, and that's fine.
Afford this shit!
Dr. Jedi says it was good enough to make a sequel. He must know what he's doing. The thing is,
Saber ran with the 2. Totally don't play Death Stranding. Wink, wink. You don't have to worry about me playing it, but yeah, I think it's interesting. Phil was excited for Death Stranding 2 because he said he really enjoyed the story, so he didn't want to pay that extra, what, $10 to get it early 3 days? Crazy. Then he's like, why is viewership dropping off? It's like, because everybody already has seen everyone else play this part. Why are you going to rewatch it just because DSP is playing it?
he knows what he's doing, okay? He has name recognition. Kojima can pull this off. Other people couldn't. If other people tried to do a game like Death Stranding, it probably wouldn't work. You'd have people complaining like crazy. But in this case, because it's Kojima, he has that name recognition. One of the biggest devs, most notable devs in the history, right? It's kind of like Miyamoto, Kojima. You can think of the big names, right? So because of that, he can do it, you know? And good on him. Because like I said, I think he told one of the best stories in gaming I'd ever experienced in the first game. But man, the gameplay sucked. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The gameplay, every time you had to deliver a package, it was dirt boring. There was some gunplay, it was all right. There was some sneaking gameplay, and sometimes it was good and sometimes it was tedious. It depended. But every time you had to deliver something, it was like, wow, now I have to waste an hour of my life doing this to get to the next story portion that I'm very excited for. Lillian Voss says, I'm pretty into this game for a stream. It looks way too boring and weird to play, but it's cool to get high and watch like a movie. There you go. For a lot of people, maybe they wouldn't be playing this game, but you want to watch someone else do it so that you don't have to tediously do it yourself. Also, keep in mind, being an interactive streamer, right? It works better when you're doing a tedious delivery. We can sit here and talk and chill while I'm doing the tedious delivery as opposed to me doing it for myself and falling asleep. That's good. Ectoplasm Arcade says it's much more action from the start and way more interesting locations. That sounds good to me because the first game had a lot of barren open world bullshit that was so boring. I'm glad to hear there's better locations. Sounds good. Game Boy, how are you this morning? It's going well. Thank you for asking. JRW. Becoming a member this morning. Thank you to JRW for renewing that membership because it looks like you've been a member for a while. You got that rose gold crown and you're renewing it manually. Thank you. That actually counts as our first contribution of the day. Thank you so much, JRW. So FYI, everybody, after a rocky first stream yesterday because...
Jesus, man. He could just be, you know, playing the game during that time. Yep, games are meant to go viral on social media, and that's absolutely it. What is this?
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. Next year, it would be cool to have a GTA playthrough, so, you know, if this is the vibe we're getting, then that's maybe what we'll go with. All right? And then Suikoden 2, we can always play later on in the summer when we have some downtime. I'd be okay with that. What do you think? Does that sound good? Can we come to a general agreement, a consensus, that GTA 4 with mods is probably the way to go? Why not GTA 5 with mods? We just played GTA 5. What was it, last year, year before? We just played it recently. All right, unless someone can convince me otherwise, I think that's what we're going to go with. All right, let's just focus on that. GTA 4 with mods sounds like a plan for starting up next week. Okay? All right, we got some initial shout-outs to do. Then I want to very generally cover my thoughts on Death Stranding 2. I also want to talk about the Independence Day event, and then we're going to do reacting to the Capcom stuff from yesterday. That's the agenda for today. Okay? So let's do some shout-outs, okay? So first off, we start off with James Connor, who did a $5 super chat. Listen to this. This is absolutely hilarious. Remember when you only drank for Christmas? Yes, I remember when I only drank on stream for Christmas. That's correct. Now it's 2 to 3 times a week. No, it's not. Now it's 2 times a week max whenever I'm doing the driving game. You know, American Truck Sim, and now we've added Taxi Life, and each night I'm drinking 2 White Claws, okay? Your days off, it's not true.
Seems like a pretty big spike.
Not always drinking on my days off. I don't know where you got that impression. And every marathon. That is to some extent true. The amount that I drink during a marathon is determined by the amount of support I get. It's kind of a gimmick. You know, when you say you only used to drink on Christmas, you're right, but that's also because we didn't do marathons. Now, we do a marathon once a month, and it's a very special event, and people like it. So...
let's see. Sculler with the 5. Deport Juan.
That's right! That's right!
You're what's wrong with society.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yep, I agree. Absolutely agree.
Well, if it's working, why wouldn't you keep doing it, right? That can't be good for a recovering alcoholic. Okay, allow me to explain something to you. There's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic, all right, when you're talking about someone who has told you about, like, you know, 7 years ago, I was overly drinking, and I was drinking almost all the time, every night, behind the scenes, awful stuff, mistreating my body, okay? Idiots say things like, well, if you're an alcoholic, you can never recover. Well, let me ask you a question. When you're an alcoholic, it means that you're completely dependent on the substance. Every day, you have an addiction, you want it, you crave it, you want it in your system, you feel better, you get those, what is it, endorphins or whatever when you actually drink, correct? And it's not just alcoholism, it's any substance abuse. For some people it's cigarettes, for some people it's weed, for some people it's other kinds of drugs, for some people it's eating actually, but it's an addiction, correct? If you're an alcoholic, it means that you rely on this every single day. It has to be part of your routine. It has to be something that you run back to, right?
And we know how much you love your routine, Phil. So maybe that's, you know, the perfect explanation for why you have to have it.
Okay. Usually when you think alcoholism, you think someone has it out of control. They can't stop, right?
Nope, not true. There are functioning alcoholics throughout society.
I will tell you, there were times in my life when this was absolutely the case. There was times during the 2000s, and there were times during...
There are functioning alcoholics that only drink at night when they get home from work and they only have a couple drinks. But if they go without those couple drinks for a night or two, they absolutely fucking lose their mind.
The 2010s, when this was the case for me, where it was out of control, and I was acting in ways that I normally wouldn't because I was under the influence. It was actually hurting my lifestyle, my body, my relationships with people. Absolutely. I've told you this stuff, right? But what's hilarious about this is that people say, oh my God, wait a minute, but you were an alcoholic, you're drinking? Yes, because in life, it's not absolutes. Do you get it? In life, it's about moderation and doing things responsibly. Maybe in the past, I admit, I've had substance abuse issues with alcohol. I've told you all about it publicly. I've admitted it. It's been something intimate that I've opened up about, right? That doesn't mean that today, if I drink 2 White Claws on a driving stream and I get a little bit of a buzz and we're having fun, that now I've become an alcoholic. If you think that, you're actually a fucking retard, all right? I want you to understand that. If you actually think that because someone who has problems in the past is having 1 or 2 casual drinks in a controlled, responsible environment and having fun with an audience, that they're an alcoholic, you're actually a fucking moron. And no one can help you because you actually think life is black and white. It's either you're an alcoholic or you are fucking teetotaler, straight edge. That's not how life works, okay? So when you send me a super chat like that and you say one of the most dumb fucking things I've ever heard, I laugh at how dumb and ignorant you are, all right? I'm an responsible adult. I'm not drinking and then driving. I'm not drinking myself into...
A responsible adult who is a literal fucking court-documented bankrupt. Yeah, sure, buddy. Saber with the 5, by that logic, is there such a thing as a functioning degenerate or gooner? I mean, yeah. There are people who literally will watch porn on one monitor and then work on the other. So, yeah. It does exist.
...to a stupor every night and acting a fool, okay? What you're saying doesn't exist. A responsible adult has the ability to have a drink or two every once in a while and have fun, particularly if it's enhancing the experience of a stream. You guys said me doing this when I'm doing the driving streams is kind of fun because I get buzzed and, you know, we have fun conversation. It actually makes the driving more difficult and you can see, you know, having, you know, fender benders and stuff in the games. It's funny, right? So, could you be dumber? No, I don't think so. I actually think that if you think that because I have a couple drinks on driving streams, I'm an alcoholic, you're actually a fucking idiot. And you actually need help. You need help, not me. You're the one who needs fucking help. Okay? Now,
all right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Definitely interesting because sometimes I end up drinking way too much, I admit, and other times there's almost nothing. It really depends on levels of support and stuff, all right? So, and that's directly dependent on something. I told you guys during marathons, I have to pace myself. I will not go crazy and drink way too much. That did happen during my birthday marathon because I didn't understand how strong that moonshine was. Oh, God. I legit drank too much and I got sick, right? That next day, I couldn't even come to stream on time. That's a situation where, yeah, things got out of hand. I adjusted. If you haven't noticed, it hasn't happened again. I'm not really doing that stuff anymore. I'm probably not going to be drinking. And that's directly dependent on something. I told you guys during marathons, I have to pace myself. I will not go crazy and drink way too much. That did happen during my birthday marathon because I didn't understand how strong that moonshine was. Oh, God. I legit drank too much and I got sick, right? That next day, I couldn't even come to stream on time. That's a situation where, yeah, things got out of hand. I adjusted. If you haven't noticed, that hasn't happened again. I'm not really doing that stuff anymore. I'm probably not going to be drinking moonshine. That's crazy. It's too strong, right?
Yeah, at least not publicly anymore.
So, yeah, it's that simple. It's not a big deal. Idiots making shit up like, oh, you drink every time on your day off. No, I don't. How would you even fucking know that?
I
Are you in my
don't.
house staring at me? Do you have fucking security cameras watching my behavior? What are you talking about? Because you live in...
We all saw the transactions to Total Wine, so we know he drinks a lot.
the detractor world and you're an obsessed lunatic doesn't mean you know anything about me. You're a fucking idiot. Obsessed lunatic doesn't mean you know anything about me. You're a fucking idiot. So thanks for the $5, you complete fucking moron. I hope you've now been publicly humiliated enough. Okay. Let's continue, shall we? Chris did a £2 super chat and says, hey, Phil, here's a little bit to help. Thank you, Chris. Hello Voltage with a $2 super chat. I'm a recovering pickle-holic. There you go. So there you go. Let me ask you a question. Just because I had problems with addiction to pickles in my youth, all right, does that mean that I cannot eat the Grillo's pickle menu on Monday when we hit the goal and we do this DSP tries at Sonic? I don't understand what you're saying. It almost sounds like you're an idiot. Okay. Shout out to J. Rod.
Jesus. Alright, so what is this thing called? Helsing Abridged? Alright, let me see. I'm having a feeling we're probably going to get copyrighted, but we'll see. Is it all age restricted? I guess so. Oh no. Maybe.
The following is a fan-based parody. Hellsing Ultimate is owned by Kota Hirano and Studio Madhouse and licensed.
This is the story about a world of adventure. A sea full of excitement.
Why do I care about copyright? Because if the copyright material is detected for too long, they pull the stream down, and then I have to take, like, basically a 5-minute waiting period of a black screen before I can come back on. So it pulls the stream down temporarily for like 5 to 10 minutes.
And a man full of dreams and a passion that seeks to drive him to the top.
My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm
Ugh, I fucking hate One Piece.
gonna be king of the...
Oh, yes. I love you, Edward.
And I love you, Bella. Hold on. Who is it?
Oh, you know. A real fucking vampire.
My name is Ceres. And yes, I have the target in sight.
Well, better take the shot. You're letting her get away.
If you just give me a second to concentrate, I could...
She's getting away. She's running.
I get it, I'm lining up the...
Going to miss it. Going to miss it.
Just be quiet and let me...
Hey, police girl. Hey, police girl.
Oh, we already got it. It's already up, so... Yeah, anime is usually really bad. So, yeah, sorry. We already got the warning. Jeez. Yeah, it's movie trailers, anime clips. I guess TV show clips, too. But, yeah. Because if they have the video match uploaded, like most of the anime studios just upload the anime straight up to YouTube's copyright thing. It picks it up pretty quick. But yeah, anything with like real TV, movie, anime stuff is kind of a no-go if you want me to watch stuff, just because it will get picked up. Let's see. Juan with the 5. Suffa Sculla. Suffa Bish. He's fat. He's fat. You know what to do, Griffin. Smash or pass on her. Are you asking me if I would want to smash a tall, blonde, skinny chick? Duh. I think any dude with a functioning dick would probably smash a tall, skinny, white chick. But, I don't know. WNBA. Oh, is it a WNBA player? Yeah, I think you'd have to be gay. Too masculine. I don't agree at all. How does she look masculine? But yeah, I'd smash for sure. Nah, bro, she ain't thick. She ain't thick enough. Ugh, disgusting. The obsession with thick women is just literally the glorification of obesity, but, you know. What can you expect from de culture? 87%, bro. They gotta cope somehow. Gotta cope somehow. Click on. Alright, we can watch it.
Okay, I just had a bit of a realization and I need to get it out. I think the reason the stop worrying about the validation of others, crowd, rhetoric, whatever you want to call it, drives me so insane is because the same people who would have you think the validation of other people does not matter are the same people that say you need to be stoic and go inside yourself and become the best person that you could possibly be in order to curry the admiration of other people. Thus, a cyclical validation loop. So you're still chasing the validation of other people. It's not... It's all the validation of other people at the end of the day. There's more to this. I'm going to suss this out, but it's all validation at the end of the day. You can never truly stop caring what other people think. Okay, I just had a bit of a...
Raymond Sycamore. So this is actual... Okay. I guess his last name is Sycamore. Interesting. More daily life with a $1,400 car.
Okay, more problems with a $1,400 car. I don't know if you can tell, but these windows are almost not able to be seen through when driving. The heater core apparently is bad in these Vibes. The AC has never worked, and this Vibe has 171,000 miles on it. It's about 47 degrees. I just went and rode my bike in the rain, yes, because I'm a glutton for punishment. But just driving back in 47 degrees with the heater on defrost, and if I don't have the air recirculator on, one of the regulators in the HVAC unit starts clicking a bunch, like insane. Click, 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 click. But yeah.
Wiping a window with condensation does not fix the issue because it'll just condensate over again.
This isn't even bad. Usually it's much, much worse. You will get foggy windows, but is it better than an $800 a month car payment? You tell me. Okay.
I don't know. A glutton for punishment. That's right. He likes to get spanked. You need more Raymond black pills? Oh my god. Who doesn't love a good spanking? I can safely say that I do not want to be spanked. Why would I want to be spanked? What pleasure would you get from having your ass spanked? I don't fucking get that shit at all. $41,000 people have been fired from Amazon.
Badges. They taking our vests and making us hand over our vests, bro. I ain't gonna lie, this shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy, man. Like, we really just getting walked out right now, bro. Like, I didn't think that the 10,000 people be.
Alright, so we gotta talk about Amazon. They're firing a bunch of people. You're probably seeing record warehouse layoffs. Amazon investing billions of dollars into robotics. Things aren't looking good for the average employee. So Amazon is already talking to employees, okay? They're talking to them, prepping employees for layoffs by talking up the power of artificial intelligent agents. Now, if you guys think AI is still very behind from replacing your job, think again, because IBM recently fired large chunks of their human resources department and basically replaced it with AI agents. So Amazon...
Yeah, HR is not a real job.
Is already appearing to start doing layoffs, okay? Some people are saying that these layoffs could be...
Griffin acting like he doesn't fantasize about a 10 out of 10 blonde, skin, tall, blue eyes girl tying him up and spanking him while saying how pathetic he is. Nah, I just want her to slap me in the face and then spit on. Never mind. We won't get into that, but no, I don't want to be spanked.
Be massive in the next few months. Amazon has already done massive layoffs in the manager sector, and some people even said that Amazon layoffs could be at like 20,000 at this point. So Amazon, they're pretty serious about it, okay? And the CEO has called AI a once-in-a-lifetime technology that will change the company, which basically translates to simply, it is a great technology that will replace workers and increase profits. And it's going to really suck for you who wants to work for Amazon. So if you check out this, layoffs are hitting Amazon fresh, okay? Layoffs are happening everywhere. You can't escape layoffs these days. Even freaking Kroger.
The blonde we just watched is 2 inches taller than you. That's fine. I don't care.
Is conducting some layoffs.
Bro, I like genuinely, if a girl is taller than me, that's like a absolute W, because that means I won't be passing on the generational curse.
Even the trucking sector is doing layoffs. So not exactly the best things going on. And when you really look into Amazon, they've already conducted some of the biggest
I
layoffs.
will climb that mountain.
Roughly 27,000 corporate positions and 2 massive layoffs during 2023, more in 2024. They even want to fire like 14,000 manager positions. So layoffs really could be like 45,000 people just in the past like 24, 36 months. It's actually insane how many people have been fired from the tech industry. And remember, layoffs are everywhere. I got a few TikToks to show you after this video because there is a lot of layoffs happening. Everyone is complaining and I feel bad for all of them. It goes from like your everyday Amazon warehouse employee to like a top tech executive. Everyone, no matter where you are, is experiencing layoffs. And it's honestly getting kind of sad because so many people are now out of a job and many people now are complaining on social media how they can't find a job. The job market is absolutely crap right now. Especially when you start looking into Amazon, like I don't really think like they're going to be expanding their workforce anytime soon when they have a 34% office vacancy rate, which means a lot of people aren't exactly being hired in. If you want to know whether or not companies will be hiring more people, it's
yeah, like the office that they're building in DC, or I guess not DC, in Crystal City or Pentagon City, whatever you want to call it, in Arlington, Virginia, the HQ too. Apparently, they're not even going to fill most of those offices. Amazon's been cutting people like crazy. They fired, I think it was 20,000, like, mid-level managers at one point.
Just look at their office space. If Amazon, for example, increases their office space in the next few years, that means they're going to start hiring. But when they start shutting down, you know, the Amazon Go's, the Amazon warehouses, and also cutting back leases to save $1.3 billion, I don't think Amazon is hiring anyone anytime soon. And by the way, Amazon is already giving some pretty harsh stuff towards a lot of their employees because there's a lot of fear of layoffs. But like I said, you know, they are facing a very fierce competitive market and says that they want to get the most done with the least amount of resources, which means hiring essential workers, have a lot of AI, and then just firing a bunch of people to save money. That's really what really boils down to. So what do you guys think about it so far? Layoff.
Wait until AI replaces Griffin in his job and lay him off so he has to do YouTube. Oh, yeah, dude, I can't wait.
Layoffs are everywhere. Layoffs are getting kind of scary. Everyone is very fearful.
That'd be my dream, man. It'd be the perfect excuse to finally follow my dream, you know, of becoming a full-time content creator. But nah, I'll be fine. I'll be good. I mean, I don't really foresee anything dramatically changing in the field of work I'm in. But even if so, then I have some backup plans, let's just say. So I know some people who work at companies that have basically given like an open offer for me to come and work with them if they want to. So, or if I want to. So, yeah. I should be fine either way.
Of the market. Let's see what happens next and check out some of these videos. Don't leave just yet.
I might have to transition from one job to another, but yeah, it wouldn't be for long.
This is what I needed. I needed this. I needed this. I'm literally shaking. Like, being unemployed is the most treacherous thing ever. And then you jump on interviews and it's like so scary. But when they go well, oh my god. You're a cringe, bitch. That went so well. Oh my god. That went so well. That was such a good interview. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. She passed me. I'm shaking. Like, this is like a big role. This is a big role. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I lost my job this week. I went onto Zoom.
Another Asian mid.
To have my usual one-on-one with my manager. When I hopped on, the first person I saw was head of HR. I work in a tech company, so most probably I was getting laid off. My role was made redundant, meaning that the company no longer needed my role or function in the organization. When I first
What was your role?
Heard the news, I kind of didn't know how to feel. For someone who was so career driven and who worked really hard to keep a work ethic really strong, I felt like the rug was pulled from under my feet. Like, I had no way to prepare for this, and I think that unless you have been made redundant before, you just, like, nothing prepares you for this kind of, like, gut-punching feeling. By the way, I'm absolutely okay. I've come to terms with it. I'm excited for what the future holds. In Australia, Fairworks allows you to have consultation periods where you can ask questions and see if there are any other roles that you can jump into at the company and things like that. So there are discussions, and so I made sure that I did my research. I seeked legal advice. I called Fairworks and asked, you know, Am I getting paid out in a fair way and things like that? Really just things to look at for myself. But nonetheless, I'm in a really happy position right now. I think this is the perfect time for me to take an R&R, and this trip has come almost just pretty much at like the perfect time for me to reset after I come back. Someone said on LinkedIn that this is just a minor setback for a huge comeback, and you know what? That shit just like lit me on fire, and I am super excited to come back and see what I can do. My manifestation board does have a photography studio on it, and that's just something that I've always wanted. So
my manifestation board has a photography studio on it. Okay, yeah, she didn't have a real job.
Maybe this is the time for me to really focus on photography again, because I've missed it so much. The good thing is I don't have to work for a while, so thanks, Joseph, for looking after me.
How are women so positive? Wait, what did that say?
Missed it so much. The good thing is I just wanted, so maybe this is the time for me to really focus on photography again, because I've missed it so much. The good thing is I don't have to work for a while, so thanks, Joseph, for looking after me. I appreciate all the support that my surrounding friends and family have given me in the past week. It is a lot to process. When you have really supportive friends and family in your life and colleagues, ex-colleagues that are just rooting for you, it's a really nice feeling to be able to go into the world and be like, yeah, like I've totally got this. But holy, what a crazy last few days. No one prepares you for this shit, you know, and actually no one tells you how common it is either. But anyway, thank you for listening to my TED Talk. We are going on our trip in 2 days, so that's all I'm going to focus on now. Thanks for listening. See you in no time.
18,000 people got laid off from Amazon today. I definitely get what you're feeling right now. And I just want you to remember that it wasn't about you. It was a strictly business decision. We're human and we let insecurities get the best of us. And our thoughts immediately go to, what could we have done differently? Is there something that I did? I thought I was like on the right track. It was strictly a business decision. And you have to remember that. Don't let anyone make you think that it was a personal decision on you. So much of our worth and success.
Dude, look at that. Ugh. She's got a fat roll and another fat roll on her neck. Dear Lord, bro.
Has always been tied to our career in the name of our employer. And I think that's why I had such a hard time with these layoffs, because I have always been
like,
very
not
career-driven.
even like the double chin is its own thing. Literally 2 stacked fat rolls on her neck.
But we need to remind ourselves that we are more than our career, our employer, our job. That's not the most unique or exciting thing about us. The great thing is that there's a lot of resources.
What should be the most exciting thing in a woman's life is, you know, starting a family, but nah. To the Jewish daycare with you.
Out there to help those being impacted by the layoffs. Since so many tech layoffs are happening right now, a lot of people are rallying around those impacted. They're putting together spreadsheets with those companies that are still hiring. LinkedIn is a great tool for connections and networking and help getting the word out there of the roles that you're applying for and just broadening your network as well. I'm not going to speculate what your severance package is or what your financial situation is. If you have the means to take the time and be more thoughtful and intentional of your next move, do it. If you don't, like me, and you have to get right into finding a job, then I am here in solidarity with you. And I do firmly believe that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Drop in my comments if you need help or if you need to commiserate together. But just know that you're more than your job and employer. And don't let this set you back. And I'm here for you.
I have a bit of a life update for you all. Today will be my first day going full-time as an influencer and content creator. As much as I would love to say that this was
the
decision I came to fully on my own and not just because of circumstance, I really can't do that. Because on Monday, the company that I was working for conducted layoffs and ultimately my role was eliminated. I had only been there for 3 months, which is definitely a bummer. I was just really getting into the swing of things and fully picking up like with clients and all of that. I felt like I was doing really well, but the decision wasn't based on anything that I
Notice how none of them actually say what their jobs were.
was doing. It was because of budgetary reasons, as layoffs usually are. But as much as being laid off absolutely sucks, like there's no denying that it is awful, I'm choosing to focus on the things that I have, the things that I enjoy, and I already do content creation.
Griffin, would you settle for her?
Makes it here on TikTok and Instagram as a part-time job. Like I do get paid for it. And
I mean, looks-wise, she's fine. It would just really depend on the personality, I guess. But yeah, I mean, she's not unattractive, so I don't know. Just your normal-looking white girl that's not fat, so it's fine with me.
And now I have all this free time, I might as well just throw myself into that and do what I can with it. I'm not saying that this is going to be my full gig forever and always, but right now I'm a little bit desperate, and this is something that I already do. I enjoy it, so might as well, you know? I won't be jumping right in to apply to new jobs just because I have some savings.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that almost everybody wants to be a content creator, but that's already a turnoff. But yeah, I mean, looks-wise, she looks fine.
That I can live on for at least a little bit, and it just kind of gives me a second to breathe, at least like process what just happened and take some time for myself, do some things that I like, and then eventually I think I will get back into, you know, a regular 9-to-5, because there's no, like, people all the time love to talk about, oh, like being independent, running your own business, but sometimes it's really nice to like Know that you're getting a paycheck. Know.
Yep, you're getting a paycheck. Your health care is covered. You're getting a 401k contribution. You don't have to pay the other half of your Social Security payment, which is 7% of your income. Yeah, it's very nice to have an actual job.
That you have health insurance and like someone is matching your 401k contribution. All of those things.
Amen.
Are really nice to have that security. Back to the whole content creation influencing thing. I'm able to do this because of all of you here that watch my videos, and I'm so incredibly grateful for that every single day. So that being said,
I don't think she's doing overkill on the makeup personally.
Know what you all want to see, whether it's more finance content, like things to do in DC, fashion, beauty.
Ugh, DC.
I don't really have a niche. I kind of, make what I want to make and put it out there. But if there's anything in particular, any questions, any specific like types of videos you want to see, I want to know. Even though this is a very scary time.
I want to know what her actual job was.
I'm excited for what's to come. I'm excited for all of the new possibilities and opportunities that I am now
genuinely curious
about. I have nothing really tying me down. I'm just kind of doing what I'm doing and letting life take its course. And even though I really felt like I had it figured out before, like I had a stable job, I had good things going for me, I have to remind myself that I'm still young. I am 24. I have the rest of my life to figure it out. And this is just a little speed bump. It's not a major hurdle. It's not like I'm crossing a brick wall or anything. It's just a little speed bump. Oh, I got something right in my eye that will hopefully help me find my right path.
You wish your sex store job paid more? Well, you got to become the star that sells their movies inside the sex store, I guess. I don't know. You gotta work your way up to being sold inside of the sex store, if that makes sense.
I was pretty devastated.
Griffin, this is your type of girl? Yeah, I mean, visually, she's very attractive to me, at least. I don't know. I don't really have, like, super high standards, so... don't be covered in tattoos. Don't be fat. Look normal. Be white, preferably. Yeah, I mean, it's just fine with me.
And here's how some of my people made a huge impact in the first 24 hours. My roommate works a crazy job, but she decided to work remotely so she could be there for me. And being there for me caused her to work pretty late that night. She never complained once. I had canceled plans with...
Griffin racist? Yeah, you got a problem with it?
2 of my best friends.
There's no other option? I was being nice.
Because I didn't want to be mopey, and I told them why. And they showed up to my house after work with flowers. I mean, look at these. They're so pretty. Flowers and my favorite treats, and they just hung out and let me talk about it and took my mind off it, too. My dad and his fiancée, Steph, had me over, and they cooked...
Realistically, I would only ever date a white chick because I want my child to actually look like me. So, yeah. That's just the way it's got to be.
A well-rounded meal for me and my boyfriend, and let me just pet the dog and hang out, take my mind off things. 3 of my people Venmo'd me the amount that the Uber cost me to get to work, because I paid $15 to take an Uber to work that day because it was hailing and disgusting.
Yeah, at this point, I would only date to marry, so realistically, I'd only ever end up with a white chick.
To then lose my job and go right home. So they all sent me that amount plus enough for a treat. My 3 siblings, so my twin, my 2 younger siblings, had me on what seemed like a rotating schedule, just continuing to check in, make sure I'm okay. My childhood best friend let me just cry on the phone for hours, basically. So many other people have shown up for me since then, and those people have continued too, in many ways, but that was the first 24 hours.
Hey, I'm Lily. I was laid off from my tech job on January 8th. Yesterday, when I woke up, my mission was to apply for jobs, and I was feeling a little unmotivated. It was like, I'm back to square one. I don't know where to start. I decided yesterday to post like an invitation to sit on a Zoom call and maybe apply for jobs, work on your resume, work on your cover letter. I met 3 people. So lovely. It was so lovely to connect with people who are in the same situation, in this mindset that is really sometimes dark and depressing. We shared like some tips that were relevant to
My best bet is white male, Asian female. Oh, well, I guess I'm a bit of a gambler because I ain't taking the best bet.
Another's experience. But one thing that
that
really resonated with me, punishing and withholding things that you really like because you're unemployed or because you feel like you need to be applying for jobs. And we were discussing this, and I'm like, I have completely done this and still kind of do. For example, one thing that I really love are pastries and croissants. It's like if I'm having a day, or if I do something really hard and like I want to reward myself, I'll go get a croissant, and it's just like makes me so happy. But
I'm like a dog. I need a treat. I've been such a good girl. Oh my god.
Since I've been laid off and since I've been looking for a job, I have really limited my unnecessary spending is how I categorize it. I haven't gone to get a croissant. I haven't gone to get like a little fuzzy bubbly drink, which I also love. Tiny little thing that brings me joy. And
fuzzy, bubbly drink. Oh my god.
This day of grueling applications, like reading job descriptions and being like, that sounds horrible, but I'm still gonna do it. I might be able to do it. I might be able to get through. And damn, I don't think that's good that we do that. I don't think punishing ourselves for a situation that even invited me to a free event, I'd be like, no, I can't have fun. I'm not capable of having fun. I need to focus on applying. Damn, I want like a tiny bit of joy. I'm working hard and it's taxing and there's little bits of hope, but I think that I give myself a little bit of grace when it comes to Microsoft.
I lost my job yesterday. It was a 6-figure software engineer job, one of those jobs you're supposed to hold on to and never let go. It's what you go to college for, but it didn't work out, I suppose. But I'm not sad, I'm actually excited. I'm taking it as a sign. It's a sign that I need to push myself and take my own risk. And I'm actually thinking of becoming a software freelance developer. And I wanted to make this page if you wanted to.
Don't do it. Oh, man. I mean, unless you have an existing clientele and a specialization, that's not a good idea because, once again, you have to pay a higher amount of your income towards Social Security. So you're already taking an 8% pay cut if you earn the same amount of money, which is something to keep in mind, guys. If you're self-employed versus working for a company, let's say you get paid $100,000 at a company versus being self-employed for $100,000, your company will pay for half of your Social Security contribution, which means that you lose 7% of your paycheck towards Social Security tax. If you're self-employed, you have to pay the full 15% yourself. So I, on my YouTube revenue, have to pay like a full 14 point something percent Social Security tax. But for my actual job, I only have to pay 7%. So self-employment has higher tax.
To support me in any way, hit a follow. I'm going to be posting my journey. And so if you want to be informed on what it takes to be a unemployed software engineer that's trying to make it as a freelance web developer, hit a follow.
Oh, God. A freelance web development is kind of a dead... It's kind of a dead field because AI has made it so easy, plus all the, whatever they're called, the template site builders. Like your Wixes and Squarespace and all of that.
So it's been about an hour since I found out that I was laid off from Meta. I am part of the 11,000 employees that were laid off. I had a feeling, just because I'm on the recruiting, or was on the recruiting team, and that's where the biggest hits were taken.
Yeah, you don't do anything. Talk about an easy job to replace: recruiting. Everybody knows what Facebook is. You don't need to recruit for it. People are going to apply anyway.
Yesterday I was like, you know what, whatever happens, happens. And today when I read the email, I got so emotional. And I know that's normal.
Marketing is massively, massively overinflated. Yeah, there's way too many people who want a marketing job.
Well, I think it's just like...
Yeah, social media and HR and marketing are like some of the most overcrowded fields.
Like, this was literally like my dream job. And I was so proud of myself when I got it. And I'm still very proud of myself. It just... I guess it's just crazy because I never thought that I could... I worked for Microsoft and I worked for Meta. So like, I think I'm okay when it comes to my resume. It's just a really bad time in the economy and I get that. But
Microsoft.
I just never thought that I could work for a company like this.
How much did you save? That's the other thing I'd love to know is what was the salary and how much did they actually save?
So I hate that my dream job is no job, but this was in my mind that I made it moment, And so I know that the universe has wonderful things in store for me, and I've survived 100% of
Griffin got recruited by his technically, yeah. I went to so when I was in college, my company came and did like a recruitment presentation. So I went to that, and then, I talked to one of the recruiters while there, and they invited me to, another event because, Like, they wanted, I guess, people to come and, like, bring their resume and stuff to see if they would be a good fit. And they would talk to you, and you can get, like, free food and stuff. So I went to that. And then also, my dad had worked with someone who worked for the company that I do. And she put in, like, a letter of recommendation because she has, like, I guess, friends or something that work within my company still. So, yeah. Kind of. Not really, but this was also the first company that accepted me, and, you know, they offered me a lot of money, so it's like, oh, yeah, sure. And they said it was basically fully remote, which was cool for me at the time, so that was also nice.
Life up to this point.
Because one of the worst things about working in the DC area is the commute. But don't recruiters get a commission if they hire someone on cheap? Yes and no. It depends on the company. But yeah, typically.
But I'm just feeling all of the feelings today. So if anyone has leads for a technical recruiter, I am really good at my job. Yeah, if you're going through this right now, I'm in the same boat as you, so sending lots of love and light, and we'll get through this. We will get through this. That's life right now.
So I just got laid off from my job at Meta. After laying off 13,000 people in November, they're doing another round, laying 10,000 people off, and...
Oh, God. Another Asian mid, corpo boss babe.
Fortunately, I was one of them. This is my first job out of college, and I can't lie, I'm pretty heartbroken. Not even 24 hours before I was laid off, Adam, the CEO of Instagram, made a video on his personal account celebrating a feature that I worked on. After what's next for me, I have no freaking idea. Maybe this is a sign for me to be a full-time game developer, take content creation.
Dude, she's a gamer just like me.
Seriously, play video games all day, start OnlyFans. Just kidding. But on a more serious note, I've spent my entire
right. You already have the account. You already have the account.
Life following a traditional path to success. Studying so much in high school, I didn't have a childhood, going to a good college, and working at a tech giant. I want to invest in what I want, which is telling stories. I'm starting a YouTube channel at Saundering Emily, which you can subscribe to in the link in my bio. I am working on my first commercial game, which is coming out in years, and who knows what else. If you want to follow my journey in saying goodbye to the expectations of others, then let's go.
Y'all.
No thanks. Y'all.
In this last round of layoffs, Meta pulled a fast one, and I want y'all to understand what they're doing. So as y'all know, Meta laid off a bunch of people citing low performance for layoffs, okay? A bunch of folks caught up to CageBird looking for support, and what they were telling us is that they have not had a performance review in the past year. Now, why is that important? If you're going to argue that you were wrongfully terminated based on something other than performance, so basically saying Meta said that I'm a low performer, however, I'm not a low performer, and I was actually laid off because of whatever other reason, you have to be able to prove that you were in fact not a low performer, and the way to do that is through your performance review. But clearly Meta planned this layoff and did not conduct a performance review the year prior. That means it's harder to prove that you were not a low performer, because now for the past year, everything is subjective because there's no performance review. So it's literally on a case-by-case basis, forcing you to go to court. So let's play this out, okay? I got laid off. Okay, I got laid off in January. They told me it was because I was a low performer. I actually wasn't a low performer. My last
I believe them.
Performance review told me I was exceeds expectation. I go to my company and say,
what were the expectations?
Hey, this is actually discrimination. I'm not.
See, that's the thing. That doesn't mean you're a high performer. It just means your own expectations were exceeded.
I'm a low performer.
Oh, there's all sorts of loopholes to get around this type of shit.
Months ago, I was exceeds expectations. Okay, 9 times out of 10, they're going to give you some money and you're going to go about your business because they don't want to take that to court. Because just 6 months ago, you were a high performer. Okay. Now this is what happened with Meta. Okay, I got laid off. I go to Meta and say, hey, actually wasn't a low performer. They didn't do performance reviews, so they're going to say, prove it. The only performance review you have is the one from 2 years ago. So there's a year of gray area that now you have to prove that you're a low performer. This is why I be telling y'all to keep the receipts, okay? This is what y'all need to start doing, because the way these tech companies work is if one does something and it works, they all going to do, okay? And that means that you have to start on your own accord. If your company decides to randomly not do performance reviews, you need to be emailing your manager regularly and consistently and asking for performance feedback in writing. And then whatever they say, you need to keep the receipts of that in the work receipts app. That's what you need to do. Because they're going to try to start getting rid of performance reviews so that they can continue laying people off and calling it a low performance layoff to skate and donate around the law. Like that's where we are as a union, as a nation, and so you have to protect yourself. Keep the receipts, baby.
That's right, sister. Guess she ain't getting her nails did. Can't find a single job. I wonder what their degree is in.
UCLA just let go of myself and my whole team, including my supervisor, in the middle of a project due to the federal funding. And what's absolutely wild about that is I actually have never been laid off before. It was kind of like, oh my God, like this is like new territory. Like what's going on? Like what happens next? Like what questions do I ask? I was like, okay, like so.
Her eyes are creeping me out.
How does this work and all this? You know, like what's the deets? And they give it to me. And I must say, I'm not panicking.
And the lips.
Too much. I've never had trouble getting a job. My husband said I don't have to work.
Job market's pretty trash. Everyone's getting fired. And the problem isn't people being fired, because people have been getting laid off since the dawn of time when jobs were a thing. The thing is, people get fired, but they can't find another job because there's not really any jobs available in the market. You're going to be seeing a lot of these TikToks where people complain about how they lost their job and how they're very devastated. And the reason why people are so devastated after layoffs these few years is because you can't find another job. You just got fired from a tech job. You just got fired from your marketing job. You just got fired from your finance job. Are you going to find another job? It's going to be super difficult. It is such an employer's market right now. It's very tough for job seekers, especially if you just recently graduated from college. Employers are hiring at the slowest pace in more than 10 years. Okay, people are saying that the employment markets and the job market is almost as bad as 2008, maybe even worse, because AI is so powerful right now. Let's see what happens next. Check out some of these TikToks, guys. Let's see what happens.
You don't need an explanation. Somebody else needs to hear this today. Something my boss just taught me as I was essentially telling him that I couldn't work for the business anymore, which shocked me. As I'm explaining my life and what's going on and how everything is a mess and I need to like figure my shit out. He goes, Chelsea, thank you for explaining all of that to me. I appreciate it, but you don't have to explain anything.
Dude, that is a very disturbing physiognomy, or however the fuck you say it. Holy fuck. Oy vey.
If you need to do what you gotta do, go do it. You don't have to explain yourself. Why have I felt like I've needed to explain myself my whole life?
Oblivion phenotype? Yeah, dude, I don't know.
If I have this feeling or emotion or I want to say this or that, I need to over-explain everything. To make sure I'm understood or make sure I don't come off as like I'm taking them for granted, or why do we feel like we need to...
That is very, yeah. If you completely cut off the image, like just here, it would be very fucking hard to tell if that is a man or a woman.
To explain ourselves. Where does that come from? That we can't just be or do or make decisions because.
Hey guys, so I've been kind of crying. I was let go today. And many people were, but from my group, it was me.
No wonder why you're let go. You don't even know how to talk properly and record audio.
And I've seen these TikToks go around for a few months now, where they would get like an invite and you would log in or go in person and they were ready and here you go. Gotta go. You gotta go. And I'm not gonna expose anything at all right now because I'm still processing. I have a degree. They said that my position was going to be no longer needed, which is definitely false because I know for a fact that is not true because I had a lot of work and my colleagues, but I was let go with others as well. I think it was so sad that today they busted out the email like, oh, we're gonna get rid of people, FYI, and I have no words. I am very upset. I know that I can find a job, hopefully, fingers crossed, but this just shows that you are worth nothing to a company.
UCLA funding and like, oh, how does this work and all this, you know, like what's...
I just wanted to skip this bitch because you can't even hear her.
Me shows that you are worth nothing to...
Holy shit.
And I can say...
Happy Monday, I just got fired. Holy shit. I thought it was just like a normal routine
Why is she so sunburned?
meeting. And no, it was actually a we're not moving forward with your employment. And you know what's so funny is like when you think that you finally find like a good job and like a company that cares about you, you're like, oh my god, I actually work for people that care. No, you don't.
Yeah, that was your first mistake.
That was like the only stable thing that I had going on in my life right now. Whew, I was not expecting that. I would have never put money down on that happening. I literally just thought that was gonna be a meeting. Happy Monday.
This is the story about how I was the absolute worst employee and could not work for anybody else. I figured I would tell the story while I get ready because I just have a lot of like
stories about how I was a really bad employee. First of all, I'm using Laura Mercier and mixing the YSL like tinted foundations together because there's a really good mix, but I don't want to use a lot because I'm actually having a really good skin day. So I probably had like
This is women who got fired, apparently.
4 to 6 jobs before this was my full-time job of just working for other people and trying to make that work. Obviously, I needed money. I was a nanny. I worked in restaurants. I worked for a girls' company. It was like a PR company. Let me start out by saying that I got fired from every single job I ever had before this one. I was in the restaurant business. I guess I was younger, and I guess I just had a really big problem with authority. I was so bad at taking advice from people, and this is just me being probably young and dumb and not realizing that like you have to go through things to get to where you want to be. And of course, I was just
Put my makeup on. Let me go run to the store and get some.
too stubborn. And I remember the one time I was working in a restaurant and I threw this rag of food and the food splattered everywhere, and I got fired the next day because of attitude. So this probably happened to me in about 4 different restaurants that I worked in. I think I didn't last longer than a week at each restaurant. It makes me sound like a really like bad person or like bad person to work with. I think it's because when I was young, I just had an authority problem, but also I never wanted to work for anybody. I always wanted.
So I was
Bruh.
fired today and wanted to come on because I feel like
It's alright, I can fix her, guys.
number one, this happens to a lot of people. And I was
Yeah, she's probably living with her either rich husband or with her parents.
blindsided by it. The reason I wanted to come on, number one, is because I feel like this happens to a lot of people, and it's like shocking and a lot to process. You know, you work for a company with people for a long time, and then to like just get a Zoom, or like this was like a random meeting put on my calendar, and it only showed like my manager on it. I didn't know like the HR person was going to be on too, and then they just like said it very kind of coldly and then they just read out like the severance stuff and just said like, you know, it's your last day, effective immediately, and then just like log off, and you're just kind of like, what is happening? And I think the problem for me is, so they said it was because of a conflict of interest, and essentially at the start of the year, my husband, who worked at the same company as me at the time, he quit because he didn't, you know, he wanted to pursue other things. And at the time,
Get ready with me to get fired. So back up, I will explain. I work in marketing for a big financial services company.
Okay, so you're not necessary. There we go.
And we have been in the midst of a lawsuit for the past 4 years. And it's pretty clear that nobody thought that we would lose this lawsuit with the CFPB. Okay, and the outcome is, if we lost this lawsuit, we basically could not sell our services over the phone. So unfortunately for the company I work for, half of our business is based on phone sales. So when we got that decision about a month ago that, okay, you lost the lawsuit that everybody thought we were going to win, you lose all of your call centers and the ability to sell on the phone. So in the last month, everybody's been trying to figure out what to do, which obviously we should have been preparing for the last 4 years, but to my credit, that was before my time. But it just kind of took everybody by surprise, but it shouldn't have, right? So the last month we've been trying to make plans to sell purely online, and with the projections and the numbers, it's not going great.
So I got fired from my server job today, and it was completely my fault, but just let me know what you would have done. So this couple comes in like 30 minutes before close, which is whatever, it's fine. It's not considerate, but whatever. I wasn't too stressed about that. And they come in and, you know, I'm being kind, we're having a good banter, whatever. And then it comes for them to pay the check, and he's like, do you have Apple Pay? And I'm like, sure. So it's him and his girlfriend, and he does Apple Pay, and I'm like, hey, you can just leave it on the table when you're done. And on the table, he wrote out the total, which was $42.76. There was no tip, and they wrote $42.76 on the total, which means like he left me $0. And I looked for cash, and I was like, oh, he tipped me. Cool. So I was annoyed about that, and I was closing the patio, and they were outside talking. And you know what? I was like, I'm just gonna be, I guess I was like, I'm gonna be problematic. And I said, hey, was my service bad or something? And they were like, no. And I go, well, you didn't leave me a tip. And he was like, I left you $7. And the blatant lying pissed me off. And I was like, no, you didn't. And he was like, yes, I did. And I go, here, look. And he was like, well, it must have been an accident. And I'm like, you don't accidentally not tip. That doesn't really happen. And his girlfriend's like, he didn't tip you? And I'm like, no, he didn't tip me. And
I just got fired from my job 4 days before Christmas because apparently they couldn't all wait a week to fire me after Christmas. I have been so busy with said job that I have not had time to Christmas shop for anyone in my family. I am now back in my hometown and have no gifts for anyone, and now have no job.
Yeah, most of the people who get fired are women because it's the Jewish daycare phenomena of, you know, we want them in the office so they don't stay at home having children.
So, yeah, that's what's new with me as of 15 minutes ago, and do not want to tell anyone in my family about everything that I'm saying right now.
You know, most women are in crippling student loan debt. Most of them are taking SSRIs or some sort of, like, you know, antipsychotic medication. They're all in therapy. They all spend almost their entire paycheck. So, yeah, it's all part of, yeah, the agenda. Exactly.
Because I know it will ruin everybody's Christmas. So yeah, that's on. That's great.
Debt-ridden, wage-slaved consumers that don't have any kids.
So I got fired today. I'm shocked. I literally just finished making my coffee to like process because let me get it.
Oh my god, I can't process it without my coffee.
I'm just like so confused. Like it wasn't me. Basically a little about me. I work in human resources and my company was acquired by a new company. I'm part of the human resources team. There's been revenue issues. They were just downsizing. So getting rid of all unnecessary positions. Now, the funny thing is like I was working for a company where in March of 2020 because of COVID, they were just like getting rid of all like quote unnecessary roles to save money because nobody knew what COVID was. Flash forward to like mid-end of year, I get rehired on a part-time basis then full-time basis. Now go to this year, we get acquired by the company that I'm currently at, which is based in California. I was originally working in New York. And I come on. I've been there for about 6 months. My husband and I just moved to California. Hold on, I gotta put this down. My husband and I just moved to California. He left his job as a PT in New York, so he's unemployed. And we moved in with my mom. I'm like, I'll work, we'll save money, it'll be great. And now I'm unemployed. And it's just so funny because I'm basically being let go for like more or less like the same kind of reason. And I'm just like in shock. So now, this is the crazy thing. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, the idea of going to find another job right now.
When will I try to get a girlfriend for my own? I don't know.
Like, it just sounds the most unappealing. And I'm just gonna figure it out. So yeah, so that's the situation. So right now, this is what's gonna happen right now before I figure anything else out. I'm gonna have my coffee. I'm gonna finish my coffee, I'm gonna drink my coffee, I'm gonna sit outside and have it. Then I'm gonna figure out what to do. So. Yay!
I haven't had a job interview in 7 months, and a year ago, I had 3 job offers after 8 weeks. This is a very different market. I don't know how to navigate it. I'm an older millennial with 17 years of experience inside of like product and project management, account management, operational efficiency, agency operations, creative operations, all of that good stuff. And I cannot find a fucking job to even talk to me. Anybody else having this struggle and ready to start their own venture. I kind of just
Well, you had 3 offers. Why didn't you take one of them?
go out on my own, and I'm struggling how to define myself. Advice, stories, and sympathy, welcome, I guess.
So I got laid off today. Yep.
Should have taken one of those 3 job offers.
What I was fearing most this year, because of all the changes happening within the education system, happened. And I made a video about this a couple of weeks ago, talking about how a lot of people within the industry are getting laid off due to federal funding being cut, due to various staff reduction, things of that nature. So anyway, I just thought now that I share my journey now that I have been laid off and now I have to really find a replacement. Am I sad? I'm absolutely sad. I'm devastated that I have to leave a place where I really loved working. It's okay because I have all the resources that I've talked about on this platform. We have resumes that are created with the help of AI. We have other resources with networking. We have LinkedIn, and we're just gonna keep marching forward. So, happy Monday. I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
I'm ugly crying right now because I have not made any money at all, and unemployment still hasn't paid me. And I've had a couple people interested in taking my apartment, but then they just fell through last second, and I'm like, we're days away from July 1st, and I was like, I have no idea how I'm gonna pay rent. Like, I had no idea, and I've had like half of it, and I just won this fucking giveaway, which I was just like, oh, this is cool. Like, I won like a travel, so I was like, I can use this for my birthday, because it was just like a travel gift card, and they go, yeah, we can give this to you, or you can pick cash, you can choose your prize. And I'm like, there was no cash in the giveaway stuff below. Like, it never said anything about cash, and I'm like, wait, what? I was like, how does the cash work? And they're like, we'll just Venmo you, and I'm like, like,
I just got laid off about 2 hours ago. I think I'm still shocked. Like, I just can't believe that it happened. There were absolutely no signs from the company that it was going to happen. 9:30, I got a Teams message
Another one.
From my boss asking if I was free, which definitely was kind of weird, but I thought that he wanted to talk about something that we had discussed yesterday. So I was like, yeah, of course I'm free, what's up? And then they dialed me into a video call where my boss was sitting in the office in a conference room with this lady from legal. And they just basically told me I was being let go. And it was super formal, super sterile, which, like, this is why I always say, like, don't give your everything to a company, because
when it comes to laying people off, they just fire you like that. I was like pretty shocked, and I kind of got teary-eyed, like borderline was gonna start crying, and I like held it together, and I basically told myself like, this is my last time where I'm gonna see my boss and be able to ask him any questions and get closure. So I was like, no, I need to like ask him any questions I have. So I basically asked like, is this a performance thing? Like, was
You really? I don't know, bro. She ain't doing it for me. I think it's just the soulless eyes.
this, I was doing international marketing for them, like, is international just drying up and that's not going to be a priority anymore? And he basically gave some vague answer, which was like, no.
I'm gonna be so honest, and that the biggest thing that will make a difference in your unemployment journey is your mindset, right? I got unemployed 3 weeks, or laid off 3 weeks ago today, and obviously let myself wallow, let myself be sad, very natural and very like normal feelings. But after a few days, I realized the gift of getting my time back. I've talked about it a lot on my TikTok here, and I'm here to tell you that your mindset will change everything. I go wake up in the morning and focus on the number of rejections that I've gotten, or focus on the fact that I did get laid off, or focus on the job market because it's really, really hard. But instead, I've been choosing to wake up in the morning and focus on the positives, obviously. And that's not to say that the journey is easy. I think it's actually really difficult right now. But it's to say that if you wake up in the morning and realize what you're grateful for, and for me, that is the gift of time that I've been getting back. It's the ability to slow down, pursue hobbies, while also applying for my next job and figuring out what is next for me. And I think that it's made me a more intentional person in the last 3 weeks, and just a more very thoughtful person, because I can look in the mirror at the end of the day and say, I did my best that day, or I did what I wanted to do that day. And instead of focusing on the things that were negative that happened to me, instead of like bringing my mindset down, focusing on the positives, I think has just completely elevated my thinking.
I am actually
This is the shit that they fought for, though, which is what makes it even funnier.
like speechless. So I just got laid off from my job. I can't believe I'm saying that. Like,
Dude, what the fuck is she wearing?
I can't believe it. I actually cannot believe
What in the fuck is that? Oh my god, bro.
that this is happening to me. That was actually the fucking weirdest experience of my life. Like, tell me why. I wake up, and thank God I woke up early, because, oh, I see a meeting called Team Update with my director and 2 other people in it. And as soon as I saw it, my stomach dropped.
Dude, it's like she mugged 2 different grandmas and took their clothing.
And I was like, there's no way. Like, my first thought is, there's no way this is happening to me. Like, this doesn't happen to me. Like, I'm invincible. I'm literally invincible. Like, what?
Yeah, I'm a boss babe. I went to college. I'm like literally the best.
Talking about. And then I messaged the other girl who's on the meeting with me like 1 minute before the meeting starts, and I was just like, nice knowing you, babe. Like, love you, babe. We're done. And yeah, I get on the meeting. The whole meeting, I swear to God, lasts like 4 minutes. And my director gets on. She's like reading from a script, which was just like so awkward. And it was just so like impersonal after you've worked with these people for so long and like given so much.
Let's face it wasn't that much.
Sorry, I'm like still processing. Giving so much of yourself. Yeah, they just read off a script and then fire you. It's actually so hurtful and so insulting. Oh my God. And then it was like the meeting started, and then as soon as the HR manager joined the meeting, because she wasn't on the meeting invite, so it was just like 4 people on the meeting invite. And then when I saw the HR manager join, I literally started laughing. Like, I had to cover my mouth because I knew exactly what was happening. I've heard about this before. Like,
Could you imagine being around her for more than 5 minutes? Holy fuck, man. You're not the main character, sweetie. Nobody cares.
But today something happened. I got laid off from work. They decided to let us know that the company that I work for is shutting down officially. Apparently for a lot of people, this is not new. Like, unfortunately, there are people that have gone through this, and it's just sad.
Too quiet.
I am actually like speechless. So I just got laid off from my job.
Why did they put her twice? Oh, did it just repeat? The fuck?
So that's really fun. I had been with the company for 2 years. There were literally no indications that there were going to be layoffs on my team. I had a full workload. The CEO of the company actually had a meeting with like everybody. We had an all hands a couple of weeks ago, and he said we weren't going to have promotions this year because he wanted to avoid having mass layoffs because the industry is doing so poorly. And he specifically called out like my division of the company for being like the only division that was going to hit their target. And I just like don't have any fucking trust for corporate America anymore. Like, I have like my trust is just gone, because how can you look at somebody and say like your division is the only one that's doing well, but we're not going to have layoffs, and then you have layoffs? Honestly, I'm feeling like
literally like yeah, you notice the trend though, right, with all these people being fired? You notice the trend with all these people being fired. Corporate greed is killing Britain? No, I think unvetted immigration is doing a perfectly good job of that. Without corporate greed. NILFs? The fuck is a NILF? The 40-hour work week is a joke. I don't even think 40 hours is that bad, honestly. A lot of times I work more than 40 hours a week, but it just happens that way. And that's obviously not counting fucking being a Jew-tuber. You do look special. Bing. Yeah. Oh my god. Young and looking for the first job, good luck.
Highlight sort of this section and turn it. Show Ritco is getting some help tinkering with their resume.
Ew.
Restructuring it, adding certificates, anything that might help them stand out in a very
Dude, I would never hire someone that looks like that.
tight jobs market. It's hard.
There's a 0% chance anyone that came in looking like this would get hired. What in the fuck?
It's hard. I have a spreadsheet of all the jobs that I applied to within like a 2-month period, and it was over.
Oh look, it's a Looney Tune, even better.
Over 80, and I only heard back from 2 of those, and they were both gig jobs, so nothing stable.
Just a few years ago, Canada had a shortage of workers, but now hiring is down. Many economists blame the trade war for fueling uncertainty and say employers are reluctant to bring on new staff. Canada's unemployment rate for 15 to 24-year-olds is more than 14%. That's 1.4% higher than last year and double the national average.
Type in what you want, like part-time, full-time.
It's because they're importing too many Indians that are taking all the jobs.
And then where you're from.
While the job search might be smoother now with the help of online platforms, economists say it hasn't been this slow for young people since 2012. A lot of people without experience are having difficulties entering into entry-level positions because there's people who have more experience who are trying to apply for those jobs as well. Employment agencies say there's more competition for summer jobs and casual work, ones teens or young adults often fill.
It's just like getting the first job that's so hard. I tried to apply for jobs for like a year now, and just like most places like don't get back to me, or they just like say no.
Just a real trying time for Canadians under 25, especially in their teenage years.
And he says it'll continue to be hard as long as the trade war drags on.
Getting the ship
Oh yeah, it's all Trump's fault.
Turned around for job seekers is just going to require a turnaround in the overall economic situation.
The trade war is going to keep going for Canada because Trump basically told them today to shove it. So, yeah, the trade war is only going to get worse for the Canadians. So, Trump literally just told them today because they instituted the same digital service tax or whatever that the European Union has on the United States. So Canada also did that, and he basically just said, you know what, all negotiations are done, and we're just going to impose whatever tariff we want. So yeah, but the problem with bringing in a bunch of Indians is the fact that they only hire other Indians. So Indians have an insanely high in-group preference. So they would rather hire, you know, Indians over actual Canadians.
If you are not a recent college graduate and you have some experience, then you need to watch this video as well. Because what we are about to see is the entire job market shift. We are going to see a massive change that is going to make it harder to get a position anywhere here in the world, but also it's going to mean more competition for you. So if you have a job, then this is something that you need to be well aware of. I'm gonna break all this down in just a
Oh my god, I do have a job, guys.
What is going on and what this means for you and I moving forward. But first, all I ask is one thing. Takes 2 seconds. Go ahead, hit that like button if you enjoy these daily updates. And now let's begin.
I too have a job, guys.
It says new grads join worst entry-level job market in years. It says as companies freeze hiring and AI makes some less skilled roles obsolete, the class of 2025 is finding a lot of doors closed. Yeah, things are changing. But keep this in mind. Millions of people graduated from college over the last 5 years. Now, here's the reason why this is such a big deal. All these people that graduated from college or even high school, they had these big goals, big ambitions. They wanted to go into this career. They wanted to take this path. And because of AI, all those different careers and paths have changed. That's creating a problem. Listen to this, though, okay?
Not really. It's the fact that everyone going to college means that college degrees are no longer special.
What we're hearing right now is that more and more people are deciding to skip college because they believe that college will not lead them in the right direction.
That's correct. There's almost no earning difference anymore.
That by going to college, it's only going to slow them down, and they will not be able to get the job that they truly want. But here's where things get interesting. Some people that are going to college are actually stopping halfway through. They're just stopping. Why? Well, simple. Times are changing. AI is taking over, and they realize that what they were going to school for is now pointless. And when I say pointless, I am talking about...
No, chances are what they were going to school for was always pointless because very few people actually go to college and get the right type of degree.
Why would they go and finish out a degree, which the job that they were going to get after college, well, it's going to be taken over by AI. That's what we're seeing. And I have many friends, I hear all the time here on the channel, even in emails, people just got out of college and they can't find a job. They're simply sitting there doing nothing. But I want to play you something. Look at this. This is more and more people just sitting there waiting because they can't find a job. That's what we're facing. This is the new reality.
What? He's sitting there shirtless, eating cupcakes out of a container, listening to the Death Note soundtrack. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Nothing. But I want to play you something. Look at this. This is more and more people just sitting there waiting because they can't find a job. That's what we're facing. This is the...
Oh my god. Come on, dude. There's got to be a level of irony to that.
New reality. Look at this. It says unemployment among young college graduates outpaces overall U.S. joblessness rate. It says young people graduating from college this spring and summer are facing one of the toughest job markets in more than a decade.
Oh my god.
Does this make you just want to go to college? No. When you went to college for 2, 3, 4, maybe 8 years or more, and now the job that you were hoping to get is no longer there. That doesn't make people want to go to college.
Nah, the only dating material we've seen in these videos is that one chick from the DC area. Other than that, I haven't been very impressed.
Doesn't make people want to go and graduate and get a higher education. Why? Why would I go and pay $40,000 a year to go to a school that's going to teach me something that's good today, but not in the next 5 years? Because we don't know what's going to happen with AI. That's why we're seeing enrollment in many colleges is down. I want to show you this, though. It says erosion of student enrollment heads towards demographic cliffs. It says these findings sync up with another new report released this month by the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education, which says that the number of 18-year-olds nationwide who graduate from high school each year and are therefore candidates for college will erode by 13% or nearly 500,000 by 2041. It says a few 100,000 per year might not sound like a lot, but multiply that by a decade and it has a big impact. Yeah. Before, and this was back in the early 2000s, if you had a college degree, even if it was an AA, a bachelor's, master's, whatever, if you had a degree of some kind, then they put you up here. That you were one of the top candidates because you finished school. You showed that you were dedicated.
Yeah, well now everybody has.
Yeah, now not so much. And this is why it's turning into an issue, because even if you go to one of the top colleges in the country, it's still difficult to find a job. And even if you...
That's a lie. That is an absolute fucking lie. If you go to one of the top schools in the country, you are not going to have trouble finding a job.
Have the best grades, you have just so many great references. You have to know somebody in order to get a job. That's the new economy that
no.
we live in.
I just graduated from MIT.
That is not true. There are tons of companies that hire from feeder schools. Like Harvard, for example, is the #1 example of a feeder school. If you go to Harvard, you will get hired. Plain and simple. Doesn't matter what your degree is. There are companies that prioritize schools like that over everything else. So...
I've applied to like 250 jobs. I have no full-time position. How do I get a job? It's not like I'm a dumb student either. I have a 4.8 GPA. I'm an engineering major, and I still can't get a job. Like, it's becoming a problem. I'm about to move home, and I don't really know what to do. And I'm not coming on here to like get people to worry about me because I'm not struggling financially. I work on campus, make a little money there.
The problem is you're white.
I do a little side hustle. I claim class action lawsuits that don't like require your receipt, and I make a couple $100 to $1,000 a month. Usually the way you can find them and know if they need a receipt is you can use apps like Claim. And
okay, so again, not a dumb student, but somebody that can't find a job, can't find a full-time job. This is what we're hearing more and more of. But why is this a big deal? Well, this is a big deal because for many companies, they don't want to hire somebody that's in their 40s and 50s because they're closer to retirement. They don't want to invest into somebody that has the upside isn't as high. When somebody just comes out of college, they're fresh out of college, meaning you can probably pay them a starter salary, okay? Entry-level positions. That's what we normally get. Well, when you pay them a small amount and then they stay for potentially 45 years, right, until they retire, the upside is huge. So those people college graduates have a higher upside than people that are in their 40s and 50s. As a result, that's why more people get hired that are fresh out of college. Here's the issue.
Griffin graduated college as a psychology major. Yeah, that's why I hate women.
It's not happening anymore.
I know their
It's just not happening anymore because now AI is keeping many college graduates just out of work. They're just keeping them out of work because of what they went to college for the past 4 years. The times have changed. Things are really changing. Listen to this, though.
I don't think anyone realizes how hard it is to find a job out of college once you graduate. There was a recent study that was done last year that showed 52% of recent college graduates are without a job. And to top this off, 50% of graduates that have a job, it's actually a job that doesn't actually require a college degree. And I'm not shitting on college. There's plenty of scenarios where it's a very smart decision. I'm just saying, know your options and weigh them. School to start a marketing agency at 19, and I found the process of getting clients for that agency was so much easier than getting an...
Oh my god, he's played 2 ads in a row, bro. Come on, vet your fucking video clips better. This is literally an ad for a fucking marketing agency course.
Internship when I had to apply at Colt. And
yeah, I've had a marketing agency in the
Holy fuck, bro. This guy is a fucking retard.
past, and one of the things I can tell you is when going to college, that's one path. Starting your own business is
You didn't know that was a fucking ad? Jesus Christ, man. People are fucking stupid.
another path. Just getting a regular job is another path. But here's what most people are telling us. College is for everyone. Years ago, college was the answer. You had to go to college. You needed a degree or else you...
Yeah, you need $100,000 worth of debt to start off your professional life so you can be a good little goy, show up to your wage cage, pay your fucking debt, and enrich Sheckelberg McGoldstein. So, yeah, congratulations. Wowie zowie. Who would have guessed? Who would have thought that taking on hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt when you have no income or no real reliable career path would be a bad idea? I don't have student loans at all. Wait, do I have any thoughts on stop killing? No, I don't really. I don't care. I genuinely couldn't give a fuck if the crew disappeared tomorrow or stuck around for 10 years, man. You know, I'm not gonna LARP like I give a shit about the crew from Ubisoft. Like, nobody should care about that fucking dog shit game. You know, you bought an online-only game. They're shutting the servers down, therefore the game is no longer playable. I don't really get what the big problem is. There's been like 2 sequels to The Crew. Just play those instead. I don't know. Yeah, it's just yet another shitty live service game shutting down. Synth said, stop killing games as base because breakers would survive. Bruh. I should still care because nobody wants to erase history. I don't fucking care. The crew could disappear tomorrow and I wouldn't even notice. Genuinely could not care less. I'm gay. Thanks, PK. Would you notice if breakers disappeared? Probably not. No, I don't own the game, so probably not. What if Pokemon disappeared? I would definitely notice that. But I guess it depends on what game it is. If they got rid of like Legends Arceus or Pokemon Scarlet, I wouldn't give a fuck. I mean, there's not really any Pokemon live service games, so that's not really a good example. Oh, damn, bro. My leg is like locked up. What if Doom, the Dark Ages I honestly don't think I would care that much. I've played through it twice. I don't really have a huge desire to play through it again. Or of a hot chick. I don't know of any hot chicks on YouTube. Oh, let's see this. This should be funny.
Hey, so this is probably the most vulnerable post I will have ever made in the history of time. And
I can't pay off my debt.
Those of you who this little blue halo is already triggering you, I'm so sorry. But I'm going to hopefully make you feel better, and I'm honestly having a weekly crash out. I need help from you as well. This is how much
Jesus fucking Christ.
money I owe in student debt for my physician assistant degree. And
I mean, at least it's a physician assistant, but god damn.
before you go ahead and take out the phrase that is so commonly used, oh, but you knew how much you were taking out in the beginning. No, a lot of this has to do with interest alone accruing, while I am in a hell of a limbo of what we
No.
like to call administrative forbearance, trying to get into the SAVE plan. So I worked with a student loan counselor.
No, your principal's $192,000. That means your interest is $8,000.
After I graduated, and I was told to consolidate all of my Direct Plus grad student loans.
Student loans are really scary because school, college especially, is getting more expensive than ever before. I mean, it's on average like people are graduating like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in debt, and then you got like the really wild people who are graduating like $250,000 in debt.
Yeah, go to work, Goyim. You know, you'll take whatever job we throw at you, Goy. Take your fucking slave wage, or else you won't be able to make your debt payments. You want to own a home? Too bad, I already bought them all. It's pitiful, bro.
It is so expensive. Okay, especially how like 60% of Americans don't even have $500 in a bank account. The majority of students are taking out student loans at record high interest levels. So with interest rates and loans being so expensive, many people are saying that they could never pay off these student loans, and the job that they got from the degree just isn't even worth it at all. Check out some of these TikToks.
I'm gonna make a tie and chat about why student loans are so expensive. Truly don't have an answer for it. I'm not kidding. I got off the phone this morning. First of all, this was an hour phone call. I don't know what was going on, but this sounded like a real person. Who knows if it was? This person was repeating what he was saying, like full explanation 10 times in a row. He's like, okay, and so just clarifying, like 10 times in a row. Okay. Also, I'm on summer break. I'm still a student. I'm a full-time student. And all of a sudden, I got hit with like thousands of charges for my student loans. I'm like, that's weird. I'm still in school. Like, I didn't graduate. I was supposed to graduate this May, but I didn't. And I actually have called and informed them of that last semester because I had a baby. All of a sudden, I get hit with these charges, and I'm like, hey, I just called in January about this. Like, I'm just on summer break. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna look into that. But you were supposed to graduate in May. I'm like shaking at this point. Like, this man has to know I don't have thousands of dollars to pay these. Like, so then I need to get some ice. So then he's like, okay, just go to your school and get the form filled out again, the deferment form. And I'm like, okay, no big deal. I'm like, yeah, I'll get that done. I'm literally in my head. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go do this today because I'm not able to pay this. I had to make room for cold film. I'm like, okay, no problem. I will go do that. Like, just is there a deadline? Like, when do I need to have it done? Because I had said multiple times at this point, I can't pay these loans, sir. I cannot. I am just a 21-year-old mother. And he's like, oh, you still have to pay those. I'm like, freaking out at this point. I'm like, I don't think you understand. I don't think that you're hearing that I don't have this.
What if Melanie Mac disappeared? I'd be fine with that.
money. And basically he was just like, well, could you pay half? Why am I even paying them? I called you guys and went through the same hour phone call back at the beginning of the semester, and we went over this. The girl I was talking to was like,
there's only one group of people in this world that controls money, debt, and loans. And we all know who that is.
oh yeah, you're totally fine. Like, I get it. And this man's like, no, you have to pay those. So I've basically been crashing out all day. That's all I have to say about that. So if you're seeing me a lot on here, it's because I'm a mom who we cannot afford childcare. So I stay at home with my baby while I'm in school. This is my, I don't know, hope, my last resort. So yeah, anybody have any tips, tricks, advice, or just can relate to pains of student loans? You know, we all hear about it. We all know they're coming, but then you get pregnant at 20 and I'm screwed at that point. I ran to the
So you listen to that. Okay, this is what's so retarded. She's a mom that stays home with a kid. She can't afford childcare. So what's going to happen is she's going to go to work, and between paying off her student loans and paying for childcare so that she can go and work, she'll have no money left. This is the biggest scam of all fucking time. This going to college, everyone needs to go to college, is literally just designed to make people debt slaves. She could have very easily just dropped out of college, raised the kid, worked part-time if she really had to, and not have to pay for childcare and not have to pay for student loans. But now she's, strapped with these massive fucking loans that'll probably follow her for the next 20 to 30 years. On top of that, she'll work some job where she makes just enough money between paying off the student loans and then paying for childcare so that the kid can stay at home while she's at work. It's just idiotic. Pure financial illiteracy.
the day my tie is made and I'm going to go continue to crash out.
There should be no interest on student loans.
Yes, there should. It's just student loans shouldn't be given out to everyone.
Into a severe spiral at least once a month about my student loans. Me and little Miss Sally are enemies, Miss Sally Mae. I won't go into major detail, but I do have 3 separate loan providers. Sally Mae is one of them. That is my lowest loan amount of $10K, which I've been making payments to for about 2 years, and it looks like I haven't even put a dent in it. I have over $60K in student loan debt, and if it was not for being married and having a significant other, I don't think I would ever have been able to move out of my dad's house. Like, I really don't know how I would have been able to achieve that. It makes me even sad.
Yeah, you could have moved out of your dad's house, gotten married, and not had any debt, but, you know, I had to get my degree.
Because I'm literally just working to try to pay my loans.
I never took out debt, so I didn't have student loan debt. I went to a state school that had very low tuition, and I just paid it.
And since I have 3 different providers, that means I have to do 3 different monthly payments. You guys, I'm paying like...
My tuition for a year was like $9,000. That's it. So very easily I could come up with $9,000. And then my rent was like $800. So very little money. Was not hard to come up with.
$800 a month that I don't have. And I do get the fact that I borrowed money, so I have to pay it back. But the interest is what kills me. I do not believe that there should be interest on student loans. Anyway, that's my rant.
The interest isn't even that high on student loans.
Maybe one day I won't have loans that I have to worry about anymore. And then I go into my spiral that like college is a scam, I should never went to college, but then I wouldn't have met my wonderful husband, I wouldn't have made such great memories with my friends, I wouldn't be able to have some of the jobs
Oh, the memories.
that I got after school. Anyway, can't wait till the day that I'm alone.
Yeah, your job that you'll do just to pay off your debt. Congratulations.
I was curious what was happening with that student loan situation, that on May 5th, student loans after 5 years since COVID, people are going to be put, sent to collections if they don't start paying as of May 5th. Well, here's an update to that. So here's what the Associated Press is saying, is that millions of Americans have already seen their credit scores be downgraded because of their default in their loan status. Wage garnishments will start at the end of this summer. They say 90 days after May 5th is when that'll officially start, which looks to be the first week of August. So that's coming.
Did you know that 70% of student loan debt is held by women? And that most men pay off their student loans after 5 to 6 years, but women take 20 plus.
There's already been reports of people on social media saying,
gee, I wonder why we want them in the workforce.
That their tax refund is being withheld because of this. So what if, hypothetically, with the crazy success of the No Kings protest, what if we were able to get like 1 million student loan borrowers together to start contacting these agencies that have been defunded, staff have been cut, and are currently strained for resources because of our current dictator? What if...
Oh my god. Dude, I wish we had a dictator so he would charge into your fucking house and beat your skull in Minecraft, of course, with a diamond pickaxe.
We were able to overwhelm these systems, would we be able to...
Jesus Christ, bro. These people are insufferable. Shut up, you cock-sucking homo, and pay your fucking debt, bitch.
delay them from reporting student loan borrowers to collections? Could that be done? Could we do that?
Taking out student loans was a single-handedly worst mistake
You know what I want to do? Never mind. I don't want to get banned.
I've ever made in my entire life. At this point, like, a college education is pointless. It was pointless. There's no hope. I've been paying on my student loans for more than 13 years now.
Yup.
And I've more than paid back the amount that I took out, and then some because of interest. And there's all this, like, misinformation and false hope around forgiveness and qualifying payments and just... And I checked the boxes for 90% of the qualifying factors. But I'm gonna have to pay on my loans for another 5 years minimum, and that's if there's even any type of program around that time for forgiveness before I can even qualify, even though I meet the qualifications now. But because I don't check that one last box, there's nothing that can be done. Nothing has made me feel more hopeless and just helpless and just at full defeat than these student loans.
I have $75,300 worth of student loans that I'm looking to pay down by the end of 2020.
Oh my god. Ew.
25. I got those student loans by obtaining my MBA from the University of Denver, and now we're looking to pay it down. So at this current moment, we are sitting at approximately $66,000 left, and I want to talk about why I didn't get any scholarships. Because you guys know that I talk about scholarships all the time, but my journey was very rushed, and I didn't apply for any. And that's just me being honest.
I got a 90... Yeah, I think it was a 90% scholarship for my master's degree program, so... Shit. Woman moment.
Because I literally had a conversation with my chief revenue officer of my company that I was with at the time that said that you need to get your MBA so that you can accelerate in this company. And I was like, great. Literally flew home from New York that next day, applied to the University of Denver, was accepted, amazing. Started in January. Boom. Straight into the program, didn't even think to look for all the amazing scholarships that I could have qualified for. That would have taken all of this off my plate. But you don't have to do the same. You can learn from my mistakes and you can get scholarships. So follow me here. I've got stuff in my link tree. You can follow me over at What Wit Learns, and I talk about all kinds of different scholarships because there is so much money that is left on the table every single year from unused scholarships that you should use. I didn't.
I was just sitting here contemplating about like how I'm going to pay back all my student loans because still have not devised a plan that's going to work for me yet. Because I was thinking, you know how like there's the SAVE plan, it's like the income-based repayment plan or whatever.
What a waste. Sad.
So I signed up for that with my old job, not the one I have now, but with my old job, based on my income that I had then, my payment was gonna be like $40 a month, which I was like, hell yeah, now I can actually like afford to pay on this for the rest of my life, like it'll be fine. Then I realized like that's not even gonna cut into like the interest that this shit's gonna accrue. So like, are they just trying to keep this over my head for the rest of my life? Like why not just give me a job that can pay me enough to pay this? You know, like why do we have
Because that's the point, goy.
to have all these SAVE plans and income-based tuition repayment? Like just make college cheaper. Like why do we have to come up with all these government-funded programs that cut into tax dollars and that's gonna keep me in debt for the rest of my life? Like that doesn't sound like a good solution to me. But like,
that is the solution. Keep you in debt for the rest of your life, barely able to pay your bills, you'll never amass any form of wealth, therefore you'll never be an asset holder, and the ruling class can control you at every opportunity. Congratulations.
yeah, either pay more or make college cheaper. It's pretty fucking simple. I owe over $300,000 in student loans. Let me tell you how.
Yeah, it is simple. That's the point.
So I'm a nurse practitioner. My husband is a pharmacist. My husband went to private school for his entire pharmacy school. I
Private school, first mistake.
went to a public university for my nursing degree and then a private school for my nurse practitioner degree. We both took out student loans for everything. You know, at 18, you think you're going to be able to pay everything back because both of those jobs make good money. So why am I complaining? This economy is just so expensive right now. I know it's our fault, I guess, for taking out all these loans, but I would love to be able to pay them off. So here I am on TikTok working to have extra income. So I would love if you follow me along on this journey to paying off our loans and just, you know, living life the best we can in the current circumstances. So tell me how much you owe in student loans and if you regret it.
Well, I woke up this morning to a bunch of emails and alerts that
Oh, ew.
my credit had changed. I had all these like, you know, mission credit and
Oh my god.
So I had like 4 of them. So I was like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, so I guess they made a decision on all my student loan payments. I had like I was in like one of those programs where basically because I make the money, I didn't really have to pay anything. Well, I guess it's in reverse. Overnight.
Alright, I don't want to look at her anymore. Oh my god, bro, he left her in there way too long.
I want to talk about student loans real quick because I just found out something that is so frustrating. This is my current student loan balance, $21,444.
That's not bad.
My original amount was $28,500. So you can see I've already paid off around $7,000 worth of my student loans, which yes, I am really proud of.
But I felt like I was doing everything correctly, and today I called up my student loan servicer, Ed Financial, and I said, hey, I just want to make sure that my overage that I am paying every month, because the amount that they quoted me that I should be paying towards my student loans every month is $250, at least somewhere around there. So I said, you know what, I'm going to do the right thing, and I'm going to pay $500 a month. I'm going to double it and pay $500 a month, so I'm paying off that principal faster. And while yes, I'm paying off that principal a little bit faster, the lady that I spoke with on the phone told me that I can't actually choose where that payment goes. So even though I'm paying $250 extra, I can't say put that amount towards my principal. And the reason being that these numbers that they set saying, here, this is the suggested amount that we think that you should pay towards your student loan, is usually only really covering the bare minimum. And the reason that they do this is so that you're still accruing interest. And if you have unpaid interest because you're paying so low on your loans, that interest will then start accruing interest. And even though you're making these payments, your loan amount is going to keep going up because the interest accrues interest, and it's just a never-ending cycle. So I went in and looked, and you can see here, this is my last payment. I paid $500, $318 of that went towards my principal, around $181 went towards my interest. And if you can see here, back in October, I paid $223 in interest, which is only $25 less than my payment. And so I asked her on the phone, I said, hey, what's going on with that? And she said, you actually have unpaid interest. And I was like, okay, yeah, you know what, that makes sense. But I didn't realize my interest was accruing interest because I have these unsubsidized loans. So even though I graduated in 2020, right into a forbearance period, this still had interest from when I was in college. So I said, okay, great. That's definitely my bad. I didn't really realize that. But can I pay that unpaid interest now so that it stops accruing more interest? And she said, actually, no. Just like the fact that you can't go in and say, put this money towards my principal, you also can't go in and say, okay, put this money towards my unpaid interest. So even though today I have $229 of unpaid interest, I can't say, here, Ed Financial, here's $229 to cover that unpaid interest. So that unpaid interest will continue accruing interest until my loans are completely paid off. And this is the root of the entire problem right here. It is my money. It is my loan. I should be able to say where it goes, obviously within reason.
Yeah, you just have to pay it off as fast as possible. So, yup.
It's a loan. I understand it's accruing interest, but if I have unpaid interest, I should be able to say, here's the money. Please pay the interest.
You should, but at the same time, shouldn't have taken out money without knowing the terms, and I guarantee that was but this is the problem with the student loan thing, is the government just gives them to everybody. It should be a private business that does this, because the private business would actually vet. They would be held to a legal standard, and, you know, everybody wouldn't just get like hundreds of thousands of loans for doing, you know, fuck all. But it's designed to financially cripple people, so things are the way that they are for a reason.
Just be transparent with me about where my money is going, what is supposed to be paid, and how to pay it.
This is the part that pisses me off, because I did not take out $80,000 in student loans, not even close to that. And so I'm over here.
Yeah, you did.
Like, I have no issue. I have zero issue. This is a simulated situation, and so they're guesstimating what I should owe. But, like, I don't have any issue with paying for all of my education. I will pay for it. I will pay for it over the next 10 to 20 years. I don't care. I will pay for it. I have an issue with paying $20,000 to $30,000 of interest, or more than that. It's going to be more than that, because it might take me more than 10 years to pay this off. And so, like, genuinely, no issue whatsoever. I'll pay the $60,000. I will.
Wait till you buy a house, sweetie. Jesus. Yeah, nobody knows this is the power of compounding interest. It's like, if you earn interest on your interest on your interest, it's like an infinite money glitch.
Will pay
literally.
It. I don't want to pay 30 more in interest. Like, I'm not, like, why do you get $30,000 for loaning me money? What are you?
Because you're going to pay it off over 20 years. A $500,000 mortgage is $1.3 million if you pay it off over 30 years at the current interest rates. You're paying $800,000 in interest, which is what, 1.5 times the price of the house, pretty much. So yeah, welcome to the world of compounding interest. That's how this shit works.
You doing that earns that? Like, there's no work
They're giving you money that you didn't have
being done that earns $30,000 over 10 years. Nobody's doing.
Yeah, you took out money that you don't have. No one's gonna give you money for free. That's not idiotic.
That job. So why do I have to pay that? Where does that money go?
I have $140,000 in student debt, and I'm not stressed about it. So let's talk about it. And I'll show you my favorite everyday makeup look. The first
Oh my god.
thing is from Merit. I'm absolutely obsessed with this. I have 2 sets of student loans. So I have the federal loans that most people have, and then I also have private loans. So lucky me. This is the Milk Contour Stick. I really like this because I'm
Jesus Christ.
trying to do clean beauty. When I said I wasn't stressed, that was kind of a lie. I just think it's so crazy how we are signing kids up who are 18 years old with $140,000 of student debt before they really realize like how much money that is and how much it's going to take to pay that off. I went to a private school in Connecticut, and I did that because
Dumbass.
I was in a 3+1 program, so I basically got 2 degrees for the price of 1 degree. I still got to finish at the same time as all of my friends who
What degree? What degree?
just getting their bachelor's. At the time, I thought going to the private school because of the program was a really good option for me financially, but I definitely didn't realize how much $140,000 really is, or else I probably wouldn't have done it. But I've been paying off my loans
Griffin's
since I was a freshman.
Nah, this girl is more my type than this one.
Since I was a freshman in college. So I kind of want to tell you what my plan is, how I'm doing it, and how I'm trying to get rid of these as quickly as possible. I am 24 and I didn't move out of my childhood home until I was 24. I stayed home for 2 years after school and basically was able to put all the money I was making towards my student debt, and honestly, I didn't save, which I definitely don't recommend. Definitely put some savings aside. I kind of learned that the hard way. When I moved out, I kind of realized just how hard it is to pay rent and get your own groceries and basically be an adult and have this looming student debt over your head. It's really hard, honestly, to look at my friends who are getting married and buying houses and just knowing that I'm extremely responsible.
I should have married for money. Look, don't get me wrong, I love my husband, but his student loans, they have me questioning the vows we took. I need somebody to explain to me how it's possible for me to have attended college that was paid for by my parents, but yet I'm still managing to pay student loans for a degree I didn't earn. Well, seeing as we're about 12 years into this whole thing, we have 2 kids and 11%.
Wait, what? How do you have to pay loans on the degree you didn't earn? If you take out student loans and go to school but don't finish, that's still your fucking fault.
Private loan, and joining the military feels questionable given the political climate we're in. I guess I could stop shopping at Zara a few times a month to help pay off the loans faster. Currently, the loan is at $20,515, and you might be thinking, oh, well, that's not too bad. Do not ask me what the loan was at when we got married. Seriously, do not ask. Our therapist says we're not allowed to talk about it anymore. But seeing that we are a team, her words, not mine, we made a principal payment of $2,933 towards the loan, which makes the new total $17,582. And in exchange, he is required to do the dishes for the rest of our lives, which he says is a fair trade. However, if I had married for money, I could have just gotten a housekeeper.
I don't think people really understand just how much debt can totally derail your life, especially student loan debt, because some of that reaches just an astronomically high price. I saw someone saying they were paying $1,250 a month just to student loan debt. Imagine your living situation right now, your bills, and add $1,250 a month onto that you get nothing to do with, and see how fast that tanks your entire life. When I was a freshman in high school, for some reason, I gauged my entire 4 years of high school around not going into debt for student loans when I was going off to college. I wanted to go to college, but I was not going to go to college at all if it meant I was going to have to get student.
Yeah, you should go to community college your first 2 years, do your gen ed requirements, and then transfer to a different school. That way, you go for like dirt cheap your first 2 years. You can work at the same time, save up money, pay for the rest of your college, or at least pay for a big chunk of it, and then you'll be better off. And do not go to a private university unless you get a massive financial grant to do so. Like, unless you're getting a pretty big scholarship that pays for a large portion, it is not worth it. So,
student loans, because I was not going to spend the start of my life in massive debt. Luckily for me, the university I went to gave me a full ride and then some, so I was actually getting paid to go to university versus from how much scholarship money I had. But I chose to go to my local state university instead of going to my bigger, better choice of university because it was going to cost me too much money to live in that area at the time. And that was money I didn't have, so there was no reason for me to do it just for the prestige of the better school. Sometimes I wish maybe I could have made it work, but I enjoy not having any debt. I love that. And for me personally, if I was going to have to go into debt to go to college, if I didn't get a full ride, I just wasn't going to go at all. I was going to join the military, probably like the Air Force or something, because it's a bit more cushy, and then I was going to have them pay for me to go to college via the GI Bill or whatever else they got going on. Luckily, I didn't have to do that because I ended up getting a full ride. But people with student loans get a weird amount of hate from people who don't have student loans. It's this like, oh, well, why would you go get a college degree if you couldn't afford to get it? There's really not a lot of options. So, you know.
No, it's not that why did you get a college degree if you can't afford to get it. It's one, why did you go to the most expensive school you could find if you can't afford to go there? And two, why did you get a degree that would not allow you to pay off said student loan once you graduate? Those are the two questions.
You know, a lot of jobs need it. To get a college degree, or a better job, you need the college degree. So it's like a catch-22. I just don't think they deserve all the hate.
This is a PSA for anyone who has student loans with all of the just buffoonery going on with the same plan and all the other things. If you have student loans, you need to be logging into your loan servicer every day. Every single day, because they are doing stuff and they are not sending anyone emails to alert them that something has changed. I've been waiting on a recertification for a couple, 2 months now, and for the longest time, my payment was just zero. It wasn't the previous amount I was paying, and yesterday I did my daily logging in, and now I have a new updated payment amount, but I never got an email, nothing. No comms. Maybe I'll get an email soon, but just know if you want to have the latest information about you, you need to be logging in every day. Spend that 30 seconds and log in every day. Do not let this get the best of you.
These women are AVs type. Hell yeah, dude. He likes women crippled by debt. They'll do anything for money. Dude, I don't want to hear anyone looking like this telling me we're living in a dystopia. I mean, I agree, but I don't want to hear it from him. You're part of it, buddy. You're part of the dystopia in which we live. Griffin should pay his girlfriends. Fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. I will never pay the student loans of somebody else. Not a chance. I would never get married to anyone or date anyone long term who has crippling student loans. Ain't fucking worth it, man. I done worked too damn hard to be paying for that shit. What if they call you daddy, though? Even more of a reason for me to leave. That shit's weird. I don't want to be around a chick that wants to fuck her father. No thanks. I am done, son. Shanto. Bruh. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, I've heard about this. The people going on vacation with debt. That shit's crazy. Taking out debt to go on a vacation. I just feel like I need to get away. Maybe that would be worth watching. Let's see. Fushiba with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Do you think gaming has peaked visual? Oh, yeah, definitely. I think graphics have tapped out. I mean, we've already seen that. Like, go back to 2016 and tell me the graphics have really changed that much. Like, look at Uncharted 4, for example. Like, I don't really think there's any games out there that look significantly better than Uncharted 4, and that was basically a decade ago. So, yeah. Other than something like GTA 6, no gameplay even shown yet. We haven't seen much improvement with this gen. Yeah, I think we've peaked. I think we have plateaued for gaming as far as graphic fidelity goes.
All right, awesome.
Like, yeah,
Thanks,
they
nigga.
can
All
make
right.
stuff a lot more detailed. Like, oh, more blades of grass, or, you know, maybe the tree texture looks a little bit better, but is it going to be anything significant when you're playing the game in motion? Probably not. So, I think we've definitely tapped out our current capacity for graphical fidelity, which is why I wish... Which it seems like it's kind of getting better, that developers are going to start focusing on actual performance and frame rates, because I really don't think we're gaining much by continuing to push the graphical envelope, because really the diminishing returns have already been a factor last generation, not even to mention this one. So, yeah. I think we've already kind of peaked with graphical technology. I mean, how much more realistic do we really want games to look? Like, I feel like we're past that uncanny point with a lot of these games, which I'm not really thrilled about. Like, I don't need my game to look like I'm watching a movie. Uncharted horror. Yeah, I mean, say what you will about the game, but graphically it's still up there. I mean, look at Arkham Knight, for example. Arkham Knight is still considered to be one of the best looking games graphically, and it's a decade old now. So it's a decade old.
It's being reported this morning that 60% of the people who went to Coachella financed their trip. They put it, yes, on Afterpay, on Affirm. They got payment plans. They'll be paying for this for the next 6 to 12 months.
Jesus Christ. 60% are doing a buy now, pay later. Jesus Christ.
Why go? We all see the videos. We see the struggle just to get past security. It was hours and hours sitting in the car, to sit out in the heat, be dehydrated, overpay for food. I'm probably thinking that they're hoping that they can use Afterpay or Affirm or one of those to pay for their food. Because I saw so sad, $38 for a turkey sandwich. It had 3 slices of turkey, 1 piece of lettuce, no mayo, no mustard. A bag of Takis that they got at Costco, and a cookie, prepackaged cookie from Costco, $38.
Nearly half of Americans are still paying off their 2023 holiday debts. According to this article back in late 2024, the fact that 50% of Americans are still paying off holiday debt is actually crazy to me. People right now these days are buying things they can't afford. They're going to places which are too expensive for them. And they're all relying on this company called Klarna or Affirm or Afterpay, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's getting to a point where over 60% of Coachella attendees have financed their tickets because they don't have money to pay.
I mean, I used Affirm to buy my PC, but I could pay for it right now if I wanted to. Like, I could easily, like, just outright buy my computer. But, you know, I got 6 interest-free payments versus buying it all at once. Like, I'll take the interest-free payments because, you know, I get to hold on to my own money for longer. So, I can make the payments. I know I'm not going to default on the loan. So, I could pay it off right now, though. That's the point. That's the only reason you should use one of these payment plans is if you absolutely need something that you genuinely cannot live without, or if you have the money to pay it off, you just don't want to give all the money away immediately. So, yeah. You should never use this if you genuinely cannot afford something.
Pay in full. The whole buy now, pay later service is good if you actually need it. But let's be real, everyone abuses it. Everyone's going to be on late payments, and shopping addiction is a real thing. And I feel like Klarna, Afterpay, and Affirm, they just basically make shopping addiction even worse. You know, this is honestly worse than the credit card. I mean, this doesn't even build credit at all, and not to mention the interest rates.
Well, it does build credit now. Starting this fall, buy now, pay later is going to be counted in your FICO score. So, yeah, if you use these, just a heads up, the more you use this, the lower your credit score is going to get.
So high, up to like 37% interest if you don't pay your bill. Now, check out some of these TikToks and check out how some people are going to debt with vacations and how some people have credit card debt that they don't even care about.
Turns out if you have 1 mortgage and 1 car loan, you can't go on vacation anymore. This person's like, sounds like a very fancy vacation. Are you sure you can afford that while you're still in debt? Honestly, and I know this ruffles people's feathers, but I don't even consider us in debt, even though we have a mortgage and a car payment. Yes, I know they're debt, but it's fine. Okay, I don't really consider us like in debt. We don't have credit cards, we don't have student loans, we don't have other unsecured loans. We have a car loan and 1 mortgage, and that's it. We only have $7,000 left on our car loan. Should be done by the end of this year. Yes, I'm still going to go on vacation, and again, I don't really consider that debt. Don't come for me. I know that that's not.
Yeah, a car payment and housing debt are different than, you know, credit card debt. I agree with her on that.
True, but yes, I'm still going to go on vacation. I'm still going to live my life. Honestly, going on vacation is what I want to be spending my money on. That's why I buy clothes at the thrift store and tight in other places, because I want to spend our money on experiences like going to the zoo and going on vacation and doing things rather than
Yeah, that's fine.
like material items. Yes, we are going on vacation. I said we were going to spend about $3,500. Who knows what that is? What will end up being? I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, recurring payments like that obviously are not the same as, you know, buying a MacBook and then paying for it over the next 6 months.
When the time comes, what we actually end up spending, $3,500 is like a little bit amount of money. I am a human from TikTok. I'm putting so much extra money.
No, credit was originally for rich people. That's the thing, is when you used to buy something on credit, you were incredibly wealthy because that meant that you were good for your word, that you would pay it back at a later date. So credit was originally designed for the insanely wealthy. It used to be a big deal if you could get a credit card. So, no, it's the complete opposite. Credit is for wealthy people because they have the means to pay it back without having to get raped by interest. So, it's actually the complete opposite. Credit should only really be used by wealthier people.
Or my husband's truck loan. I've been putting money in our high yield savings account. I've been putting money toward our Roth IRA, and I might have to put a little bit less the next couple months so we can go on vacation. But like, I'm totally fine with that.
Tell me I can't be alone in this thought. Is anyone else? Don't mind me. Anyone else like? It's only money. You can't take it with you when you go.
So spend the money now to have the experiences with your kids. Like, take the trip with your kids now while you have them. Fuck the debt. But then you spend the money and then you stress and stress and stress that you shouldn't have spent money and your debt is now higher. And all the wonderful things. Or is it just me?
How are people doing this? I see people online going on these extravagant vacations and buying like expensive things, and I am into my career and have a good job, and instead of going to Europe like I wanted to this summer, I went to the desert and camped on BLM land because it's free with friends and it was a great time. But like, how are people doing this? Are you just like in mad debt and I don't know about it? Like, what are people doing? Everything is so freaking expensive.
I may be in $130,000 worth of debt, but I am still taking a vacation
$140,000 in debt.
and having fun while paying down that debt, because
I wonder why women don't pay off their debt, guys.
to the point of not having a life and just focusing solely on the debt. But
why is it that 70% of student loans are held by women? I don't know.
Like, we're in a pretty good position, and I will go through debt because I did a personal loan to consolidate most of the debt. I kept one card because it's 0% interest, and I don't want to put all of it towards the personal loan if it doesn't have interest. So yeah, I will talk to
let's see. Fushiba with the 2. Klarna's net loss was 99 million this quarter. Yep, because people aren't being able to, they're not able to make their payments. So, yep, it's about to get nasty, because what's going to happen if Klarna, continues to lose a lot of money, they're going to start going and repossessing people's shit, garnishing wages, and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, they will get their money back, but it's going to get nasty. And if they can't, they'll sell the debt to a collections agency who will go and, retrieve it.
See you guys later. Let's talk about going on vacation while you're in debt. Hi, I'm Emily. I'm
Griffin got on debt buying his Gucci. No, I just bought it outright.
30 years old, and my husband and I are focusing on getting rid of any and all debt that we have. And it may come as a surprise to some, but we are going on a vacation this month. We are going to Florida with my husband's family, and not that I need to explain anything to anyone, but we are fortunate enough that our family has covered majority of things that we need to go on a trip. So we are very lucky in that aspect. Also, I will say that we said yes to going on this trip long before we started our debt payoff, before I even thought of the concept. So we are still going on that. However, I want to remain focused on our goals, just have fun and spend time with our family, and we're kind of keeping that mindset. I have a creator friend that is also paying off debt, and she's on vacation right now, and so I just was kind of looking at her, and I'm like, you don't have to stop living because you're in debt, even if you have goals. I'm going to be filming in a new place, I'm going to be posting videos on the beach, those kind of things, so I wanted to be transparent in my debt journey, that is something that we're doing. If we would have been offered the opportunity after we started our debt journey, I honestly would say no. I would have said no. Just because we have goals that we want to achieve. We want to be credit card debt free. We want to pay off our cars.
Literally me in the future. How will it be me? I don't have any debt. I have zero debt other than a mortgage that I pay for. Which, in technicality, if I really wanted to, the income that the property is generating right now could easily pay for the mortgage payments each year. But right now, I'm on an early repayment schedule, and I'm set to pay off that 30-year mortgage in 9 to 10 years. So I've just been dumping money into like early mortgage payments. So I'm good. I have zero debt other than that, which that's an asset. So if I really needed to, it could be liquidated. So, yeah. No, I'm fine.
And we want to purchase a new home. Those are our goals. And I know some people don't understand that, like, why can't you just go out, or why can't you just do this?
I've got double the amount. No, I think I have more than that. Double the amount of any credit card balances I have, minimum. I think I probably have, like, closer to triple. I've got no worries on that front.
Or that, or the other thing, and it's like we could, but then we can't reach our goals. So I just wanted to make it clear that we are going on vacation. This is
Pokemon card addiction? I don't think so, because I can sell the cards.
kind of something that has been in the works for over a year, and that was way before we started this journey or even thought of starting this journey.
I haven't really bought many Pokemon cards lately. There hasn't really been any I want. None of the stuff I collect has popped up.
So I just wanted to be transparent about that, and also be, remind people that we're all human. Again, a lot of us are in debt, and we want to be out of debt. We're all human. And that's the most important thing, but you also still have to live.
Would you go into debt for vacation? Now, I feel like I've gotten mixed reviews when I've asked this question before.
Fuck. Dude, I don't even go on vacation, and I'm not in debt.
Some people are like, hell yeah, I deserve to have a vacation too. I'm not disagreeing. And other people are like, no, absolutely not. So I thought I'd share my unsolicited opinion. We just got back from a big Europe trip, and we spent a bunch of money. We just put $9,587 in credit.
Show my credit card. I can tell you what my credit card balances are right now. Here, let's see. My Apple Card. My Apple Card has a balance of $2,406.90. And let me check what my USAA card's at. Hurry the fuck up. $5,071.67. So what's that, about $7,500 for credit card? So my checking account has, let's see, why is it not showing up? Let me refresh it. $23,871.52. There you go. So yeah, 3 times the amount. I guess one of my payments just went through for the Apple Card, because that seems a lot lower than it was. Let me check. I thought it was higher than... Oh yeah, payment just went through for what was it? $3,900. Okay, there you go. So, yeah, I'm good. I have plenty of money.
Credit card. Yes, we budgeted for it in my travel high yield savings account, and like yes, we were able to pay it all off. We went over.
My saving number, like my savings account. I don't keep a lot of money in my savings account. I stick it in my investment account, which I will not read. But savings is $787.51. There you go. I just keep enough money in there to keep it open. There's no point in having a savings account unless you really need money to be saved. So I just keep money in my checking account because it earns a higher interest rate.
Right, like $277, which is not bad for a 2-week trip for 3 people. But the real question is, have I ever gone on vacation while being in a bunch of credit card debt and gone into debt for the vacation? I have, and it was truly...
I also have $4,500 in cash on hand right now.
One of the worst vacations I've ever taken. Now, this is a personal preference. I'd be curious if anyone has ever felt the same way. I feel like it was early in my college days, and I wish I could tell you exactly...
How many zeros? Oh, I think I have like $80,000 in my retirement account. Oh, you said investment account? I don't... Let me see. Well, I mean... technically it'd be 5 zeros, but... I don't know the exact number. I don't really care. So there you go. I have 6 figures in my investment account.
Exactly what trip it was.
That's all I'll say.
We'll never forget how I felt. Like, I just felt so miserable, and I had a lot of anxiety on that trip.
I ain't trying to flex too hard. But yeah, I have plenty of money in my investment account. Let's just say that.
Because like every time I swipe my card or anything, like
I invested very heavily many years ago. So
I knew I didn't have the money to pay for it. And it's not like I ever missed like a credit card payment or anything, but I just knew that I would have to spend time paying that off. Like I couldn't, and it would cost me even more money, right? Because of interest. Like I knew that I couldn't just
yeah, my big money maker was my Facebook buy. That did very, very well recently. When I bought that for $80 a share, and it went up to like, I think it's like 500 something now. So that did very, very well.
Go home and wipe the whole card. And I also feel like typically, I'm not saying everyone, people go into debt for trips because they already are in a ton of debt, which is most likely why they didn't have the money for the trip in the first place, or they just live super paycheck to paycheck. But anyways, like I said, I did go into debt once for a trip. I was in my early 20s, and I just could not enjoy the trip at all. It was like seriously one of the worst trips.
So it's barely over 90. No, it's so my personal investment account is between 100 and 200,000, if I'm not mistaken. My Roth IRA, Roth IRA, I got the name right, has 5 figures in it. And then my 401k, there we go, has about $80,000 in it.
And it was sad because I felt like it was somewhere cool. And I remember just being so sad about it because I felt like I couldn't enjoy it. And then after that, I like kind of vowed to just never go into debt for a trip again. Now, did I go on trips when I was like in credit card debt? I did, but my rule of thumb after that one trip, like I went into debt for one time I did it, and it wasn't anything crazy. I think the trip was like less than $1,000. But like I said, it was just terrible. I didn't enjoy my time because I just knew how much debt I was in. But like I said, after that, I did go on trips while I was still in debt and paying off.
Griff lied, he rich. That's not rich, dude. I don't even consider that, well off even. Because the investment money, I just treat like I don't have it. The investment money is like basically non-existent. I don't touch that. So unless I'm making a very, very, very big purchase, I ain't touching that. So that money is just there to sit and grow and, you know, generate dividends or whatever. But yeah, I basically just treat that money like it doesn't exist.
That, but I vowed to never go into that.
Yeah, the Pokemon card stuff, I have a shitload of money in, so, which is significantly more than I paid for it, so that's a W.
For a trip again. So if I was gonna go on a trip, then I had to have the money for that trip, and I couldn't put that trip on my credit card.
I probably got like 20K worth of Pokemon cards just sitting in this room right now.
Cards in any kind of way, like I had to do it. I have a question
Maybe more.
for the people that go into debt for a vacation. Now, I'm not judging anyone. I 1000% have gone into debt for vacation, which sounds crazy, I know, but I'm in front of you guys because I've made poor financial decisions in my life. Not anymore. Haven't made any bad decisions in the last 5 years financially, but I have made poor decisions. And going into debt for vacation was definitely one of those bad decisions. I will say this was like college age, you know, like I have not done it in forever. Anyway, I want to know how you guys feel about it, like how you feel on vacation, because when I went into debt for vacation in college, I could not enjoy my vacation. It was so hard for me to enjoy my vacation because it's not like you're buying the flights or X, Y, and Z with debt. You're like paying for everything on the vacation in debt. It's like your vacation's supposed to be fun and relaxing, but it's not fun and relaxing because you're stressed about all the money you spent. So I think I went on one vacation while I was in debt and got into more debt, and I was like, that was the dumbest thing. Anyway, I'm just curious, do you guys like feel that?
You invested in Philip Morris? How long ago did you do that? If you did it a year or so ago, you probably made a lot of money. The tobacco stock shot up like crazy. Especially Altria. That did really well. But yeah, Philip Morris shot up a lot too. How much in the Tifa car? I probably got like 4 or 5. Nah, probably more than 4 or 5,000. $7,000 or $8,000 in Tifa cards.
That guilt, and like, is it just you brush it off and you're...
Yeah, especially if you bought Altria. Hold on, let's see. What is all? This is the thing, is this is how little I look at my investment account. I don't look at it because it makes me want to do something else with the money. So Altria, let's look at 5 years. So Altria is what, at 60? I think I got it around 35 or something. So, and it pays a 7% dividend yield. So it used to pay like an 11% dividend yield. You got it at 35 as well? Nice, man. Yeah, it used to be like an 11% dividend yield or something insane. So, but yeah, as the price of the stock goes up, obviously the dividend yield goes down. But yeah, I have a dividend reinvestment turned on for Altria. What is BTI at? That's another really good one. BTI, so that one I would have got around $30. It's at 46, so not as good of an appreciation. But they're at a 6.5 dividend yield as well. So Griffin not wanting to look at it because he knows he'll want to spend it like a greedy That's the opposite of what a greedy toucan would do. The greedy toucan would want to hoard the cash, not spend it. Duh.
You're just like, whatever, I deserve a vacation? Or are you like, do you feel guilty? Like, I'm telling you, by the end of it, I'm like, I couldn't even enjoy my vacation because of the anxiety I had about digging myself into more debt doing this. Anyway, no judgment here. I'm just curious because, like, I've been there. I've done that. But like I said, I just could not enjoy the vacation at all. So, like, I will never do that again. I'm here to relax and not stress. Now, when I was paying off my debt...
Hold on. Let me see if I made a mistake with this one. Exxon stock. What is that? Oh, yeah, dude. I did really well on that. I sold that at the all-time high, I'm pretty sure still. I don't know what it's at now. Oh, did they do a stock split? Probably. $3 years. I think it was 3 years ago I sold. Yeah, I think I sold Exxon when it was like 130 or something like that. Maybe 140. It's when it hit an all-time high. I remember that. But I bought it when it was $30 a share. Crazy. When oil was negative like $40 a barrel or something. And all the oil stocks just like plummeted over COVID. I dumped my entire investment account into Exxon and then flipped it. and like 4x my money.
I guess I still kind of am, but like all my credit cards, things like that. It's not that we wouldn't go on vacation. The rule of thumb was that we could never go into debt for vacation, and we had to do that vacation cheap as shit. Like, for example, we went on a cruise like December of 2022. That's crazy. That really wasn't that long ago. I was in a bunch of credit card debt. Of course, we just moved across the country and we went on a cruise, and you had to make it as cheap as possible. I mean, we had to like stay in the stateroom. We couldn't like upgrade any of our dinners, nothing like that. We did get to decide like one excursion, and it really wasn't even an excursion, but like one thing to do. So anyway, if you're in debt and you're like, no, I deserve a vacation or whatever, at the very least, at the very minimal, don't go into debt for that vacation, okay? At the very least, do it as cheap as possible and like save up the money for it, or like pay for it with cash, so that way you can like enjoy it a little bit. But yeah, going into debt for a vacation, especially when you like went to debt.
Jesus, dude. No, if you're in debt, you should pay off your debt as soon as possible, so then you can enjoy your vacations in the future.
For that vacation, because you probably were in a lot of other debt. Like, you're desperate when you go into debt for vacation, but like I said, been there, done. Is it the smartest decision? Absolutely not, but I totally understand it. Essentially what I'm saying, just at the very least, don't let the vacation put you into even more debt. But yeah, did that one time, paid for a vacation. I probably was 20 years old, paid for a vacation on debt, and it was horrible. I'm telling you, I'm like, And the vacation was cheap, to be honest. I think it was like $700, but it was $700 I did not have. Anyway, remember this because I know spring break and like summer is kind of coming up. There's nothing wrong with family vacation. But like I said, if you were in debt, don't go into more debt for this vacation, like at all. Just save up the money, pay cash for it. And whatever that vacation is, you gotta do it as cheap as possible. Give yourself the best of both worlds. But please learn from my mistake. No one needs to come and even, a lot of people do it though, trust me, a lot of people do it. I even saw some ads for like banks and stuff. I don't know specifically which ones, but come get a loan for your vacation. I'm like, a loan for your vacation? But honestly, at the end of the day, a loan probably would be better than paying on your credit card because the interest rates are lower. Please don't do that though.
I'm on vacation right now while paying off $30,000 in credit card debt. Please don't tell the Ramsey, okay? I don't feel like being yelled.
Oh my god, 30,000 in credit card debt. Dear fucking Lord.
That while I'm on my vacation. But I just want to say really quickly that changing my mindset from this mindset of like, I can just buy it, I'll deal with it later, like put it on credit, to I will
27% interest. Do you guys realize how much that is per year? You have to pay in debt payments just for the interest alone. Just in order to float that credit card debt, you have to pay $8,000 a year. And that's before you even start paying it off. Jesus Christ, bro. That's just the interest to float the debt. You're not even chipping away at it at that point. Yeah, credit card debt is the nastiest shit you can get. Hands down. Like, if you have credit card debt, the number one priority in your life should be paying that off at any and all cost. That shit is crippling.
I will only buy it if I have the cash for it, is so relieving. I used to go on trips like this, and I used to just swipe the credit card and then feel this sense of guilt because I knew that I didn't really have the money, and it was going to be on the credit card, and it was going to be accruing interest, and I knew that when I got home there was going to be like a mess to clean up, but I would just do it anyways. To now it's like if I don't have the cash for it, I'm not paying for it. Today it was torrential downpour. It was very uncomfortable, and I decided to buy a rain jacket. We are in Disney, so these rain jackets are super expensive, but I don't even own a rain jacket at home. So I thought about it. I was like, okay, I don't have a rain jacket at home, so
she's at Disney. Oh my god. You should be at fucking home eating fucking ramen noodles, praying that you can come up with enough money to pay off that credit card. Holy shit.
So this can be used at home as well. How much money do I have in my bank account? I have plenty of money to buy the rain jacket, and I just bought it. I didn't have to worry about what I might feel like in 2 weeks when I look at my credit card statement and realize that it's much higher than I was expecting. I just bought it and moved on with my day.